The story begins in the silent night. Amidst the stillness, strange sounds whisper, whether it's the cold wind at midnight, the moonlight peeking through the clouds, or the senses of an experienced assassin. There is a knight kneeling and bowing his head before someone once again. "Well done." He looked up briefly, then bowed his head in gratitude and said, "Thank you, Lordess." The man standing before him with a serious expression is Dearest Robert. He has long hair flowing freely, with a cold and mysterious aura that makes those around him feel intimidated. The voice in the knight's head still hasn't stopped. They say they will die at the hands of this man tonight. Dyrus gently tells the knight, bowing before him, "You have shown me a result worthy of a lord's position." "Thanks to your efforts, our family has made great progress," the knight replied humbly. "I only do what I need to do, sir." The name of this knight is Dion. The Lord looks at you with a knowing smile. I'm truly very curious about that. Dion. His eyes were fixed intently on the shadow cast on the ground, asking in confusion, "Do you believe that a shadow needs freedom?" But on the intelligent quickly understood Drus's meaning, answering calmly while still bowing his head. "Our team only needs to follow the commands of our master. We do not possess thoughts, emotions, or hearts." Dearest nodded in satisfaction. "Good, so you also understand." Dearest glances at On and whispers, "But if you already know that, the calm attitude from earlier suddenly disappears." Dyrus's face darkens. His eyes flash brightly and the surrounding space becomes gloomier. "He started the interrogation of Jia On, so why did you dare to act on your own?" He looked at Jia On with a crazed expression. "And how could you have escaped the mind control?" Jia On also felt terrified, thinking to himself, how? How did he find out about that? What are the two of them talking about? What is the full story behind it? What is brainwashing? Of course. Jian suddenly recalls the painful memories vividly, how the Robert family expertly assembled assassination teams and that Deuce carried out these acts by kidnapping or selling children. Not only that, he also committed even more terrible acts and turned them into assassins who would sacrifice their lives to carry out the dirty work for the Robert family. In other words, they raised loyal dogs for the clan. Jian is also a helpless child who fell into his hands. I was also brainwashed, but thanks to a chance encounter during one of my missions, I was able to break free from the chains that held me. Jian was surprised that Dearest had discovered this. He briefly wondered, but how could he know that I was no longer brainwashed? He asked directly, "No more guessing. How do you know that, my lord?" Dearest explained in a deep voice. Two fingers idly trace the air. Among all the assassins, including you, there are two chains tightening around your necks. The first thing is mind control, and somehow you managed to escape from it. Then he snapped his fingers, his tone decisive. And suddenly, the second attack comes directly at Jia An, shouting, "This will make your blood spurt out immediately." Jia. An widens his eyes in surprise, unable to react. After a few seconds, he screams in pain. Ha. Da An clenched his hand over his chest. What is this pain? It feels like my heart is being cut apart. Dearest smiled, satisfied, contrasting with Jia An's pain, calmly saying that it was the wasp larva. Dearest explains calmly that a parasite has been implanted into your body, and it is still following my orders, gradually corroding your heart. Is brainwashing not enough for you, and now you want me to eat the parasite as well? Even after doing all that, you still pretend to be noble and virtuous. You're truly a despicable scoundrel. Dyrus remained completely calm and said arrogantly, "That's called caution, not pettiness. Don't forget you've managed to escape mind control." He arrogantly declares his way of life, saying that everyone wears a mask, but his mask is just thicker and more special than others. Jia An couldn't think of anything else. He only knew that his greatest enemy in life was him. He engraves the name Deuce Robert deep into his mind. That painful past suddenly floods back. I was kidnapped at an age when I can hardly remember anything. I can never forget those days, Jionan. I remember being raised as a hunting dog and assassin for the Robert family, and even after becoming a knight, I lived without a heart or emotions. The turning point in my life began, but thanks to a lucky encounter, I was able to learn a technique called Fire Eye, and that technique proved to be a special ability of the strongest swordsman on the continent from long ago, that helped me break free from mind control. Jia An drifted in his memories. I thought I could finally escape the Shadow Team and dream of freedom. Finally, I had hope. The rage made him scream in despair. So, why is what awaits me at the end of the road death and not freedom, Jia? An kept lamenting, his body collapsing onto the ground, but his mind still burdened with many chains. What sin have I committed? Why do I have to die so meaninglessly? The more Jia An thought about it, the angrier he became, with resentment growing inside him. He clenched his teeth, his hand tightening into a fist and pounding down on the ground. Damn it, I can't let everything end like this. The little remaining willpower helps Ji-on get up, and he is determined that if he is going to die here anyway. Diros was a bit stunned to see Ji-on stand up, staring blankly, and asked, "How can you possibly get up in that condition?" Ji-on didn't bother to answer the silly question, using his hands to push himself off the ground, ready to attack, as he kept encouraging himself. "If this is how it ends for me, Ji-on grit his teeth, his eyes blazing, and he vowed to either grab him or at least hurt him before he dies. In the silent night, Ji-on shouted fiercely. He shouted silently to himself that he wouldn't die a miserable death. His whole body lunged forward at Dyrus. He seems calm, not moving at all, standing still. At this moment, only Druz is in Ji-on's eyes, his enemy. But his wounded body was not in a state to face a cold-blooded Dyrus. He swung his sword decisively, blood spraying out again. Ji-on collapsed once more onto the cold ground, his eyes wide open in denial. Dyrus stands watching him gasp for breath, but his gaze on Daeon is a bit different. He's surprised even though he managed to block that attack. Dyrus turned his back and walked away, but he couldn't stop thinking about Gon. Even though he was just trash, he not only escaped mind control but also endured the pain from rage and attacks on himself. How long has it been, I wonder? He looks at his blood-stained hand. How many years has it been since the last time I was wounded? It's hard to believe I was bitten by a hunting dog I trained myself. Dyrus glanced back briefly, thinking to himself. But now I don't need to worry about him anymore because he's dead. Then he ordered his subordinates to deal with him. Ji-on's eyes remained fixed on Dyrus's back. Dyrus is considered one of the strongest warriors across the entire continent. Ji-on comforted himself, accepting that losing was inevitable since he must be strong and I am weak. How could I possibly fight back? But Ji-on's eyes still stare fiercely ahead, yet I refuse to accept it. The ghost of the past floods back, and I regret living this life for no reason. The ghost is also Dyrus. He prevents me from leaving peacefully. I regret being toyed with by Dyrus my whole life. The greatest regret binds Ji-on, he exclaimed, feeling deeply sorry for not being able to complete the fire ring, as his prayer begins to echo. Whether you're a god or even a demon, anyone is allowed. So please, Ji-on desperately pleads, please do something and give me a chance to take revenge. Dyrus! The badge on Ji-on's chest suddenly lit up, and a strange phenomenon occurred. You have been chosen by Wrath. Wrath will enter your body. The body is dead. It's my fault. After the blood-soaked night and that feeling of revenge, the sun rises again. Warm sunlight fills the space, accompanied by gentle sounds. Sunshine, that gentle voice belongs to this beautiful girl. Sunshine, look at your mother's sunlight. The baby lying in the firewood lifts its tiny hand and babbles. Abba, her mother giggles happily. Very good. So what is this now? The baby is surprisingly clever, responding immediately. Ah. The mother hugs the baby tightly, her face glowing with happiness and her eyes full of joy. Oh my, the adorable sunshine of my child looks so cute, but it seems this baby is not just an ordinary baby. It looks at its mother, pondering like an adult. I still haven't gotten used to this. The woman holding me is Sylvia, who gently lifts her child. The boy silently thought he still couldn't believe it. She still smiled brightly and said, "Let's go, Mom." The baby's mother looked intently at her own mother. There is no doubt that Ji-on is in this form. I have been reincarnated as this woman's child. Ji-on remembered that although he still retained memories from his past life as an assassin, he was extremely confused when he first opened his eyes. At first I thought this was a dream and I slept for hundreds of days, so why haven't I woken up yet? However, no matter how much I sleep, I have finally accepted the truth that I have been reborn. Sylvia gently holds on in her arms, gazing at the outside scenery. The weather is really beautiful today, isn't it? Sylvia gazed into the distance, hoping the Lord would return soon. She spoke with hope, so he could give her a beautiful name. Gao-on looked at his mother with a slightly sad and somewhat strange expression when called by that nickname. He briefly thought that he hadn't seen his child for hundreds of days, so he must be very busy. Thinking that way, he mumbled happily to his mother. The place Ji-on lives now is a vast, magnificent, and luxurious space that exudes wealth and elegance just by a quick glance. Ji-on quietly thought that he still couldn't uncover much after being reborn, but at least he knew this was a wealthy, noble family. Even the bedroom was decorated with luxurious and splendid moon decorations, quite different from the dark scene in his previous life. Reborn into a powerful and rich family would be better than into an ordinary one. But even though I am now living in love and abundance, I still ache with the longing I felt back then. I tell myself that being reborn into this wealthy life is good because I need to take revenge. Daeon has never forgotten Dyrus's ruthless face. What I still clearly remember is the anger and hatred I felt in my heart before I died. But I have to persist in reincarnating, even if I come back as a child. Jia-on hasn't really accomplished much yet. I've only been staying in this room all this time. I don't know where I am, I don't know my position, or what situation I'm in. Baby Gon reflects quietly because I haven't yet perfected the ring transformation technique. I must be even more patient and endure. In my past life, I was known as the greatest assassin of the Robert family. Now, lucky to be reborn, Gon lives only to wait for the day he can take revenge on Drus. Jia-onon has to try his best. I can suppress my emotions and desires until the right moment. Baby Jia-on looked around curiously, but that only made me more intrigued. The brilliance and size of this mansion are even more than just luxurious. Suddenly, Jia-on's gaze fixates on something. Sylvia's maid Helen rushes in hurriedly. "Miss Sylvia!" She stands at the front of the room and shouts loudly. "The Lord is coming back," Sylvia stammered in shock. Dad looks surprised. "Does that mean the Lord is my grandfather?" Sylvia panicked and asked what we need to prepare. Helen hurriedly stops her. "It's too late. He has already arrived at the door," she exclaimed. "Oh no." Sylvia's face clearly shows her worry. Both she and Helen looked towards the door, while Jia-on also curiously glanced over, then stared in amazement. "What the hell? What is this presence?" From outside the door, 3 figures quietly entered, announcing the Lord's return. The Lord's footsteps are heavy and commanding, meant to exert pressure through his mere presence. He has blonde hair and a tall, muscular build. Jia-on stared in shock, muttering, "Huh?" The more he looked, the more amazed he became. "No way. If I'm not mistaken, this person is Sylvia." Then I can only nervously stammer in fear. Ha 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 ha, he didn't even greet us before asking directly, "Is this the kid?" Jia-on stared intently at his lord, sure of it. He recalled each fragment of memory. An older man with sunlit hair, fiery red eyes, and a cold, icy face, the ruler of the greatest family on the continent, the destroyer king of the north, Glen Jigat. Glay looked at Jia-onon with a somewhat serious expression, as if somehow understanding, while Jia-onon gazed up at his grandfather with big eyes, feeling excited inside because he had been reborn into the strongest family on the continent. "Are you planning to keep him?" "Jia-onon, from today onwards, will be the boy's name," Lord Glen said as he gently lifted the child. Just as its name suggests, it lives quietly and exists silently, like a shadow, as if I am not here. Jia. On looked at his grandfather in confusion. After surviving life and death, I also have a new name. After saying that, he turned and walked away. Jia-on happily whispered the new name, Jia-on. "It's late at night now, and seeing the quiet surroundings, I guess everyone must be asleep." He sat up, his tiny, adorable body contrasting sharply with his previously sad expression. "It's been 100 days of despair, but now I have a chance." Hua's body merges with the baby, so their habits are also like those of a baby. Jia. On quietly thinks that sometimes he suddenly feels sleepy. Jia-onon remembered that every time he woke up, Sylvia was beside him. He still couldn't control mana or anything, but at least he felt relieved being able to sleep alone in the cradle, though his remaining rationality helped him sit up again. "All right, let's begin. I will resume my training, and the fire orb will condense." The sacred mountain forest space appears in the mind. Usually practitioners on the continent use breath to allow mana from nature and aura to accumulate in the mind energy, but fire orbs obtained through special catalysts are different. Daeon concentrates intensely, like a wizard creating a mana circle that forms a ring around the heart, helping to increase endurance, stimulate physical growth, and enhance willpower and mana harmony. Therefore, this method provides an ideal condition for a person to become a warrior. Gion kept thinking and felt more excited. It is the ultimate technique. He is very confident in his path. Another advantage is that even a genius like Dyrus cannot detect whether the fire orb exists or not. So Gonan remains determined to train. Above all, if I train my body and mind using the fire orb. At this moment, Daeon may have a different appearance, but his thoughts are still the same as Bao's, turning Gigas' swordsmanship into his own. Hearing this, Gon was very happy because his revenge against Drus Robert would no longer be just a dream. Then he looked back at his tiny body now. Maybe it's because of this body's structure that my mana channels are so cold. That's why my whole body still feels cold even after sleeping for 20 hours or more. Baby Jia uncloses her eyes and concentrates her mind. Mana blockage? Or is it in the 9 territories? It's serious. If this continues, I'll die from the cold air blocking my mana channels. I told myself I need to unblock the channels with a fire pill. On the other hand, throwing away this bone-chilling cold would be a pity. So I'll combine it with the heat flow inside my body and circulate them. The sound of rustling occasionally echoes across the wild grass in the forest. Jian silently thought, feeling relieved. All right, it might be a bit slow, but it's quite stable. Next, huh? Baby Ji-on showed his defiance to the grown-up Ji-on inside. Ji-on lies down, just a little training and already exhausted. I hate this tiny, weak body so much. Ji-on cursed himself for not being able to do it. After a while, Ji-on the baby fell asleep. Lord Glen silently looked at his sleeping grandchild in the pot, gently cast a spell on him, then left. The morning has returned, and Baby On is crawling on the ground with a look like he's protesting something. A boo, boo. Sivia stands beside, encouraging. Our cute little Aaron, keep crawling more. Guilt weighs heavily. G. On secretly curses. Playing with this mother is exhausting. Her soul is that of an adult, but I'm forced to act like a baby. I'm about to die. Sivia finally lifts Ji-on up, affectionately praising, "There's nothing wrong with Ji-on, right? So adorable, so cute. I just want to hold you all day long." She kept sweetly talking to her child. Our cute little Aaron. Suddenly, there was a clattering sound outside. Is Sivia here? You're just pretending. Oh, you're not a saint. Penance, Saint chuckled softly, with a gentle and holy smile that matched his title. What saint are we talking about here? Just call me old man. Gia. An looked puzzled. So this is Van Than? Turns out the seemingly friendly Pan Than is actually an influential figure. His holy power and magic skills are among the best on the continent. He is the most famous healer on the continent, but his love for wandering makes it as hard to meet him as reaching the sky. Vengeance. Saint looked at the baby An and said, I was out for a walk and came to visit you because I heard you just had a baby. Is this the one? Oh, yes. He gently lifted An up, making him smile kindly. The blonde-haired, red-eyed girl looks just like her. Sylvia smiles. Aren't they quite beautiful? Fan Than comments a few words. The little boy is really cute. Completely different from Glenn. So what's this kid's name? Oh, his name. Sylvia was a bit confused when introducing the boy named Gia An Fan Than, who glanced slightly over. Was it intentional to give him a name meaning darkness? Sylvia nodded. That's right. Fan Than looked at Gia An with a slightly annoyed expression when hearing the name. Naming a child after darkness? I wonder what Glowin is thinking. Gia An stared intently at Fan Thene. He doesn't seem to match any of the titles. Maybe there's some connection between them. I heard that the Destroyer King of the North and Van Than are friends, but if that's true, Fan Than gently smiled and said, Let this old man see which kid it is. He places his hand on that little chest. Sylvia watches silently. Pan Than nodded and said, The boy's condition is not good. Sylvia anxiously asked, Is there something wrong with him? This child is cursed with ice inside him. He handed the report to Sylvia and briefly explained the situation. The boy's mana flow is blocked by shards of ice, and regardless of whether he becomes a swordsman in the future, his condition is dire. He said something that made Sylvia's heart sink. If not treated, the boy will die. With this condition, he won't live long. Sylvia was panicked, but he was lying. However, the Holy Saint remained extremely serious. I will give you some medicine to keep you going. Saint Lord, please forgive me. Helen bowed her head and announced that the master had summoned him. I will lead the way. After we're done here, we will leave. The boss said he had to bring you immediately. Fan Than exhaled angrily. That guy still calls at the wrong time. So he left. I understand. Now I will go. Gia An watches his back. Now I understand. It's a curse ice. Well, knowing the name doesn't really change anything. A tear falls onto the baby's face. Don't say it's from the fireball. Sylvia is sobbing, her body trembling. She looked at her tiny child in her arms, tears streaming down her face, and she uttered words that seemed to deny all of the Holy Vengeance's warnings. It was a lie. Sylvia sobbed. I can't lose my child like this. Who said you would die? It's pointless. She holds Gia An tightly in her arms. I will do everything to heal you. Your mother will do whatever it takes. You can't go. Gia An, don't get sick. Gia An in a past life was a child deprived of love and trained as a cold-blooded assassin. He hasn't felt loved in a long time. Holding her close, Dawn's eyes widen. What is this feeling? My heart aches. It hurts. My whole body feels exhausted. It hurts. In Daeon's mind, the thought was stuck tightly. I don't want to see this scene. I want to touch Sylvia and tell her, don't cry. Baby Ji-on gently wipes her tears with his tiny hand as Sylvia gazes in surprise at her unexpected action. Baby Ji-on still tries to reach out and touch his mother's cheek. Like any other baby, Ji-on makes his first sounds. Ji-on's mother calls her again. At this moment, Glenn and Fan Than are talking when they hear a loud cry. Lady Sylvia, you can't stop now, please. What's going on? Helen is trying to stop Sylvia. You can't. Sylvia barged straight into the room where Lord Glenn was discussing work. Helen shouted loudly. Lady Sylvia, the master is... She panted heavily, looking at her father. He irritably scolds softly, "What is this rudeness?" His stern gaze fixed on his daughter, this shameful, clumsy child. Sylvia suddenly knelt down at this moment. "I beg you, father." She bows her head to the ground, pleading with her father. "Please save my family," Sylvia begged tearfully. "Please save them," she said through choked sobs. "Surely you know the boy's condition, but he means everything to me. Please, please save my son." Glenn responds very calmly that surely the boy won't be able to survive as a warrior. Why should I save a child who can't contribute anything to the family? Sylvia tried to persuade him. "Isn't the child your grandson, sir?" Lo asked sternly. "The grandson you brought back after running away from home?" He kept uttering cold and profound words. "The only thing I will do is have it carry the Jiga's family name. Consider it the little luck I can give it, but that's all there is." Hearing her father say these words, Sylvia felt unwilling. She screams, "Damn." Glenn coldly orders, "I have nothing more to say, take her out." Sylvia kept begging him until the very last moment. "Dad, please, please." She begged through sobs, "Please, father, save him." But despite being refused, Sylvia's maternal heart couldn't be stopped by Glenn's indifferent attitude from pleading for her child. She kept repeating, "Please, turn it on." But in the end, she was dragged out of the room. Fanthan watched Sylvia until the door slammed shut, then sighed and said to Glenn, "Well, you're still as stubborn as ever. Is it really that hard? Why did you do that when you were the one who told me to check on my nephew?" Glenn quickly interrupted and said, "Be quiet. Tell me the details of the child's illness." Fanthan began his report. "As I mentioned, his 9 mana channels have been blocked by the cold, and the condition will worsen as he grows older." Fanthan also knew that last night Glenn cast a spell on Jia-an. Since he pushed back the cold wind with his aura, there should be no problem. But as I said, your grandson won't be able to become a warrior. Lowen took a small sip of tea and said, "As long as the boy is alive, that doesn't matter." Fanthan wondered, "Your behavior is completely different from before. You still love your grandson, right?" He immediately wondered about what had been bothering him all along. "But if you plan to do that, then why did you name your grandson Jia-an? There are many good names, so why that one?" Glenn sighed and explained, "Gaian doesn't just mean darkness." His serious and contemplative expression reflected in the 1,000-year-old cup, carrying an entirely opposite meaning. Inside Sylvia's estate, Gon gently gives Gon medicine and soothingly says, "Gaonon, this is the fairy medicine that Fanthan gave you. It's a bit bitter, but try to endure it." Not only is Jia-an unpleasant, but even adults like Helen and Sylvia feel like vomiting just from the smell. Daeon Bibo said, "Ah." Sylvia opened her eyes and saw Gon holding out his hands, asking to be picked up. What a relief! Sylvia and Helen burst into tears. "The boy has swallowed it. Daeon has endured the bitterness and taken it." Helen, "That's right. Although the medicine is very bitter compared to that for children, I am sure he understands people's feelings." She held Daeon tightly in her arms as tears started to flow again. She gently called her child by name. Jia Onon. Ji-an gazed outside, lost in thought, feeling a bit bitter. But a dose of fiery magic medicine was exactly what he needed right now. The heat would push back the cold in his mana flow. Sylvia sobbed again. Does she understand her mother's heart? Little Jia-an finally has a new age. Can he now speak clearly? No more stuttering. Give him more of the elixir, please. Time has flown by. It's been 2 years since I started training and taking the fairy medicine, little Jia. Ian has grown a bit more now. He was so happy to see his hand gradually gaining fire energy. Thanks to it, he was able to achieve the fire orb more quickly. Now Jia-an's condition has improved significantly. My fire core has reached 1 star. Every day that passes, Jia-an's fire core is cultivated and accumulates more energy, and another 2 years of persistent training have gone by. Young Jia-an does many things every day. My usual schedule includes playing with Sylvia and Helen in the morning. Surely there's no other child on this continent busier than me, spending time sleeping during the day and training at night. Time keeps passing, and now I am 5 years old. Jion's abilities have improved greatly now that he has obtained the second fire orb. Your soul has become a little stronger with the effect of the second fire orb. Your magical power has increased with the effect of the second refined fire orb. The power of will has increased with the effect of the second fire orb. The strength has increased with the effect of the second fire orb. He smiled with satisfaction. The boy read each word carefully, grinning excitedly. I finally did it. I created the second fire orb. Daeon looks much more lively. With the second fireball, the flame now formed a cross shape. My mana sensitivity has increased a bit, all thanks to this message. Lost in research, the call from outside the door woke you up. Oh my, young master. Helen, you're awake now? I'll take your clothes to the laundry. Jia Onon replied quickly. Yeah, go ahead. Daeun watched Helen working diligently, deep in thought just as I expected. She can't see this message window. The progress update window for Gon has appeared since I was reborn. I have seen this window and my status since I obtained the first fire orb. As a child, Jia-on was very confused. At first, I wasn't sure what it was, but with my innate intelligence and sharpness, I quickly realized it was a convenient system that let me see my status in an instant. The status window shows the first fire orb state: bone cold infection, poor endurance. Baby Jia-on was very scared when he saw Helen suddenly enter, but he observed her expression and concluded. And based on Helen's reaction at that time, Baedia, it seems she didn't see these messages. Jionon scratches his chin, lost in thought. Still, my health condition and the frost curse haven't changed even after reaching 2 stars. If I don't take the fire attribute elixir, how difficult will it be to get to 2 stars? I have a vague feeling that it's not just the fairy potion. Gion keeps thinking that surely Sylvia, Helen, and the others in the mansion have been helping out all year, so their care must have made some difference. Helen has left, leaving Jia-on alone in the room with his thoughts swirling in his mind. The boy sighs softly. But I'm only 5 years old. I still have plenty of time. There's no need to rush. It turns out that since I was young, my fatigue wasn't because I was a child, but because my body was cursed. Bang Nguyen is very complicated, and so is having poor endurance. That's why I get tired easily, even with just normal movements. But Jia-on quickly regains his composure. However, in my previous life, I was known as the greatest assassin, and now I also know the best training method for the fire orb based on my experience. As long as I can get the fire pill, those poor conditions will completely disappear. Plus, if I learn Jig's sword technique, I will definitely be able to kill Dyrus. But to take revenge, you also need to wait for the right moment. Gon is only a 5-year-old boy now. I also realize this, but I can't rush things. Dyrus is a candidate for the title of the strongest on the continent. Remembering that face, Jionon told himself he wouldn't be able to bear it if he got too emotional about revenge too soon. The number of people capable of killing him can be counted on one hand. Even if I slow down, I have to gradually increase my strength. Until the opportunity arises, I will end it once and for all. So, Jia-on can only motivate himself. I will train a little more. Just at this moment, Sylvia walks in. You're awake. Little Jia-on looks at his mother with an innocent expression, while Sylvia holds the outfit ready in her hand. She said, "Do you remember when I told us we had to go somewhere together? Get dressed and be ready to go to the main hall. Is today the day?" Jia-on drifted into his thoughts again. The 6 kings and 5 demons maintained the balance of power on the continent, and Jia-on was lucky to be part of it. Because of the Jig family, my family was reborn as one of the 6 kings. Young Jia-on sits with his mother in the carriage, gazing at the scenery outside. The 6 kings bestow blessings, while the 5 demons threaten the peace, and other forces also hold judgment ceremonies to decide who is good or evil. And today is the Jigot ceremony. Inside a room, the party is filled with people, mostly nobles and high society attending. They've been chatting excitedly for a long time, haven't they? Is this the first time we've met again since last year's judgment ceremony? It's because I've been busy with overseas missions. So haha, are any direct descendants participating this year? Whispers and murmurs keep spreading. I hear it's Karun's 4th son. Ha! I also heard it's Sylvia. As soon as Sylvia and Jionon entered, they heard some unkind words. What? Sylvia, that failure, really? As she entered, the room fell silent and all eyes focused on the 2 of them. Everyone looked at Sylvia and little Jia-on with a hint of prejudice and distance. Sylvia clenched her fists as she walked with Jia-on through the gossip. So, that's Sylvia's son, huh? The boy is still very young. I heard he's sick. The rumors must be true. There's no avoiding it. It inherited the blood of a failure, after all. Should I call it the offspring of failure? After a while, the gossip still hasn't stopped. I can't believe she's allowed to step foot here. Do we need to hold a judgment ceremony for the child of a failure? I really hope I won't have to see them again. Honestly, my standards have really dropped. Jia-on also feels sad about this. Having been reborn into the family, he can't help but feel uncomfortable when faced with gossip and criticism. Are there things I don't know about the direct relatives criticizing me so much? I don't care about being insulted, but the 2 of them just walk silently amid the jeers. She really has no shame. Jia-on froze at these words. Sylvia quickly realized and hurriedly comforted her child. It's okay, Jia-on. The boy looked up at his mother. Sylvia still wore a gentle smile and softly told him to just look at her. Jia-on also understood and stopped worrying. A notification sounded that the Lord was approaching, and his steady footsteps entered. Jia-on also looked up, following that step. It's been a long time. Maybe about 5 years, right? Your grandfather, Lord Glenn, has entered and is seated majestically on the golden throne in the main hall. He is Gon's grandfather, the most skilled assassin of the Robert Glenn family. Glenn slowly begins to speak, as if everyone has gathered already. Suddenly he gestured with his hand, and immediately an enormous sword shot down from above. Ji-on stared intently. Could that be the Sword of Judgment? Glenn announced the start of the judgment ritual and quickly signaled his subordinates. Following his signal, a sword shot straight down. Everyone looked up. At this moment, Glenn loudly declares the start of the judgment ritual. The boy Ji-on opens his eyes wide. Could that be the judgment sword? If you place your hand on the sword, it can reveal a person's mana talent level. Glenn's subordinates begin reading from the list. Let's begin. The first is Bidenjas. There is a child around that age upstairs who answers clearly yes. Boyden stepped down and touched the sword. The skull of a child had an incomplete top. When they turned 4, they began to close and merge together, and after that, their mana ability would no longer change. As Biden touched it, the holy sword immediately reacted, which is why the children were gathered to see how skilled they were at using mana. During this judgment ceremony, everyone clapped and praised loudly. The boy has a wind attribute. Look, the sword is glowing. The boy's mana quality is also the best. A prodigious talent, truly the son of Lord Karun. Glenn also nodded. This attribute is not bad, very suitable for a swordsman. You should focus on sensing the energy of the wind. The next name to be called is Runan Suan from the Sulian family. Onan stands watching, confident he can see how this sword works. The light on the sword reveals the purity of the mana, and the mana attribute is shown at the tip of the sword. Daeon shatters, so this is how he assesses others' talent. Jigat Runan is also praised by everyone as a genius from the Suian family. It's not like the girl with the Suian surname is here for no reason. She holds the same status as Lord Bon, only Daeon is tired of it. Everyone in this family is obsessed with the word talent. He also knows his own fate. I guess my result won't be good. Even if I succeed in achieving the 2-star fire orb, my mana still contains a lot of cold, icy energy. Well, anyway, I don't really care. The disciple continues reading. The last person everyone focused on was the one called Onjat. Glenn suddenly became more focused, his eyes showing more worry than before. Jia-on stepped forward at the call. Please come to the front. Sivia gently said, Let's go, Jia-on. Yes, I understand. Jia-on shows no expression like the kids earlier. I don't expect much, just want to see which attribute suits this body and which one I should develop in the future. Sivia gently smiled and softly said, Have you seen how the children before you did it? Just do exactly the same thing. Jia-on replied, Yes, I understand. Young Jia-on sighs. A Jionan gently reaches out and lightly touches the sword. Contrasting with the gentle and mesmerizing light from earlier, as soon as Jia-on touched the holy sword, it burst out with a blazing yellow glow like fire. Jia-on stared in confusion, wondering what that light was. The boy's eyes grew dreamy, and in front of Jia-on now appeared a scene of hundreds of monsters of various shapes. What kind of scene am I witnessing? Jia-on looked in utter confusion. Sitting on the ground, the boy asked the shadowy figure in front of him, Who is this person? He is raising his sword high, an overwhelming aura emanating from him. He swings the sword decisively, and the monsters are quickly defeated, disappearing, leaving only a strange light behind. Jia-on looked trembling, the boy confused. Why the stone sword? Judgments and mockery echo all around. Look, the light hasn't even reached halfway up the sword. Glenn hurriedly ordered, The judgment ceremony is over. You may leave now. Everyone quickly departed, none bothering to hide their contemptuous smiles. Smiles they reserved only for Gon and his mother. The butler respectfully said, I will leave now, young Master Bren, the last guest to come out. And the door slammed shut. Glenn remained seated on the chair, speaking firmly. I guess there's nothing we can do, Your Excellency. Glenn didn't expect much either, so he wasn't too disappointed or ashamed. I think the boy is only capable of this much. After all, I don't have any expectations for this child. Suddenly Glenn noticed something. The stone sword was still shining, and the light was growing brighter. Glenn looked in amazement as the sword was emitting. He gave you the 5 words of gold light of the sun. The aura that the first chieftain of Jigat possessed was a terrifying power, strong enough to harmonize both demonic fire and gold fire. He recalled the lines he had read, Golden Mana and Kim Hoa. This dazzling gold mana has only appeared once in the entire history of the Jigat clan. The light before his eyes reminded him of something. It was dazzlingly beautiful with a shimmering golden glow. That is Kim Hoa. The more Glenn thought about it, the more amazed he was. This nephew, Ji Onan. The next morning, Gon received new information. The status window for Ji Onan Jigas, no title yet. Frozen Curse of the 9 Ancient Bones, low stamina, reduced physical energy, decreased affinity for fire attribute mana level 2 stars, water resistance 2 stars. All right. Jia-on smiled contentedly. seeming to be on the verge of reaching the third fire completion. 7 years had passed since the first judgment ceremony. Time passed coldly. Gon had grown much taller. His expression, though still innocent, was much more mature than before. Now Min is 12 years old, and Jia An drifts again in his thoughts. 7 years since the judgment ritual, and with regular training, my 2 fire orbs are about to become demon orbs, Jia. An sat on the lush green grass, pondering for a long time. If I could cure the ice curse, my growth rate would be much faster. My water resistance has increased to 2 stars, and the frost spreading across my body is gone, so my limbs are no longer stiff. Of course, moving my body is still difficult, but it's much better than before, so... Jia An told himself he should start exercising. While sitting quietly, suddenly he heard someone call him. Jia An is his mother. Sivya, she told me I have to get ready. What are you doing here? Let's go or we'll be late. Ji An replied with a serious expression. Yes, it's time for me to take part in the second judgment ritual again. I guess I'll have to see those confusing things once more. After a few hours, the ceremony also concluded. Everyone quickly bid farewell. Finally, Sir Legray, you've worked hard, so the judgment ritual ends here. Jia An sat quietly lost in thought, perhaps because only those from the family line were here. So things went faster than he expected. In the end, his name was finally called. Ji Onigat Glenn sternly asks his grandson if he has also received the order to participate in the basic training as a member of the family. So why haven't you responded in a month? Jia. An looked at him blankly. What is he talking about? Basic training? Sylvia quickly intervened for her child. Father, Gon is different from other children. He still has a curse within his body, so training is still too much for him. Turns out Mom was hiding this from him. Jian looked at his mother's actions and realized. Does Sylvia already know about this? Glenn coldly declares that this place is Jigat's territory. He frowned, looking very serious, and said there are no exceptions or refusals for those who bear the name Jat. If they can't go, then crawl there and train. A Jat family member must have that spirit. Sylvia frantically begged, No, please, Father, give me a little more time, Lowen responded angrily. Sylvia was stunned. If not, are you planning to run away again? Are you going to take that child with you? Glenn spat harsh words at his only daughter. On this land, you can only live as a Jat family member. If you don't like it, then get out of here, right now. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was in an uproar. What's going on? Is she trying to run away again? This will be interesting. Now, she doesn't even have the energy or mana flow to break it anymore. I can't believe someone like her is a direct descendant. Jia An realizes as he sees his mother enduring silently. Now I understand. The reason Sylvia is treated like that is nothing new. Jia Onan has realized it's because she left this family. Be careful to connect each detail. Sylvia has no aura despite being trained in martial arts, which means her spiritual energy and mana channels have been completely destroyed. Then my mother left home, met my father, and married him. Fate was not kind to Sylvia, but after she became pregnant with me, my father died and she had no choice but to return home. Sylvia felt helpless, knowing she couldn't persuade her strict father, so she turned to leave Jia. An looked at his mother, because she had abandoned her position in the direct lineage, and now, having returned, she had to accept even worse treatment than a member of the extended family. However, that is the perspective of others and their own situation. Jia An's imposing figure, exuding an intimidating aura as she passes by, slightly startles Sylvia. But when she looked back, she saw no assassin at all, only her son, Jia An, full of arrogant confidence. Walking proudly forward, Jia silently thought that as Sylvia's son, he couldn't bear to see his mother being treated like that. When Sylvia saw Jia An moving ahead, she shouted, Jia An, what are you doing? Come back here, young master. Mother will handle this, so please. Jia An reassures his mother with a very determined look. It's okay, mother. He stepped forward and clearly said to Glenn, According to your orders, I will participate in the training starting next month as you commanded. At this moment, Daniel sitting alongside Glenn spoke up, saying, But I don't even know that there's a training program. And he's worried about it no matter what it's called, but basic training isn't something a sick person can endure. You should withdraw immediately. Jia An calmly responded to the advice and judgmental looks, saying loudly, I already carry the Jiga's name, so I will have to pay the price for it. I will participate in the training. Glenn angrily frowns and scolds, Do you dare to tarnish the Jat name? Do you understand how serious it is to mention the name Jiga? The pressure emanating from Glenn makes Dayan a little afraid. He looks at his grandfather with a pale face. Suddenly, a few drops of blood trickle down. A look of horror flashes in Dawn's eyes, his eyes wide with shock, as if his flesh is being torn apart. His hand trembles as he clenches it tightly to stay calm. Even just a glance can affect him that deeply. It felt like my heart was being squeezed tight, affecting me even more than Robert did. In Daeon's mind, the question arose, is this the warrior, the destroyer, king of the north? Sylvia hurriedly ran over and embraced Ji-yeon. Sir, Gon is still young, so he doesn't really understand what he's saying. Daniel also spoke up. Sir, the boy is still just a child who doesn't know anything. Please lift the pressure you're putting on the boy. Glenn said loudly, his words carrying a heavy weight that immediately instilled fear in anyone who heard them. I'm talking to you. Dan stammers. I'm sorry. Sylvia continues to beg desperately. Her arms are tightly around Ji-yeon. A Cha's health prevents Ji-yeon from training. Please, father, please take back the pressure. Ji-yeon has been in shock all this time. The assassin whispers to himself that killers are those who must live in the shadows. Being an assassin means every moment is closer to death than to life. They will never reveal themselves. Ji-yeon's past urges the 12-year-old Ji-yeon to move forward. But now I am no longer the assassin I used to be. Young Ji-yeon looked back at his past self. Ji-yeon reminds himself that he will no longer live in the shadows. The 12-year-old Ji-yeon stares intently at his old self, vowing that he will no longer live as an assassin. The boy Ji-yeon clenched his teeth, sweat pouring down as he repeatedly echoed his own desire in his mind. Now I am Jaun Jiga, and I will return Sylvia to her rightful place. The boy calmly continued. No, I don't know, because I grew up in the servants' mansion, not the main building. I don't know how arrogant the name Jiga sounds. That's why I want to see for myself what the place called Jigas really is like by participating in the training. Young Ji-yeon was reborn and now lives happily every day, all thanks to Sylvia's care and upbringing. As Ji-yeon, I will protect Sylvia, happiness, and the smiles of those I cherish. Since being reborn, desire and love have quietly revived Gon's once cold and corrupted heart. For the first time in his life, he wants to fight for others' lives rather than take them. That's why Ji-yeon promised himself to restore his mother's honor. I am determined to regain everything with my own hands. Glenn has calmed down from his anger, but his serious attitude remains. Are you saying you will judge the Jig clan based on that basic training? Ji-yeon answered without hesitation. Right now, that is the only way for him to learn about the Jot clan. Glenn then said, I will need to check everything to make sure the instructor is fully prepared. He tried his best in hopes of not disappointing you. After straining himself like that, Ji-yeon staggered and fell. In his previous life, he was the best assassin, and now he has learned about the legend of the 6 lights. Fire Orb. If I can harness all their powers, claiming a high position in the family isn't impossible. But even as I fall, On's hand remains clenched tight, and in my mind echoes the thought, I will show you how hard the pebble you look down on truly is. The boys of the family are training enthusiastically. Carol sits cross-legged in the room, a bit suspicious. Isn't that boy a patient who can't move? He is the master of the martial spirit Hall Karagat. His secretary quickly reports, yes, only 1 or 2 maids overheard the conversation between the Saint of Wrath and the head of the family. Surely the young master was seriously ill. Karun pondered. When I saw the boy before, his body wasn't normal, so how could he withstand the pressure from me? Looking back now, Sylvia was also once the most talented person. He ordered the secretary to plant someone inside the main residence. Yes, in the garden, Ji-yeon trains every day, always trying to act as quickly as possible. Sylvia runs after her, worried that Doan might overexert herself and fall ill, and calls out anxiously, Doan, don't push yourself too hard. But Ji-yeon still tries his best. At the Glen training ground, he strides forward amid everyone's cheers. Let's welcome the clan leader's visit. Welcome, sir. Lord. In another place, Reimer is lying on the sofa with a hat covering his eyes. Suddenly, a voice rings out. Stop pretending to sleep. Get up, Rimmer. He stood up suddenly and was surprised to see Glenn. Oh my God, I can't believe it, the chief said with a smile. You are the only one who can see through my pretending to sleep skills, Sir Clan Leader. He crossed his arms in blame. The trainers are sweating and running back and forth, and you're just standing here so calmly. I smile calmly and say they will naturally follow my orders. I use my head, while those people are just doing manual labor fairly enough, he said helplessly, frowning. You're already 50, but you still act like a child. I smile and reply, do humans really change that much? But I am an elf, Reimer asked, making Glenn suddenly serious. So you came here for your youngest grandson. I crossed my arms and said, Lady Sylvia also came to speak with me. But I didn't expect the clan chief himself to come here. He was surprised to hear that. Did Sylvia come here? He replied, she asked me not to let the family be harmed. He casually advised, if you also have that intention, then perhaps your trip this time will be in vain. Chief, you yourself said that no one could interfere with the training camp's duration. Not even you. Suddenly, his attitude changed and became serious. If you care about your youngest nephew, I am no exception either, Glenn replied calmly. Of course, you didn't expect him to react like that. Are you stunned? He then seriously warned, don't ease up on training, keep pushing until you feel it's enough and eliminate the weak. Dreamer looked shocked but clenched his jaw. So your grandson was expelled, Chief. Do you mean that? I can't help but feel flattered. I didn't realize you care for your relatives more than I thought. Is it because you can't take good care of Lady Sylvia that you pour your affection into that little one? He said, a bit annoyed. If you weren't my comrade in the army, I would have cut your head off. He advised him, don't hold back with the boy, and remember to clearly distinguish between the talented and the ordinary. Only keep those who meet the standards for training. Reimer turned back with a smile on his face. So, respectfulness is no match for obedience. Glenn, having achieved his wish, turned and walked away. Sure, do whatever you want, I'm leaving now. He crossed his arms and looked out the window, muttering, Jia-an. I'm very curious about what you are. The system then appeared, having received the third fire orb. The 3-star fire orb has enhanced your body and soul, increasing your strength, agility, and endurance thanks to its effects. Affinity for mana, willpower, and energy have increased thanks to the 3-star fire orb. Water resistance reaches 3 stars. One of the 9 strands of the cursed bone ice has disappeared. Ji-an sits on the bed, controlling the system, silently thinking that 3 stars are entirely a different level, and his awareness of his body has increased, with a clearer mind than before. He remembered Sylvia worrying about him. Why does he have to push himself so hard on the very first day? He painfully said, it just happened suddenly. Thanks to Sylvia's intervention, my limb muscles have started to develop without much difficulty. He touches the muscles on his arm. Moreover, this magic station window also accelerates my growth even more. Life is like a chessboard, but this is just the beginning. The Glenn family training is known to be extremely tough. 3 stars are just the foundation for starting as an apprentice in the family, and only with a solid base can you build a tall house and survive the days ahead. His hope is to be at the top of the army. By showing outstanding achievements, he will make those who mocked him shut their mouths. And the top priority is Robert, so after everything, Saint Heavensword, dear Russ Robert. With a determined look, I think I won't stop until I slit his throat. Suddenly, I was startled by a call. Jian is here. Turns out it's Sylvia. Why aren't you asleep yet? I'm confused, Mom. He wondered, and asked why his mother was still here at this hour. She sat on the bed and said, tomorrow, you'll go to the training school to start basic training, right? I have something I want to talk to you about. Are you sure you have to go? Then she confided that she still wanted to stop me, that I always held back no matter how much it hurt, and I didn't know what I would do if I got injured all over during training. Sylvia gently placed her hand on Jia-an's shoulder, reluctant. I don't mean to stop you, but just for a year, can we postpone it for a year? But his answer was already predetermined, making her heart beat a little slower. You can't back down. He remembered the looks others gave him and said, whenever I see distant relatives meeting someone and their expressions seem like they're looking at someone weak, I feel angry when they look down on my mother, so I can't back down. His determination is so strong that as long as you train well, they will no longer look down on us. These words completely moved Sylvia. She smiled, bowed her head, her cheeks slightly pink. Clenching her nails into her palms, she said, You are very smart, Jian. You must have figured it out. Why I have to live alone and why the world curses me. Then she recounts her love story. I met your father during a mission and fell in love with him. But because of his knightly status, we found it very difficult to be together. And then she made a painful decision for love, so I destroyed my Moss circuit and spiritual energy, then left the clan. Sylvia decides to reveal a long-held secret. Actually, I have another sister. The girl is 2 years younger than me. Her name is Yi. Peaceful life didn't last long. While we were living peacefully, the army from Yi found us and attacked. She and her husband had to pick up their swords and fight. Father and son are not that strong, and I am still pregnant with the baby. Sylvia's eyes are filled with fear. So we couldn't do anything. A miracle happened, but it was too late. Fortunately, my father and brother always silently protected me, but they were far away. By the time they arrived, it was already too late. She is in pain as she faces the truth. Her tears keep falling uncontrollably. At that time, your father and sister had already lost their lives. Sylvia only managed a faint smile whenever she talked about it. I have nowhere left to go, no other options. I had to return to my family clan, so I am considered the sinner of this family. Her face is filled with nothing but pain. I don't know what to say to your grandfather. After hearing all that, Jia-an thought to himself how selfish Sylvia is. He acknowledges and judges that she abandoned the responsibilities of the family to pursue her own happiness, returning only to cause trouble and seek refuge. I understand why she was treated so harshly. But Sylvia cares for me, and she is also the one who gave me this new life. The first time I met someone who truly loved me that much, why does everyone think she's selfish when, at least to me, she's the only mother I've had in both lives? He asked, Do you regret, Mother? Do you want to go back too before you left home? She smiled and replied, No, I have no regrets. I remember the happy times with the one I love. I have lived as if I do not exist in this house. Only when I leave here do I feel alive. That's enough. The smile on her lips gradually brightened and a look of happiness appeared. At that moment, I truly felt happy. And now I am happy because I have a child in my life. Sylvia lowered her eyes and continued. I'm very sorry, G. I am not a good mother. It's okay, everything's fine, you're okay. Don't worry. He looked at her and thought, even if others criticize your mother as selfish, you are an irreplaceable and precious mother to me. He looked at Sylvia's tearful face, moved by her emotion. The revenge will succeed once he helps her regain her rightful place as heir of the Richard family. A tear of happiness rolled down Sylvia's cheek as she couldn't hold back her tears. Jia-on was confused. Mother, why are you crying? It was already late at night when Jia-on stepped out of the room, sighing exhaustedly as his mother finally calmed down. He sat on the bed and started to talk to himself. I should check the progress of the fire ring and then go to sleep. The training session will start soon. He sat cross-legged and pressed his hands together. A stream of blue energy is emitted now. He quietly thinks it's fine, as the rotation speed of fire ring has increased after reaching 3 stars. If 3 stars already make it this fast, how much faster will it be in the intermediate stage? Suddenly, the small flame flared up fiercely, startling him slightly. A voice suddenly echoed, It's finally here. The flames grinned mischievously. Your rage has touched me, Spirit Flower Emperor, in the name of the second demon disciple of the demon realm. Rage, I will avenge you. Jia. On doesn't understand what is happening. What is this? The system suddenly appears. The mysterious power has been activated. The rage power has been established and rage has awakened. It stares intently at your body and soul. It wonders why there is a child here. Why are you so confused? What are you? It's just as confused as you are. I'm the one who should be asking that. Who are you? My anger is not something a mere brat like you can unleash. Its eyes are wide and cloudy. Then he corrected himself. No, it is you deep inside, hiding a very profound resentment. The Spirit Emperor crawled onto him. Fine, then offer your soul to me, and I will help you avenge the grudge you've long desired. Jia-onan wonders if Robert appeared out of his anger towards Drews before dying, but now it's too late. He looked at it and said directly, No, I don't need your help. I will take revenge myself. Is that hard to understand? It wraps around him as he ponders that he will never have a second chance and cannot let others take revenge for him. Then it says, I will be the one to take Drews' head. It spoke, Looks like you've got something mixed up, kid. It grinned and clarified. I'm not here to negotiate with you. It ignited a large flame and said, A Tinhua Emperor has made his decision. Jia. An looked confused, with a hint of worry on his face. He pats his shoulder gently, thinking to himself, What is this? Why does this flame feel so cold? Could it be that the flames are raging fiercely and saying in a terrifying way, You only need to sacrifice your body to me? Then it rushed wildly toward him. He was stunned and completely stiff, unable to react. The essence, Emperor's aura, continued to grow stronger, completely overwhelming Ra-on. At this moment, the glass of water on the bedside table gently cracked. He hugged his chest and his heavy body pondered. It's too cold. My body doesn't feel it. Even my mind feels like it's freezing. His elemental attribute is ice, not fire. The face of the divine essence, Emperor, gradually appears, speaking in a hypnotic voice. Think about him. Release your rage, even if they are gods. I, the essence Emperor, will end them. Your whole body trembles with cold and deep hatred inside. Only with water-resistant skills can I endure a little longer, but this attack is not just about affecting temperature. He feels a bit worried about facing this guy. A bad feeling arises, and he keeps provoking his anger. The Emperor's essence whispers in his ear, I'll smash his head, eat his flesh, drink his blood, surrender quickly, and offer your body to me. I think about my loved ones. If I give him this body, who knows what he will do to Sylvia and the servants. I would rather die than sacrifice my body to woe him. Emperor Spirit of Essence transforms back into a blue flame. If you unleash your fury and accept me, you will feel at ease. But you choose to continue struggling uselessly like this. I once didn't want to damage this body so I could use it later, but I think it wouldn't make any difference anyway. It keeps whispering in your ear that it won't hold back anymore and will just devour you whole. His face was filled with pain, as if his body was about to shatter. He clenched his teeth and endured, gripping his shoulders tightly. I'm reaching my limit. This body can't hold on much longer. If this keeps up, I'll die soon. I want to live. Suddenly he was startled, opened his eyes wide, then clasped his hands together and controlled the spiritual energy. If I can resist the ice aura thanks to the water resistance skill, then I might also endure the physical and mental pain when using the fire complete. If you want to live, this is the only way. At this moment, the fire and water skills merged together, creating a surprising floral crown. It looked confused. Huh? Are you angry and unable to believe the truth? I have just awakened. How could that happen? A puny human dares to challenge me. A determined look fills my face. I will take revenge myself. I refuse to let a wandering soul take over my body. Hearing this, the Spirit King was so angry he pinched his cheeks and shouted, "A restless spirit. How dare you call the demon lord of the demon world a restless spirit?" And he calmly replied, "Do you still dare to call yourself the demon lord when you haven't defeated me?" He keeps provoking it. Or is the demon lord truly dead? You should go away. It scowled. How dare you mock me? He sweat nervously, thinking that just now he said he only just woke up. Maybe that's why he couldn't use all his power. Suddenly, the system appeared, offering a support ability. What is this? Why all of a sudden? The Celestial Emperor shouted loudly upon recognizing it. It's my power, the status window. How do you have it? I'm a bit surprised that my stats are now clearly displayed. Jia-on asked curiously, what is the status window with the message? Does it have anything to do with you? The Emperor of Essence, though angry, still replied, of course it does. That system was created by itself. But do you know why you can use it? The more it talks, the more confusing it becomes. What is the system for? It seems like it's just playing with him, and with a dejected look it replies, I have no reason to tell you. I still asked, is this also to promote growth? Tenhua Emperor was surprised that he saw through it and stammered, how do you know? He looked calm on the surface, secretly thinking that he couldn't even control his emotions. No wonder he's so furious. He feels the flow of energy in his body connecting to the system. It's strange. The effect of the fire complete is even stronger than before, so it's all thanks to the system. The Essence, Emperor is gradually losing patience, shouting angrily, offer your body as a sacrifice and return the power to me. It speaks loudly and opens its mouth wide. Hurry up and give it back. It clings to his body. What do you think you're doing? On automatically crossed his arms, expressionless, and said, it's worth a try, even though I haven't used much mana for that punch. He crossed his arms and looked at the furious Tenhua De, thinking to himself, how can a human dare to treat me like this? Is he an invisible spirit? Then Aura won't be able to do anything to him either. He's been showing off all this time, but no one has appeared. He waved his hand to blow the flames away. Perhaps I am the only one who can see and feel him. Suddenly, he shouted and caught it off guard, a blue flame swirling around his wrist and instantly forming a ring with snowflake patterns. Jia-on looked at it with curiosity and said, this is the Emperor's essence, speaking from the ring. My seal has just been broken, but my power will return. When the time is right, you won't be able to stop me anymore. I will haunt you until you have no more anger or regret left. He frowned, feeling annoyed. He's really a nuisance. I truly want to kill him. He imagines Sivia sleeping peacefully, but if he forces him to part from himself, the system might disappear. And who knows what he will do to Sivia with Helen to force him to surrender. Jian held the bracelet close to his eye, inspecting it carefully, keeping him nearby for easier monitoring, trusting in his own ability to improve, hoping he could control him. Outside, it was late at night. The moon had risen high, and they were still arguing, somewhat unrelated, but in the end, they chose the floral bracelet, which didn't suit you at all. My personal preferences don't judge me. Got it? I don't care how thin I am. Finally, the new day begins, with the bones gradually dissolving into the clouds covering the towering hills. Helen is trying to comfort Sylvia. The young master will be fine. Sylvia was tense. I know, but suddenly, at this moment, Ji Onen's voice rang out. I'm ready. He steps off the elevator with a bright smile on his face. I'm heading to the training school, Helen reminds On to say, remember to be careful, young master, and don't push yourself too hard. I understand, Helen. Are you coming back? Miss Sylvia, seeing you see off the young master like that will make him feel hurt. Jia-on, travel safely and don't worry, as I told you. If it's too difficult, just let it go and don't push yourself too hard. He then left immediately, waving goodbye. Sylvia watched her son's back and asked, everything will be okay, right? Helen comforted her. The young master has improved a lot. He will get through the training and come back. Her eyes are full of sadness. Yes, he's much better than before. But this child, she recalls the past moments when Helen was trying to persuade her. Lady Sylvia, why is your writing this time so famously insightful on Z-Chat? With Jia Onen's efforts, he will succeed. Jia On embraces her and comforts her. That's right, Mother. I promised I wouldn't let myself get hurt. Right? Hearing these mature words from him, Sylvia shed tears of happiness and a little sadness. Don't worry, I will definitely keep my promise. Sylvia placed her hand on her chest, recalling Ji Onen's voice. Just trust me, I keep calling your name silently. Jia Onan. Seeing his back as he left, she couldn't hold back and cried, tremblingly. Come back safely. At Zik Chat, training program number 5. The academies are now getting to know each other. Which family do you come from? They probably aren't strict with the students, right? My parents told me I had to be in the top 10. Jia. An looked around and thought to himself, as rumored, there are really a lot of people here. He walks alone, ignoring the noisy children, not only those related to the training school but also those recommended by their clans. He continues to ponder Helen's words, as this year there are so many people that they even had to set up 6 training schools simultaneously. Suddenly, a few voices caught his attention. Aren't those his? Some people looked at him and whispered, Look at those tiny muscles. They probably shattered just by touching them. Someone as sickly as him probably only made it halfway and ran away, so why did he come here to show off? Not only that, but he's even scrutinizing the Celestial Emperor, and what's with that old floral bracelet from who knows when? So outdated. If Tin Hua Day hears this, he will be furious. What are you guys talking about? Stepped forward and insulted those 2 guys pointlessly. You blind fools, you nobles with eyes but can't see. The Supreme Emperor will crush your bones and tear out your eyes. Suddenly, Jia An spoke up. Why are you 2 discussing this? He looked at them directly and calmly said, You guys shouldn't speak ill of others behind their backs. The 2 of them were startled when they heard that. How dare you? It's obvious you're a troublemaker and forced to live in the annex building. The person is from an outside family, not a direct descendant. Hearing those words, he not only stayed calm but tilted his head and asked back, What status do you have to use the word judge when you yourself are only of a collateral lineage? It seems he hit their sore spot. The 2 of them were speechless. Isn't that term only used for opponents of lower status? A reckless guy rushed forward, grabbing his collar and throwing a punch. You're really something else. Jian's eyes lit up fiercely, his face terrifying, when suddenly a voice rang out, stopping him in his tracks. It was Bren from behind, saying, The training is about to start. What are you guys doing? Are you daring to tarnish the reputation of the rich Chat clan in front of outsiders? The 2 guys, seeing him, awkwardly scratched their heads and stammered. Ben, I'm sorry. He stepped in front of Jian, crossed his arms, and said, You also need to know your place. His face was extremely arrogant. You are just a tiny grain of sand that I can easily brush away. If you don't want to be kicked out of the annex building, then better mind your own business. Baron thought of the people in the annex and Gen Tai, who had already attracted all the attention of the clan school with the kid in front of him, but was using the situation instead of relying on his own true abilities. He clenched his teeth in anger, a rude person who had no right to attend the training but dared to do so. He turned his back and walked away, not forgetting to threaten. If you're not planning to join the training course, then get out of here right now, and if you are, stay out of my sight because you won't be able to pass this training at all, Jian replied calmly, surprising Bren. I've heard enough of your nonsense. It's time for you to be rebutted. Someone from a direct lineage, yet you hold no rank at all. Are you planning to kick me out of the building? Do you think you can do that when you're not even a student yet? At this point, he looked a bit dissatisfied and said, Oh, I guess you might have a chance to do that if you go crying and begging your father. Boren looked disgusted and said, A descendant of the system dares to do this. Just as the battle was about to begin, the nearby door suddenly swung open wide by Rimmer's alluring long leg. He seems excited about this, loudly saying, Wow, you're already fighting? I guess it's because you have the spirit of youth. Jia An immediately recognized that it was none other than Rimmer Kwang Kiem of the Re-Chat clan, who was said to have retired after his spiritual energy was damaged. Rimmer still smiling, he said, Why don't you continue fighting after the opening ceremony? Daeon's thoughts continued. Surprised to see him here, Boren saw him, then shrugged and turned away. He loudly greeted all the students. Welcome, everyone. I am the headmaster, and I will oversee your training. He smiles brightly and introduces himself, saying, My name is Rimmer. I look forward to a smooth cooperation. I heard there are up to 160 students participating in the training, but only 8 instructors. No matter how you look at it, there are too many students, so I will reduce that number through testing. With that, he said excitedly, actually only keeping a quarter of them. The people below were shocked. Only keeping that few people? No way. What is going on? The teacher is just sorting out the good and the bad. I just want to select a few outstanding people. Tin Hua Day got wind of it and got angry. You arrogant bastard! How dare you look down on the Supreme Flower Emperor? I'll tear that demon's ears off. He quickly grabbed the bracelet and left quietly. Reimer slumped into a chair and continued, In this training school, I am the law. If you have any complaints, just go see the clan leader. I'll start right away. His face was incredibly calm. Huh? What are you doing? Hurry up and run. They were confused and didn't understand what was happening. Hey, even though they didn't understand, everyone was running as fast as they could. With his cheers, endurance and willpower are the foundation of martial arts. Run several laps in the gym until I say stop, running at maximum speed. Tinhua Emperor muttered now. If you want to run, you have to go ahead. Why are you just staying behind? Why did he suddenly make me run? Jia. On runs lightly. This isn't a competition, so there's no need to surpass others. I think about Rimmer's personality and quietly consider that what Rimmer values is a person's potential and character. Among the students here, he seems to be the most special. He doesn't pay attention to superficial things. His face was covered in sweat, and his eyes were filled with determination. Those who can endure will pass this trial. I'm sure I'll hold on until the end. When I finally saw Bren and Runen, the others started paying attention to them. Young Master Bren and young Lady Runen are truly unmatched. They are discussing the two children, all doing very well, but those two still stand out the most. This isn't even their top speed yet. At that pace, they could run for hours, their faces flushed with exhaustion. At just 12 years old, have they already reached that level? Thinking about the future of these children, I can't help but feel cautious. And in the end, one of them finally took notice of Ji-onon. Is that little kid the boy from the rumor? Jia. On looks a bit unwell. He hugged his chest tiredly, which was no surprise. The boy couldn't keep up and kept falling behind. That child is sick. Running at that speed is already impressive. They kept talking without noticing that Ro was standing behind. The boy looks tired already, probably going to fail soon. Reimer smirked, a hint of amusement in his eyes, thinking to himself, this is interesting. Have I ever met a child like him before? I immediately thought of Glenn, thinking that only those whose potential we cannot see are the strongest because we can never truly understand their depth. Then I imagine how Baron and Runen will look when they grow up. I can see the traits and colors of those children, and know what kind of people they will become in the future. Reimer hesitated as he looked at Daeon's back. But why does On matter to him? Gon looked like a transparent object. I couldn't see any color. His face was full of delight, meaning the boy's potential was beyond my understanding, and I couldn't hold back my laughter. It's pretty amusing. The students keep teasing On because he can't seem to get ahead. See? It keeps acting arrogant and then ends up at the bottom. He should be grateful to be at the bottom. He's about to fail anyway. Seeing its clueless expression, I bet it won't last more than 10 minutes, and even you will be surprised. No way. I wonder if this specialized training is really that simple. It's just training. Why do they only make us run? He remembered the scene like a nightmare from his past life. In his previous life, they released monsters that had been starved for days. I have to run for my life to survive. I can't just run like this. Thinking of that, his face brightened with happiness. Is it too simple? All the students are trying to speed up to reach the finish line. Ji-on passes by at a steady pace, neither fast nor slow. He looks a bit panicked, wondering silently if that kid is okay. How can it still keep running? I thought Ji-on would be exhausted and gasping for breath by now. Its stamina should have been exhausted a long time ago. This goes beyond what people usually call perseverance or stubbornness. This kid should have no stamina left to drag himself forward. And suddenly I remembered the warriors I trained, whose incredible willpower could only exist in those who had trained tirelessly and faced death countless times. How can this kid have such a strong willpower? His face is full of interest as he says, Gao Nich Chat, it's really interesting. Boren was exhausted now and realized Joan was right behind him. He felt a bit angry and confused, wondering how he could still keep running. I was sure that he had no way to train his muscles. He remembered what the doctor said. According to the holy saint, Sylvia's son is most likely going to die, so forget about becoming a warrior. And he was even worse the last time I saw him. That was when BR secretly overheard Glenn's conversation. But how? He gritted his teeth in anger. They're all just so damn annoying. All right, I'll show them now. He activates his skill, unleashing a lightning-like beam that controls his aura. That we have a huge difference in skills, to the point where you want to give up everything and surrender. Boren sped up and left the others behind. Runen continues to run calmly, while On is slightly surprised with wide eyes, secretly thinking that for that noble guy, he's just a kid. Then he looked back at Runen. Psychologically, Runa is more mature than him. He keeps running with effort. We're not competing with each other in this test at all. This is a confrontation with oneself. There's no reason to be affected by him and disrupt your current rhythm. The sky is now covered with white clouds and the blinding sunlight shines down. Everyone was exhausted after running for so long, all of them panting heavily. One of them, a bit jealous, wiped sweat from his cheek and silently thought, damn it, what is this? How is he still able to keep running? I was sure people said he was sick. Does Jian even know what exhaustion is? He seems to be out of breath too, but he still tries to think to himself that stopping this nonsense is easy. I'm about to die from the coldness of my body now. My heart feels like it's burning with a blazing red flame, as if my heart and lungs are being squeezed tightly. But somehow, I can still extend my stamina by optimizing the use of the fire orb. Despite the fatigue, a smile still appears on his face. The only thing to be relieved about here is that the fire spirit is developing rapidly. I guess I need to give it my all so it can reach its maximum effect if I keep going like this. The Spirit King now mockingly says, "How pathetic you are. Although your body will be possessed by the Emperor of Essence, you're not only falling behind, but look at your disgusting state. It's grinning with a big blue flame. Give it to me. Hand over your body to the Emperor of Essence." Besides defeating that green-haired guy, his eyes widened slightly with difficulty, and he thought to himself, "Damn it, this is the worst time for this." It suddenly erupted and opened its mouth as if to swallow him whole. "I will make them completely paralyzed forever." His whole body now aches, as if an electric current is passing through it. He grits his teeth in pain, trying to encourage himself to endure. My senses are leaving me because of the rage. Sweat drips down my chin, my legs keep running, and my eyes are becoming dim. But I need to pretend that nothing has happened for as long as possible. I remind the Celestial Flower Emperor to stop your stupid tricks and stay quiet. That thing won't work on me. Don't make me laugh. How could you not be affected? No mortal in this world can withstand the wrath of the Celestial Emperor. He clutched his chest in contempt, determined to see how long he could endure it. Gon opened his mouth wider to swallow each breath, silently telling himself he had to withstand it. If I show weakness now, he can sense that if I let my guard down even for a second, he will take over my body and attack me fiercely. Seeing your stubbornness, the Emperor of Essence shouts, "Why is this stubborn fool? Why does the fury of the Celestial Emperor have no effect on you?" He staggered forward, his face grim. "It hurts so much. I feel like I'm about to die, and I can't even control my body anymore." His vision was narrowing, his sight fading, and he could barely breathe properly anymore. His eyes only flickered with a faint last glimmer. Was this the farthest he could reach? At this moment, the student spoke up. "Hey, you can stop now." Boren frowned. "You're so stubborn." Jian leaned on his knee, catching his breath, silently thinking he almost collapsed there, and this life wouldn't be easy either. Runan looked at him silently. The Spirit Emperor couldn't believe this. "He's truly a monster. How could you?" He smirked and replied, "That's why I told you that was useless. It doesn't work on me at all." He placed his hand on his chest, feeling the blazing fire, and quietly thought that, despite everything, it had clearly helped the growth of the fire core. Moreover, his body had also developed thanks to the status window. If he continued training like this, he was sure he could. Suddenly, he raised his head and froze. It turned out that the system interface appeared, the conditions had been met, pushing beyond the limits of his physical endurance, and his stats had been boosted. My strength has increased, my agility has increased, and my stamina has increased. Tin Huade was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. What is going on here? Why did it give you extra stats for overcoming the attack of the Emperor of Essence? Jian also couldn't hide his surprise, his eyes wide open, as Tin Huade's voice still echoed in his ears. "This is really ridiculous," Reimer then spoke. "Well done, everyone. We will end the test here," he continued, making everyone below tense. "And about what I told you before I ran, I didn't expect him to change his attitude 180 degrees. I was joking about eliminating everyone and only keeping a quarter of you. Everyone seems unhappy about it and is murmuring. What? You only ran your hardest because of that?" He calmly replied, "I would never eliminate that many students on the first day. They would never let me keep teaching if I did that. Moreover, I never said I would eliminate you after this test." Suddenly, his eyes turned sharp and cold. "But if you keep practicing like today, most of you will be eliminated." They all flinched at that. Reimer said as he walked away, clearly stating that I told you to run at full speed. However, none of the 160 of you ran at full speed all the way to the end except for one person. At this point, Bren suddenly felt a twinge, and some of you even resorted to using aura. Actually, what you do doesn't matter, because it's you who are taking the test, not me. However, you definitely won't fail the test as long as you follow my instructions carefully, so don't worry about that. Well, it's not easy to do either. Reimer, with his hand on his hip, continued, "You will become temporary recruits from this moment on. I will remove the word temporary if you can pass the test within the next 6 months. He smiled brightly and added, "And by the way, I am also planning to select a top rookie, but I won't rank you. The sky is clear now, and I still have much to say. Well, you will have the chance to experience the finest luxury accommodations prepared by the family. Oh, there's also an indoor training ground on the left side, so you can go check it out. For now, everything ends here." The forest is vast with many ancient trees. Reimer walks with his hands in his pockets and then speaks, "I have a guest waiting at my dreamstone, my lord. That person is none other than Glenn. How did everything turn out?" You shouldn't be the one asking me that, should you? You've already seen everything since you came all the way here. He talks about Ben and Runen. You also know how good I am at judging others. As expected, Boren and Runen have extraordinary talent, and the other children also have the potential to become the pillars of the family in the future. He crossed his arms and said vaguely. However, he then straightforwardly said, I didn't see anything from Rayon at all. He continued, I don't understand how that kid could keep running at the end. He should have run out of stamina long ago. This is the first time I've seen something like this since I last saw you, my lord. Reimer leaned against the rock and laughed, saying that a day had been truly boring since my new energy was depleted. But I have a feeling this will be interesting, Glenn Buddha said as he put on his key cloak. You're the one demanding to become a trainer for those new recruits. He just walked away, his voice still echoing. Your job is not to find joy, but to raise the children into warriors of the rich Chat clan. He replied, of course. My lord. Then he shared his thoughts, and moreover, I feel like I could entrust my future to one of those rookies. Green knew what Rammer was implying. He obviously doesn't believe that. It's just a coincidence. That kid is unlikely to become a warrior. He didn't reply and just let him leave. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. You know that's not the truth. Jian sighed tiredly and said, the basic training is over. Let's go back to the training school. Tin Huadi muttered. Why is that little brat so mean about all that stuff? The other students looked at him with hatred, which was really unreasonable. They are in the wolf cooking room together. Unless he's up to something, there's no way he could have lasted this long. You're right, I've definitely heard about his illness before. Gren crossed his arms and confidently said, it must be because of the elixir. Then he fabricated a story. I heard that the Saint of Wrath once gave it to him. Huh? Did he really do that? The two of them were so shocked they believed it instantly. So he managed to escape using the power of the elixir. So you're still pretending to be very talented for lasting until the end. The shameless bastard. Gren tilted his head and muttered, should I teach that arrogant bastard a lesson? And then he did it? Jia-on was thrown against a tree, painfully. He asked confusedly, why did you suddenly do that? He laughed and replied, oh, you don't know? The two accomplices pointed at his face and shouted, you got abandoned by the legitimate lineage but still dare to boast, when all you did was rely on some lucky fairy potion you managed to get. Without that holy fairy medicine, there's no way you'd be running like this today. He remained silent, used to those insults. How dare you play those tricks on us? People from the collateral line have no special powers. He silently thought, kids will always be kids. This ridiculous reason, they're just warming up their bones. Don't worry, we're only bringing you out here to talk. That's right, we're just here to have a little chat with you. Gren is the first name. He cracked his knuckles and said, don't worry, this kind of thing happens all the time. He grinned mischievously and threw a punch forward. You heard the teacher say it, right? We need to exchange and learn from each other, and you, the Celestial Emperor, look down on him. My master endured such treatment without even being upset, even though it wasn't something truly painful, and suddenly threw a punch just before Gren could do anything. The two guys were so shocked their eyes widened and their mouths dropped open. Every moment seemed to slow down as he gradually leaned back. Even the Celestial Emperor was surprised by this. They run over to Kryn, worried. Are they talking? Yeah, you're right. Jianen's face now looks terrifying. His hand appears with prominent veins, so talk with your fists. Seeing this, the other guy rushes forward slowly, but of course he easily dodges it like eating cake. Then he delivered a painful kick to his stomach, as if sending him to meet his father. The other guy, confused about what his teammate was doing, asked, what are you doing? He blamed him for losing, but before he could finish his sentence, Jian delivered a painful punch to his face. And, not stopping there, he kicked Kran so hard that his eyes widened in shock. The Supreme Flower Emperor couldn't believe his eyes, his face lighting up. You just punched him. This scene really only happens once in 1,000 years. Ji-on keeps punching another guy, and in the end all you hear is the sound of flesh hitting flesh. I don't know how much time has passed, but a bruised face guy crawled up, and they were all lying on the ground, begging. Stop. I can't breathe anymore. We're sorry. Please stop. He doesn't care about the noise and stomps on his hand. A cry of pain escapes. He leaned down with a smirk and said, before everything ends, I have a question for you. Gren looked pale. Okay. Hearing that question, he panicked. Who was the one who urged you to do this? It has to be Bren, right? He's the one who told the truth. No, we didn't hide him doing it. Bren is not involved in this. I can't quite believe what I'm hearing. I thought you didn't like me, but maybe you're not that mean after all. Then I ask, are you guys going to tell the others about our talk today? Gren seems to understand, and trembling with fear, he replied, of course not. Jia-on grabbed his hair, his face terrifying and threatening. Fine. If you don't want to keep talking tomorrow, then stay away from me tomorrow. His eyes were filled with fear. "We won't bother you anymore." "We were wrong. If you understand the order, then leave." Unexpectedly, Raymer was watching everything from behind the tree. He happily thought to himself, "What a beautiful scene. It's like witnessing the young lord in his youth. The boy's bloodline is real, and he also has martial talent." He muttered to himself, "A warm gem among the most talented people. I am really looking forward to that spot." Is the kid chatting there? It is now midnight. The moon and countless stars illuminate the sky. Dawn is in the room, and the system has met the required conditions. Nongno was very pleased with your reaction and quickly gained 1 point. Tin Huade was so angry, he flew into a rage. "What is this? Did you get points for pleasing the Supreme Essence Emperor? This system is pretty crazy." He calmly said, "You created it, so how come you don't know?" "Of course, I've never tested this system on anyone else before. This is because you stole it from the Emperor's essence." His reaction was very calm as he slowly stood up. "Oh, I see. That only makes it more annoying for him. You ungrateful brat." It keeps glaring at me with a low growl, then reluctantly says, "I have a suggestion for you." Jia-an is confused. A suggestion? The essence. Emperor makes a strange request. Bet with the Essence Emperor. If you win, I will give you attribute points. But if you lose, you must accept my fury. Immediately, the system appears. Anger proposes a bet with you. The condition is to pass the official student exam, aiming for first place to succeed, with all stats increased by 2 and receiving any attribute if you fail. Create 10 points of anger emotion. Jia-an asked, "Do you mean achieving first place in the competition to become an official student that Raymer mentioned?" He replied, "Yes. He said there would be a clear top result." He asked again, "What does any attribute mean?" It replies, "One of the attributes of the Celestial Emperor will be bestowed upon you, of course at a lower level to suit someone ordinary like you." He still seems curious. Then just one more question. What happens if you fail to generate 10 points of anger? The spirit of the Supreme Emperor once again explained to you that, as shown in the text, you will receive the emotion of fury, which is a trait of the Supreme Emperor. It grinned and said that the anger passed on by the Supreme Emperor isn't anything special. But if you hold on to that fury, you'll lose control over your own emotions. The image of Jia-an losing control appears before your eyes, as if he has become someone else, no matter how strong your willpower is. He looked at it thoughtfully, so that was his true intention. Then he raised his coffee cup to drink. Observing how he behaved like a trustworthy person, I don't think he's lying. He even answered very sincerely. He thought about this for a long time, like tasting the forbidden fruit. Compared to the reward, the risk of failure was quite small. Maybe this is the poisoned apple I have to eat. For someone like me who is ill, becoming top of the class will be very difficult. But I am someone who has already been resurrected. Jia-an extended his hand and said, "The conditions are not bad. Fine, I accept." The essence of the Emperor's eyes lit up. "Very well." A blue flame appears and surrounds his hand. The system notifies you that you have accepted the bet on wrath. He silently reminds himself that if he leverages his past life experience, he will never lose. Outside the city, the sun is now shining warmly. A trainee lies exhausted on the ground, sweat pouring down their face as they sit there complaining tiredly. "My legs are about to explode. I can't stand up anymore. I've been running out of breath all morning, and now this." Remember Raymer smiling as he assigned the students their task. What you are doing now is the stance of standing guard. Even though it's just a riding stance, don't underestimate it. The students are in pain, while I stand to the side smiling and saying, "This is a basic martial arts stance that everyone must practice. Hold that position until I tell you to stop. I'm going to sleep now, and I will remind you many times. Oh, of course it's not mandatory either, so let me remind you, you are resting, not me." One side shouted in anger, "It's too hard, I can't do it anymore." "When will we get to learn swordsmanship?" another helplessly said. "Just leave. You've only been running and standing still so far." Boren walks by and says, "Well then, stop complaining. Basic training is over. Go practice, because we're only learning the basics. Your swordsmanship will wear down." The Supreme Emperor watched them leave with a hint of regret. "They've gone." He asked, "Are they going to train swordsmanship and you're not coming?" Jia-an replied honestly, "I don't need to go right now." With this poor skill, practicing swordsmanship would just be a waste of time. He continued to focus on physical training, because what he needed now wasn't a sword but a solid foundation of strength and stamina. He wants to balance his ice and fire skills. Currently, because of the ice curse, his physical strength is much weaker than others. For growth and training, a solid foundation is always the most important. Sweat continuously drips down his chin. He is focused on pranking, so now I have to concentrate on strengthening my body more than anything else. Finally, he stands up, and at this moment, there is a shadowy figure standing outside. It turns out that was Runen. She silently thought that his name was Jason Zik Chat. She looked at him and assessed, he's really improving quickly. His weight has become heavier than yesterday. I'm sure I heard that he was sick. She stood there lost in thought. But day after day, he was able to lift heavier weights. It's clear that only through diligent training could he lift heavier. Jia-an is already lifting weights in his mind, but increasing it every day like that is just unreasonable. How can he add 10 kilograms of weight in a week? She wondered, maybe it's because he's different. Why would a patient be so persistent? Finally, he decided to go inside, muttering his name to himself. Jia-an was surprised. She walks up to An, convinced that this guy has something. He looks up in confusion. Runen Suan, I ask, why are you here? You two just keep staring at each other face to face for a long time. Jia. An wonders silently, what is happening with this child's development? Runen said nothing, just staring intently at her as he slowly approached, making him feel suspicious. They sat silently beside each other, feeling a bit awkward. Jia-an didn't have time to understand what was happening before Runen leaned back and started lifting weights. He also stopped paying attention and got up to walk somewhere else. Who would have thought that Renan would follow behind him and mimic whatever Gon was doing? While working out, he kept glancing over at you, and as he trained, Runen kept marveling. Sure enough, it's the same scent as before. After the refreshing aroma from An's skin earlier, my body feels lighter after smelling that scent. Thanks to it, I can lift heavier weights than last time. Just as I was thinking, Jia-on's call pulled me back to reality. No. Hearing that, Jia-on didn't ask any more questions and just went back to training, but his face was still full of confusion. Seeing him leave, Runen thought to himself, Ja-on-zagat, I will need to follow you a little longer. So after that, Runen kept close behind like a tail next to Jia-on. Whatever he practices, she practices too. Not long after, a group of students suddenly entered, led by Beaton, who saw Runen trailing behind On, and a student following Beaton angrily said, Van Nan is following that guy again, and what's so interesting about him hanging out with someone who was kicked out of the main bloodline? At this point, Beaton also spoke up, holding a wooden stick in his hand. Useless, just repeating simple health exercises that are pointless. Basically, Jia-on lacks strength, so he needs those simple drills, but no matter how hard he tries, he doesn't stand a chance against us. I don't know what the test is about, but at least it's good preparation for that day. If it's just to develop my own martial arts, continuing sword training should be fine. Then he told the other students and turned to leave. Let's go. Don't worry about that useless guy. The results will speak for themselves on the test day. Lord Jia-on. Hello, I'm Dorian. May I train with you guys? He was excited and wanted to ask Jia-on for guidance on the proper training stance. Jia-on glanced and replied, Well, I don't really care about that. Thank you. Well, even if it's not much. After finishing speaking, Dorian put his hand in his pocket to find something. He took out a cookie and offered it to Jia-on, saying, Take this and eat it. It's really good. I'm fine, so take it back. Jia-on was about to refuse when his eyes caught something, and he glanced at Runen. In front of him was her eager face, hoping to get the cookie. It seems she really wants this cookie, with that sparkling face. Jia. An was a bit speechless and handed the cookie to Runen. He sighed in exasperation, now with a stranger beside him. So, after that, Dorian began training under the guidance and help of both Joan and Runen. Time kept passing by, and the three of Jia-on's group continued to train diligently. It has been 6 months since they started practicing. While training, Jia. An thought about dedicating each day to pushing life to the edge between living and dying. The obstacles from those blocking his path during his early training days were no longer visible, only breath reaching the depths of his windpipe, focusing solely on the two people in front of him. And then finally the time passed and the exam morning arrived. Outside the arena, many people had come to cheer on the students. Suddenly a voice echoed, Thank you all for coming. As the guardians of the contestants this time, please follow the marked instructions and move in order. This way, Manhwa Dealer. It reminds Jia-onan. Jia-onan J is watching. I wonder if anyone still remembers the bet with the Celestial Emperor. He smiled slyly. In the end, you still can't surpass those two. So get ready to accept Manhwa Dealer's wrath. Jia-on waved his hand to deny it. Well, all the tests are different, so nothing can be predicted in advance. You suddenly turn around and speak to Dorian, speechless. More importantly, Dorian, what are you doing down there? No, I was just a little too nervous because today is the exam day. Ha ha, as long as I breathe out, even the weakest among us can do it. Runen stands beside Daeon and calls out to Gon, then hands him a cookie. Eat this cookie. Gon raised his hand to stop. No, I don't. Oh, after finishing, he looked up and saw Beaton glaring at him with a murderous look. Jia-on. helpless in front of those around him, wondered why there were people like them so close to him. "Right now in the stands," Sylvia happily said. "Helen, look over there. Our Gon is standing confidently." Helen nodded happily in agreement. Of course, he has endured 6 months of intense training. Seeing Jia-an talking with 2 other students, Sylvia seemed reassured. It seems our Jia-an also has friends now. With his personality, it's only natural. Young Master Jia-an has never once complained because he is still young and considerate. Making friends with everyone, I am so proud of him. Sylvia smiles happily. Suddenly, everything around falls silent as she looks in one direction, and a man steps in. The crowd gasps in surprise, whispering, "The clan leader is coming in." "Chief, is the chief actually coming to see this himself?" The person entering is Chief Glenn Jigat. "Didn't he used to come and see for himself before?" Reimer asked in surprise. "Hey, what is the chief doing here?" Glenn was confused by everyone's exaggerated reaction. "This is an event that will shape the future of the clan. Your reactions make it seem like this is a place I shouldn't be in." Reimer shyly laughed and said, "Ha ha, of course not. Welcome, sir." Then he declared, "Well, since the clan leader is here, we won't beat around the bush anymore. We will immediately start the official internship selection test. So, ladies and gentlemen, everyone here at Gigas, the criteria you are all curious about will now be revealed. Through my pressure, this is today's test." As soon as the words were spoken, Rammer unleashed his pressure in all directions, explaining the details of today's test. Pressure is simply something inseparable from a warrior's life. This test will assess how well you can handle it. Suddenly, someone spoke up in protest. "Wait a moment," I object. "It's not long since the kids learned aura, so why are they being tested on pressure already?" As a result, many others also spoke up. In fact, there are still children who haven't learned aura yet. A pressure test is just too unfair. Not to mention some kids saying that all you did in this class was sleep. "What kind of test is this?" Reimer sighed and explained. "Pressure is not just about mana application. True pressure is the level of spiritual power a warrior has built up through their achievements. It is proof that a warrior can demonstrate their skill without needing aura. Some still refuse to believe and try to argue. You're talking about that, but he hasn't finished speaking when a voice suddenly rings out. He's not wrong. That guy was stunned to see the Lord speaking to him. "My lord?" Glenn continued, saying that only someone who has lived and trained in a certain way can truly grasp pressure. Hearing this, Reimer seemed pleased and smiled. He continued, "Even someone without aura can possess immense pressure depending on the difficulty of their perseverance." Reimer cheerfully praised, "Truly, my lord, you really understand everything." He turned to everyone and said, "So that's how it is. I believe no one here has any objections to the test anymore, right? So let's ignore the troublemakers and start the test now. Arunan Sulian. The pressure I am about to unleash will be at a level you can overcome if you give your all during this training. If you can withstand the pressure and touch me, you will pass." With that, Reimer smirked and gradually released his pressure on Runan. "The test begins now." Immediately, a powerful force surged toward Runan, causing her to cry out. Reimer continued to explain the test. "You will fail immediately if you use aura to resist this pressure. I want you to pass this test with the willpower you have built up through training so far." Runan grit her teeth and pushed herself forward with all her might. Then she caught Rimmer's arm. "I can see the sweet fruit of your hard work. I want you to keep moving forward with that determination. Now it's Dorian's turn." Dorian was startled when called up, trembling and opening his mouth wide. "Wow, what kind of ranking is this?" Reimer nonchalantly said, "I'll rank however I want, so get up and come out." Dorian had no choice but to step forward slowly. "You saw what Runan did before you, right? I want you to use the willpower you've built up during training to overcome the wall of pressure I create." Dorian worries. "You think I can do it? I'm quite notorious for having no willpower at all." Reimer immediately releases his pressure. "Well, if you don't have it, I'll just beat you down." "It's simple." Doria was quickly overwhelmed by the pressure. "You clenched your teeth, trying not to fall." Outside, Jia-an was a bit surprised, analyzing that the level of pressure the teacher releases is adjusted depending on the target. So he's really been observing each of them in detail, adjusting the pressure based on their levels and how much they've trained. Rimmer. Meanwhile, Dorian has overcome the pressure and touched Rimmer. He smiled and said, "See? All you had to do was come here while Kumhara. You passed, Dorian, but you still lack confidence in your own skills. I advise you to hold your head high and face it from now on." Seeing Dorian vomit out of fear, RER immediately called the next person. "Well, I think you've heard enough. All right. Next person." Time keeps passing quickly and the last few people are about to come. "Next." Eden confidently replied, "Yes." Seeing that he was ready, Dreamer said, "Let's start right now." As before, he also released pressure onto Ben. Feeling the relentless pressure pushing me back, Beaton clenched his teeth and thought, "Is he trying to make me reach him while enduring this?" It's completely different from what I saw outside. How could Runan possibly overcome this? His whole body is trembling under the pressure, unable to move forward. I can't move forward even a single step anymore. At this moment, Burden's whole body collapsed. Seeing that, Rammer also spoke up. Surely you have a talent that surpasses everyone else. Only a handful of the 160 students here can stand up to you. But like the others, you have wasted your time following me. What's the point of honing your swordsmanship when you lack a goal? What you should be doing isn't just practicing your sword skills, but training your body and willpower. You always rely on your aura when things get tough. If you use it now, you'll fail immediately. Raymer's words made Beaton realize that he couldn't fail here. There's no way I can forget what happened back then. At the moment my father refused to let my brother in, I could never forget his cold, piercing eyes. If I can't get through this, I will be cast aside too. Thinking that, he was determined, trying his best to stand up and move towards Rimmer. Rimmer, satisfied, said, "You passed." He gently reminds Burden that he's still just a 12-year-old kid. I want you to stop pretending to be an adult and train at a pace suitable for your age. If the only thing you do is look ahead, you won't notice the thorns piercing through your feet. Reimer stops, turns to where An is finally sitting. An calmly and gently steps forward. "Yes, I am the last one. Are you ready?" "Gia." An confidently replied, "Of course." As usual, Reimer said, "Then let's begin." And with that, the pressures also spread out. But this time, unlike before, Reimer kept releasing pressure that made it stronger and stronger. Seeing Ji-on struggling under such immense pressure, Sivia shouted in worry, "Gyeon!" Glenn was also amazed by the pressure being released. What kind of crazy pressure is this? Yet Ji-on still stands calmly in front of that huge pressure as if nothing is happening. "You asked, is this really a test for me?" Reimer excitedly said, "I don't know either. But your talent is definitely superior to Beaton and Jia-ong. Try to handle this." After finishing, Greer also released an even greater pressure than before. Now the family was beginning to struggle. The spiritual level isn't something stored in the body, it belongs to the realm of the soul. And right now, I not only have the spiritual level of Jeongat, but also the level from my past life as an assassin. Then he stepped forward with his foot, and Rammer was a bit surprised. Can it really withstand this much pressure? Glenn's face also shows shock. It's hard to accept reality. How could you? This is really absurd. Right now, this is something that should go beyond the limits of impossibility. As Reimer's thoughts just ended, An had already reached him. Seeing the situation, everyone was wide-eyed in amazement. "Has the test ended yet?" The students around, stunned and unable to believe it, said, "Did he just pass through that pressure? No way. Did he really break through? That kid, a destructive one with no aura, how could he do it?" Reimer also couldn't believe it and asked, "What are you doing? I've been watching you train for 6 months. I am Jia An. I asked because you have done better than everything I have taught you over the past 6 months. The teacher created the pressure beyond your ability. He intentionally caused trouble, but I didn't expect you to be able to break through it." Jia An immediately made a gesture as if explaining, while Reimer initially didn't understand, with a puzzled expression. Suddenly, he seemed to realize the meaning behind Gon's actions. "I see." He laughed and said, "Ha ha 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 ha. It seems the headmaster has lost focus. Gononjigas is the last candidate. The official selection process has ended. I will now announce the top students you are curious about." Dreamer's words made everyone present feel tense. The top student of training school number 5 is Jaon Jigit. In the stands, Sivia and Helen listened, overwhelmed with emotion. "Our Ji-on has taken first place, Mrs. Svia. Ji-on has done it. Everyone around is still talking about this result. I can't believe Jia-ong is the top student. If he managed to overcome that pressure, then he must be strong. But how did he surpass young Master Beaton?" Suddenly Beaton shouted in protest, "I don't accept it. This isn't right." "You're lying," Reimer wondered. "What are you talking about? When it comes to endurance, strength, and talent, Jia-on is inferior to me. I won't accept someone like him taking first place. It's obvious he's cheating. It's obvious he's cheating." Beaton's words made those around doubt the manipulated results. It does seem plausible that he remains at the top, despite being involved in the conspiracy. "I heard he doesn't even have an aura, or maybe he bribed the teachers. If the rumors about Teacher Dreamer are true, then that seems to be the case." Beaton continued, "We are all warriors of the Jot clan. Instead of a single match, I think we should have a confrontation to decide who is the true one." Hearing that, Reimer smiled and looked at him. He asked if you really desired the position of top student that much. "Burdenjess? No, that's not it." That question made Beaton blush shyly and deny it. "Oh no, that's not it." Reimer turned to ask General, "Unfortunately, the test is already over." "Chief, what do you think I should do now?" The chief thought for a moment before speaking. "Gongas, it seems the others don't accept this result. Do you want to fight Beaton? Hearing the clan leader's question, Baiden looked smugly at Da'an. But who would have expected Ji-onan to honestly say no? In front of everyone's surprise, the test is over, the results are in. So why bother fighting him without any benefit? Then Ji-an turned to Baiden and said that you always speak confidently and uphold your honor. I didn't think you would lose so badly. Your words make Baiden angry, that damn bastard. The clan leader spoke. Then let's do that. Fight for the top student position. If you win, I will give you a bronze card. Ji-an was surprised by that condition, and thought to himself that the Jaz clan would award gold, silver, or bronze cards based on each person's achievements, with each card corresponding to a different reward, even if it was just a bronze card, but since it was directly given by the clan leader, he was sure he would get something decent. It seemed he wasn't very pleased that he was ranked first either. I understand. Then let's begin. This time it will decide the most talented student. This is a one-round, one-on-one duel. Anyone using aura or weapons will be disqualified. Only body techniques are allowed. After hearing the rules, An and Baiden stepped in to prepare for battle. All right, let's begin. As Reimer's words finished, Baiden charged directly at An with lightning speed, but he quickly dodged. Then Baiden launched a series of rapid attacks. Jian is also continuously dodging those attacks. This is the hidden tiger fist that my father personally taught me, and since there are no rules prohibiting the use of martial arts, this is not against the rules. Seeing Jian being overwhelmed by Baiden, the students kept praising him. As expected of the Baiden heir, that kid over there can't even move. While fighting Baiden, I thought to myself, a weaker person from a subordinate lineage. Do you dare to target my top student position? At this moment, Burden suddenly remembered the past. Forget it. Baiden Jig clan doesn't need weaklings. Don't disappoint me. Burden Jat father is watching. I have to prove myself. I can't lose to someone like you here. Despite Baiden's continuous attacks, Ji-onan easily dodges them all. I can see everything from his fists to his rhythm. Every strike is crystal clear before my eyes. At this moment, Baiden shouted at Gon, "Are you giving up yet?" "Gaon Jigit, I will finish you with this move." Why should I give up? Then he clenched his fists and threw a punch at Baiden, but Gon was stronger. Baiden took the punch directly to the stomach and was knocked back. He shouted in panic, "What is this, man?" Seeing this, everyone around was stunned. No way. That's the Kuet Ho Quien? How is that possible? Boding, after taking a punch, collapsed onto the arena floor, panting heavily, and asked in disbelief, "Ji-onan, how do you know the Void Lake Fist?" Ji-on calmly replied, "You showed me, I just copied your martial art." Are they saying he just used the Quiet Ho Quien? This is really impossible. How could he possibly use the Quiet Ho Quien? Could it be that it was secretly passed down to him? If not, then how? This is truly impossible. Watching Baiden fall to Gon, Reimer was just as surprised. This kid really has talent. He was able to neutralize the whirl of the Hollow Tiger Fist by creating a technique with an opposing vortex. Just knowing the opponent's martial arts direction is enough to be called a genius, but he can turn that into his own skill. This is the kind of talent that can stand at the top of this continent. This is what the Jigot family has been searching for, a prodigious talent. Concluding his thoughts, Reimer announced the result. I believe this match is over. As everyone has seen, the result is quite clear. The winner is Onon Jigot. With this, today's test has come to an end. Sylvia then ran down from the stands and quickly approached Gon. She happily hugs him and gently strokes his head. Both Sylvia and Helen burst with joy at Gon's victory, smiling warmly at him. The Spirit Emperor flew after saying, "I am hungry. Let's go home now." At Runan's place, his father was so happy he hugged him and cried while Baiden was taken outside by a butler. Baiden saw something that made him both worried and sad. Among the crowd, he saw his father looking at him, but then his father turned and walked away. This made him feel disappointed. That evening, at the Ben family estate, his father called him into the study for a talk. He turned his back to you and coldly said, "Burden." Quickly reply, "Yes, sir." "Do you remember what I told you?" "Did." "I tell you to return to the rank of the top rookie and never lose to anyone that's not too much to ask." "I told you to defeat the Sulian Wenchva family. After trampling on that bastard, return to your position as the leader of the class. Forget about the WCH family. Did you lose to that trash that was cast out of the clan? Are you trying to make me a joke, or what?" Baiden's father kept scolding him. "Are you asking Baden, or do you want your fate to be like those two brothers of yours?" Baiden nervously replied, "No, sir. I've already ruined my first chance. They will choose the class leader after grading the students at the end of the graduation ceremony. Make sure you give me that position back." And then he ordered Baiden to leave the room. "Go now?" he said. He said sadly, "Yes." As Baiden left, he thought about his father's words. If you still want to live under the Jig family, don't fail this final opportunity. He angrily slammed into the wall. Damn it all. It's all because of that cursed bastard. I can't believe all this is happening because of that damn bastard. How did everything turn out like this? I will train harder so I never lose again. Suddenly, Beaton stopped. The training room was in front of him, so why did he come here? Did I come to this place unconsciously while lost in thought? You pushed the door open, looked around the gym, and saw no one here. Is it because the test just ended? Beaton was about to train, but suddenly noticed the locker. You noticed the drawer labeled with Onon's name, and out of curiosity, you go and open that cabinet. If I just take a quick look, it should be fine. Right? That's right. I'm not stealing anything, I'm just looking. What's in front of Beaton that leaves him a bit stunned? What is this? What's up with these shoes? Just a rough count shows there are over 1,000 pairs here. Did he really walk through all of this in just 6 months? I've only had to change my shoes twice. Beaton was amazed at the number of shoes in the house and then thought to himself. But it seems he has found the answer. That's right, now I remember. He's always training, while I keep neglecting the basics and just swinging my sword to show off to others. It's funny how I can relax comfortably in my own room while he exudes the best of the Jasot family. Yet I do the complete opposite. Beaton felt ashamed as he looked around the training room, then put Jia-on's shoes back in their place and left. It seemed like he had silently made a decision in his mind. The scene shifts to Jia-on's place, where the Emperor of Essence is still marveling non-stop. Oh my god, I can't believe it. I've lived for hundreds of years and I've never met anyone like you. What are you? Who knows? You can think whatever you like. First, tell me what this ability is, Jia-onan said as he opened his status window to check. You won the bet with Rage and the reward will be given to the winner. All skill points increase by 2. Those possessed by Thin No will gain a random ability, a 1-star intuition ability created by Hoa Tuyet. Seeing Jion's skill gaining the Emperor's essence through Snowflower's intuitive ability, you received a superlative power far beyond your mediocrity. This ability can expand a person's awareness range. It's only 1 star now, but it can still increase by about 10%. The Emperor's essence allows me to perceive 10 times more than before. Hearing that, Jia-on was stunned. Really? That's great then. But you wonder why it's called Snowflake's Intuition? Titch named it that way. Does it sound bad? Jia-on looks disapproving. No matter what you think, you're still terrible at naming things, huh? You can say that too. The next morning, the steward suddenly came to see Jia-on. The head of the clan summoned him to speak with the young master. Sivia was shocked. Did he really practice? Did Jia-on do something wrong? The butler smiled reassuringly and said, "Ha ha, young lady, don't worry." He explained, "The head of the clan just wants to personally give the token to the young master." Later, Jia-on was in front of the clan leader, kneeling to pay his respects. Green spoke, "I may not like it, but I will keep my promise." "Yes, chief." The butler immediately hands the bronze token to Jion. Jionja, as promised, you will be granted a bronze token. Later, when you return it, you will receive a reward or a privilege in return. Jia-on looked at the bronze token thoughtfully, then suddenly made a request on the spot. "So I have a request right now, Saivia Jigit. What should I do to regain the position my mother once held?" Jia-on asked. Your words surprised Glenn a little. He said, "The original position. You mean her place in the direct lineage?" "Yes, that's right, Jia-on thought to himself. It seems that suddenly he has become more agreeable. What is going on here? The clan leader immediately provided an answer. A success. If you achieve a feat recognized by the entire clan, it's possible, but it's not that simple. Getting others' recognition is as hard as plucking stars from the sky. Almost impossible, especially for a kid like you. Hearing this, Jia-on smiled and said, "But you said it's still possible." Then he left the metal card back in its place, to the butler's astonishment. "Well then, thank you for your answer, clan leader." Then he turned to leave, but Jia-on had only taken a few steps when the chief stopped him. "Wait," Delin said. "I haven't asked about my reward yet. It's just a simple question, no need for a token. I can still give you an answer." Jia-on felt a bit skeptical about life after hearing that. "Huh? I never expected to hear these words from the Destroyer King of the Four Directions. Tell me what you desire." Jia-on clenched his fists and made up his mind. "So I thought of something I need the most, and then I made my request. I want to learn a cultivation technique. That will be taught to you by the trainers at the start of basic training. You need a better spiritual energy cultivation technique than the one learned during basic training. Please grant me a cultivation technique worthy of this badge. My previous dark spiritual energy cultivation method is not enough. To restore Sylvia's position and behead Dearest, I need a more powerful aura than this." Glenn asked again, "So you want the proper cultivation technique?" Then he snapped his fingers and understood something. One side of the shelf next to Jia-on opened up. From then on, the bookshelves appeared around him. Seeing what was before his eyes, Jia-on was stunned. This is one of the Jot family's bookshelves. If you place your hand on the center, the book you need will appear immediately. Ah, I see now. Then I will place my hand in the center. It just needs something better than the dark energy cultivation technique. Hopefully something useful will appear. A book from the bookshelf. Shovos leaves its spot and flies over to him. What is this old, tattered book? Seeing the book Ji-onan is holding, both Glyn and the butler stare in shock. What is this? How did I get this book? The 10,000 Fires Cultivation. Ji-on also struggled to understand as he flipped through the book. What kind of technique is this? But as soon as you just touched it, a strange light emanated from the book. So the pages in the book kept flying out and surrounding him. Ji-on was surprised but absorbed what was in the book. Does the current situation make Glenn remember the past? Do you think Sylvia was shunned by the people in the family? It's not something I need to know. The prosperity of the family is the top priority right now. Go do something else. Did Sylvia get close to another man and leave home? Don't bother me with those petty things. After days of only thinking about the family and pushing aside my feelings, I've built an army capable of breaking through the demon wall. My family is growing stronger, so what have I lost? Sir, there is news that your son-in-law and granddaughter have been attacked. The attacker seems to be a twin demon that Lady Sylvia investigated. Lady Sylvia appears to be unharmed, but the other two died on the spot. Report, because the attack was too sudden, it was impossible. The clan head is truly pitiful, I finally feel again. But nothing can go back to the way it was. So Ji-on, even if I am hated by Khan and Sylvia, this time I have to protect you. Back to reality. Ji-on is now constantly surprised, thinking about what just happened. What is this? My body and mind are being pulled along by them. Suddenly, the voice of the clan leader interrupted his thoughts. Ji-onon Jat, what did you just do? Ji-onan said, just as confused. I don't know anymore. I only remember the cultivation manual disappearing from my hand. What is the name of the book? It is Manhwa Tuluyan. Manhwa Tuluyan, you must face the eternal flames. You have memorized the entire Manhwa Tuluyan. Glenn Jaggett suddenly stood up and asked in surprise. You say you remember the content? The family responds with a confident reply. Yes, sir. Hearing that, he nodded slightly and said, I understand. All right then. The commanding tone of his voice continues to resonate. You have received your reward for the bronze token. Now go home. This made Ji-on a bit confused, but he still calmly replied yes. Then he took the bronze badge and left under the watchful eyes of Glenn Jig and the steward Len. The two watched Ji-on until his figure disappeared completely behind the door. Immediately after, Len spoke out his guess. Could it be that the cultivation technique young Master Ji-onan received was met with a confirming response from the other person? That's right. Glenn Jigas closed his eyes and gently leaned back against the chair behind him. He continued in a deep voice. It is the cultivation technique of the first clan leader, and as he spoke, he couldn't hide his astonishment. In the history of the Higat clan, no one could extract or read that cultivation technique. I never expected the boy to learn the 10,000 fire cultivation technique. Hearing that, the steward worriedly said, If this gets out, young Master Ji-on and Miss Sylvia could be in danger. Glenn naturally considered this possibility, smiled confidently, and assured him, no one knows about the 10,000 fire cultivation technique. When Ji-on stepped out of the door, suddenly a book inside the study room had disappeared. This made Len suspicious, and he exclaimed, What do we do now that the book is gone? Lowen calmly explained, It's okay, it has already been passed on to someone else. Standing before hundreds of cultivation manuals, he said quietly, After all, no one can learn the 10,000 fire cultivation technique. If I don't pass it to the boy, it will just fade away. A glimmer of hope appeared on his face. I have a feeling. The image of Ji-onan training appears, accompanied by Glenn's commanding voice echoing softly. The future will bring a new breeze. Ji-on sits on the bed in a training posture, his mind constantly pondering. This whole thing just feels too strange. Why did he give me this? Not to mention the silver token. Even the gold card isn't enough to exchange for this cultivation technique. He closed his eyes and began to enter a state of training again. This thing is no less than the fire completion. I have to learn it properly first. In the spiritual space, Ji-on slowly steps closer to the flame. He reached out his hand to touch it, but just as he was about to succeed, the flame suddenly vanished quickly. This made Ji-onan frown in disappointment, feeling discouraged that he had failed again. Ji-on looked dejectedly at his hand, trying many times but finding it hard to gather spiritual energy. He didn't expect to master this high-level cultivation technique in just one attempt. But suddenly, the Emperor of Essence spoke in a tone that sounded quite sarcastic. Seems you're having a hard time, huh? He continued. You should use all your strength and be careful. If someone disturbs your cultivation, it could cause big trouble. Just touching the technique and ending up crippled would be very sad. Hearing that, Ji-on couldn't help but furrow his brow and glance at this annoying guy. What is he planning? Anger is justified. Ji-on An couldn't help but imagine the scene of himself being countered with his power, constantly thinking about the myriad of fire cultivation techniques, absorbing natural energy and accumulating spiritual energy within his mind. If I get interrupted at a critical moment, the mana flow or the mind field could be severed and I would become disabled, which is even more dangerous for me because my demonic path contains ice energy. After thinking, he responded to the Spirit King, "Yeah, if you already know, then don't interfere." But he just sneered with a mocking smile. I wonder what will happen next. Wait, don't say anything. As Ji-on suspected, the Spirit Flower Emperor sneered with a dangerous tone and said, "Just once. Let me interrupt you once while you're training." Ji-on was speechless in the face of his demonic aura. Even if you have a crippled body, it wouldn't be any happier, right? But he only nodded tremblingly and replied, "It's okay," he continued. "You're a human, so you just can't surpass me. But even if your limbs are torn apart or your energy core explodes, I, the Celestial Emperor, can restore everything. When you become disabled and give up everything, that is the best opportunity for me, the Celestial Emperor, to strike." I see, you only say it once, right? I am very much looking forward to seeing what move you make this time. Hearing the human say such challenging words, the Emperor of Essence grew even more smug and snorted. "You're blowing your own horn again. Be afraid every day because you never know when I, the Emperor of Radiant Flowers, will strike." He kept thinking, he's a demon from the demon world, always ready to possess his body whenever he gets the chance. And he is the embodiment of rage. He sighed tiredly, thinking that his silence meant he had given up, but now he has to be on guard against him again. All right, let's leave it for now. I need to handle something more urgent first. Tinhua Emperor asked, "So you're finally going to deal with her?" Jia-an replied, "Yeah, it can't be a coincidence. She comes here every night." Both of them moved toward the window and looked down. I have to deal with her now. It's been a while since I last did this old job. Outside the building by the river, a woman dressed as a maid is secretly doing something. The maid from Judy's building carefully writes a secret report on a piece of paper, whispering to herself, "I have nothing to report except that he keeps muttering to himself. But this time I really have something to report." Remembering what happened a few hours ago, she couldn't help but be amazed. Who would have thought he could acquire such a high-level cultivation technique with just that bronze token? Judy remembered watching him train and the intense flow of mana as he cultivated spiritual energy. It's unbelievable that her hand kept writing. This is truly important information for the Central Martial Palace. After finishing writing, she carefully folded the paper and thought, because it was an order, I had to do it. But he's just a child and doesn't know how long he can fool him. Then she gently let the secret letter sink below the water and sat watching it drift away. As soon as she saw the secret letter had floated a certain distance, Judy let out a soft sigh. Just as she was about to turn back, a knife was already pressed against her neck, accompanied by a deadly warning. "If you dare to speak, I will kill you." The owner of the knife continues to threaten. "If you move, you will also die." With a cold voice, he ordered Judiel, lowering his gaze and looking down at the lake. Faced with this hidden danger, Judy had no choice but to obey, her mind racing wildly. Who is he? She lowered her gaze, sweat beginning to bead on her forehead. Who could be emitting such deadly aura? As soon as she recognized the familiar face reflected on the water, Judy couldn't help but be surprised. "Jianjas, how does this kid manage to follow me?" As if reading her thoughts, Jia-an simply explained, "Since returning to this secondary building, I have sensed your scrutinizing gaze. So, have you gotten any information yet?" This made Judiel even more suspicious. No way. Does he already know everything? Remembering the days of silently observing the target, even though I was very careful, I was detected long ago. And Judy kept feeling lost. I thought I left no trace at all, so he just pretended not to see it? Why? Suddenly, Ji-an demanded that she open her mouth. Judy tremblingly obeyed. At that moment, Ji-an immediately pushed something into her mouth. She was forced to swallow the strange object, choking and feeling nauseous, her mouth constantly moaning until she had to kneel and vomit. As she struggled to get the strange thing out of her mouth, Jia-an calmly picked up the paper that hadn't yet been fully swallowed. "I can't read the contents of this letter. This kind of paper needs a special method to read it correctly, right?" Jia-an asked coldly, word by word. Water, earth, fire, sunlight. Sunlight. As soon as Oni, meaning the moon, appeared, Judiel's face showed an unmistakable look of confusion. She stammered, How did you know?" Gon responded to her by revealing the contents of the Arisjig secret letter. Upon reading this, Karunjigi immediately confirmed it was Karunjigi's order, making Judiel even more astonished and stunned. Seeing Jia-onen's expressionless face, Judiel lost her composure and thought, "No, this can't be right. My expressions are flawless. I have spent years training to become a skilled spy. Only reading my own expressions, he can't possibly read that much." Suddenly, she remembered what Jia-an had just put in her mouth. Wait, I can't let this happen. The pain writhing in my body means he can easily read my thoughts now. The more she thought about it, the more she trembled. There was only one possible explanation for this. The image of the deadly insect she had just swallowed flashed in her mind, causing Judiel to faint in shock. Could it be the blood insect? The scene shifts to the confrontation between Judiel and Karanjigas, where he orders her to infiltrate the auxiliary building and send me all the information about Joan and Sylvia. He emphasized that if I completed this mission well, I would be rewarded with that person. Returning to reality, the maid spy nervously knelt and asked Jian, "You already fed me the cuckoo insect, didn't you?" Hearing that, Jian was momentarily surprised and asked back, "Do you also know about the cuckoo wasp?" Then his voice became amused. "It's surprising that you know about the bloodworm." As soon as she received that confirmation, a wave of nausea hit, causing Judiel to immediately lean back, clutching her chest as she inserted it into her target's body. Can the poisoner detect not only their location but also their thoughts? The insect swarm is one of the most terrifying curses in this world. The assassin can kill the target at any moment with excruciating pain. That expression, without a doubt, is definitely a curse. Jia-an coldly spoke, noticing her look of pain and fear, and said, "You sent this letter to Karen Jigat, so you must be an agent sent by the martial arts temple. And this mission must have started 7 months ago. After the judgment ceremony, you investigated thoroughly, right?" You hold the paper and smirk, saying, "Not only me, but my mother Helen and all the other maids." Judiel's expression grows even paler. "I thought this would be a simple mission." In her mind, Karen's orders and directives kept flashing. "Just gathering information about the child and the disabled Sylvia, I thought I could complete the mission easily, but there is a monster living in this auxiliary building." Threatened by the presence of what she calls the monster, Judiel hurriedly begged, "I will change the content, I will report false information." But Jia-an's side simply dismissively brushed it off, saying, "Forget it. Even if you change the intelligence reports, Kar will find out about me anyway," adding another comment that crushed her pride. "It only makes him realize how useless you are." Suddenly, Jia-an suddenly pressed his face close to Judy's, his blood-red eyes wide with hostility, mockingly gazing at his trembling prey. Then he ordered, "From now on, you will be a double-agent snake." He continued, "You will report to him any information he will soon discover, hiding important details and not revealing anything to anyone. On the contrary, you must bring me valuable information from his side." After hearing that, Judy was trembling and simply obeyed. "All right, I will do as you command." Hearing this response, Jia-an nodded in satisfaction. Finally, he sat up and walked away, smiling goodbye before leaving. "See you next time." His voice echoed everywhere, enough for Judiel, still recovering mentally, to hear. "I hope to receive useful information." On the way back to the bedroom, Emperor Tin Hua curiously asked, "Why were you able to summon the berserk insect?" "I didn't bother using that disgusting thing. I gave her a poison pill that caused her temporary intense pain." The Emperor of Prosperity was even more amazed. "Wait, so you could read her thoughts just now?" Song Jia-an calmly explained to him, "You can rely on other factors to probe others, things they can't see, but I can." The Emperor of Bloom was stunned by Jia-an's answer. He muttered, "This is the real demon." A few days later, while Jia-an was still immersed in training, the day to return to the training camp arrived. Throughout that time, despite his relentless efforts, Jia-an still couldn't create an aura until the day of departure. At the training school, the lively chatter never stopped, and the atmosphere was especially bustling. Jia-an quietly observes that 42 people have passed. Only a quarter of the original number remain. He recalls the lively face of that teacher, Dreamer, who was indeed very strict about results. A sudden voice rang out, "Jia-an!" Hearing someone call out to Jia-an, she turned around and recognized it was Runan. Runan slowly approached him, then stood facing Daon, making him a bit confused about her expression. Runan kept staring at him like that, as if she wanted to say something. A small memory of her surfaced. "So, young master, An helped our daughter with her training?" That was from a few days ago at the Sulian estate. At that moment, Runan was focused on her dessert when her mother asked her, so she simply replied, "Yes." Your mother continued to ask, "Have you greeted him and said thank you yet?" Lunan immediately responded, "When he gives you snacks," she continued. "So what about when he helps you practice?" Hearing that, Runan pondered for a moment, then innocently said, "No." This made her mother a bit curious. "What's wrong?" Runan replied very obediently. Her father told her not to initiate conversations with boys, and her mother's expression immediately darkened. "Oh, I understand now?" Then her mother seriously re-educated her daughter on proper manners. "Runan, expressing gratitude is not about gender." She continued, "If you receive help, you must always respect and be grateful to them. That's just common courtesy." Hearing this, Runan's face unusually blushed, and her mother continued to remind her, Remember? Don't forget it. Returning to reality, Runan mustered all her courage and said to Jia-on, "Thank you. You made him unusually flustered." Tinhua Emperor was also quite puzzled and asked, why did she suddenly say thank you? But actually, I don't know either, and awkwardly replied, "I don't know. How would I know?" After successfully saying thank you, Runan proudly gives herself a like, just as an excited voice rings out. "Young Master Jia-on." Dorian hurried over, still talking despite being out of breath. "Young Master, how are you doing? I thought I was going to die. When I was just a trainee, I already felt like I was about to die. As soon as I finished the first sentence, die." He kept rambling on, so I can't imagine how much harder it will be now that I've become an official student. I keep having those nightmares. Last night I kept tossing and turning and couldn't sleep. I was just afraid I wouldn't be able to do it. And by the way, I really made the Imperial Flower put on a face of evaluation. You talk so much, Dorian keeps talking nonstop. But I am very happy, because the young master is actually the top student. When Bren, the young master, is the leader, I didn't even have time to finish my sentence before Bren's face, which looked like he had just been slapped with a bucket of cold water, suddenly appeared behind Dorian, causing him to panic and shout loudly. Dorian was so scared he collapsed to the ground, ready for Bren's anger, but it seemed he didn't really care. Baron slowly approached and stood facing him with the same cold expression as before. The two of them continued to stare at each other for a while without saying a word, until Bren suddenly bowed perfectly and said, "I apologize. I admit my defeat last week, and let everyone see my embarrassing side. However, I will not give up. My gaze becomes extremely determined. No matter how hard I try, I will stand confidently in front of you." Then he turned and left, still saying, "I will not retreat nor give up." Emperor Tinhua and Jia-on watched Bren leave with complicated feelings. Jia-on sighed softly, surprised that a 13-year-old could admit his mistakes, truly the upbringing of a noble family. But it seemed that the Emperor of Essence was still upset about the previous incident, which made him look extremely irritable. He'd already been beaten once, but still didn't know his place. Hurry and follow him and gouge out his eyes. Jia-on just sighed and offered comfort. "That's good enough. Calm down already. This monster still won't admit defeat and keeps shouting, 'Who cares about that anyway?'" At that moment, Reimer's voice rang out, apologizing for being late. He chuckled nervously and said, "I overslept because I had a little drink yesterday. Have you all rested well? First, I congratulate you on becoming official students. We will start official training from today onwards." Jia-on listened carefully as he spoke about the overall plan, just like last time. From now on, there will be a few additional training programs added. Reimer begins to explain the lessons. On the first day, we will learn about the method of cultivating spiritual energy, when suddenly a loud noise rang out, causing everyone to look towards the source of the sound. She is a girl with long black hair, wearing cold-resistant sleeves, looking at the crowd in front of her. After successfully opening the door, she curses in frustration. "Damn it, the door just wouldn't open. I almost got into trouble." Doria recognized the furious person and stammered in fear. "You must be the one then," said Rimmer's calm voice. "You're finally here. Everyone pay attention. He is not the instructor guiding her, but she is the student who failed last time." Then he said, "From now on, everyone will train together, so let's all say hello to your friends." The girl spoke first, looking very confident as she introduced herself. "I am Matha Jigat." The direct lineage of Matha Jigas suddenly let out a sigh, clearly not very friendly. Reimer, still smiling, continued, "She may look that way, but she's a very kind girl." But Reimer's words were immediately cut off by Matha. First, Matha stepped forward, standing between the new students and asking who the leader was. Jia-on didn't react, simply listening quietly as Matha rambled on. "I can't let someone of a lower rank stand above me like that. I need to find out who the bastard is holding that position." Her expression turned defiant. "Come out here and let's fight." Matha keeps moving among the students, trying to find her target, her mouth challenging. "Why not just fight right now?" Jia-on looked annoyed and whispered to the Emperor of the Brilliant Flower. "Is there a problem with the feng shui? Why do I keep getting involved with these people?" Finally, he calmly stepped forward and said clearly, "I am Ji-onon Jigat. I am the top student." Matha immediately sneered, showing contempt as she coldly looked down and commented, "You don't look like a top student at all, do you?" "All right then." Maha then clenched her fists and prepared to fight. "No need to talk much, a fight will tell everything." Suddenly, Ben criticized her way of acting. "Matha Jigas, why are you so rude?" A surge of anger flared up, and Matha started to get snappy. Is this punk talking back to a senior like that? Then she approached and looked at Bren with a gaze that seemed ready to hit him. But he was unfazed and simply narrowed his eyes, meeting her gaze. Matha warns him that if he keeps spouting such nonsense, he will die immediately. "You'd better choose your words carefully next time," Bren's sharp reply to her. So Gigas is recognized as the top student in front of the Lord and the trainers. Are you implying you doubt their decision? Hearing that, her expression suddenly turned mocking. I thought you would make a fuss over that. Is that not the case? She continued. That's why I did it? Boren replied seriously, still unmoved. I don't want to see my embarrassing self again. Hearing this conversation, Ji-onan was very surprised. Bren has really changed. Suddenly, Junan appeared out of nowhere to shield Ji-onan, surprising both him and the Tinhua Emperor. Runan spread his arms in a protective gesture towards Gon and shouted to keep them away. Step back! Seeing Ji-onan being protected by these two, Matha chuckled mockingly and said with disdain, Well, isn't that something? Indeed, a beautiful friendship. Is it like a torn leaf wrapping a tattered one? Then she turned and walked away. If I keep doing this, I suppose I would be the one at fault. All right, I'll be the villain then. Suddenly, a mysterious smile appeared on Matha's face. But you know I really do. Right after that, she suddenly sped up and charged at Dain, speaking with a harsh tone, really hating cowards who hide behind others. They are even more pitiful than the arrogant ones, and this clearly surprised Runan and Baron with Matha's unexpected attack. She swung a fist wrapped in magic towards Daon, but he easily dodged her surprise attack and even blocked and nullified it, leaving Matha completely unable to believe that Ji-onan could handle her attack so effortlessly. Before she could recover, Ji-onan threw a punch back at her. Although Matha dodged directly, the force of the punch pushed them apart, creating some distance. Seeing the battle, Bren couldn't help but be surprised and exclaimed out loud. Meanwhile, Teacher Dreamer seemed to be enjoying himself as he smiled and watched the two of them. Matha was clearly stunned by this punch, as if she had lost all faith and let out a sigh. Her anger and desire to win are starting to make her lose her mind. Matha trembles as she laughs loudly. How ridiculous! She's starting to lose control. Each kick she delivered sank deep into the ground, her threatening tone echoing. Matha raised one hand, ready to strike again, her mouth still taunting. Don't think walking away will solve everything. Suddenly, Raimo from behind grabs Matha's hand. A calm voice says, That's enough. She suddenly glanced at the teacher. When did he get here? Raymer looks down at this strict student from above and begins to take on the demeanor of a teacher. Matha, it seems you look down on me too much. Even if you think the teacher is lenient, don't act as if he's invisible. Despite Matha's efforts to break free from the hold, Reimer continued to teach steadily. Boren and Runan probably have already learned spiritual energy, but Daon hasn't. Don't you think winning with that advantage isn't worth a little happiness? Finally, he let go and said with a smile, I'll let you fight Daon freely after he learns spiritual energy. As for Matt, he angrily pushed Reimer's hand away and said resentfully, I was about to stop too. Reimer was already used to Matha's blunt attitude. He smiled and then pointed in one direction, saying, Return to your position? Ji-onan. Ji-on nodded immediately. Yes. Immediately after, the Emperor of the Spirit Realm shouted, What are you doing? How dare you let that brat attack me? You should tear her apart and imprison her in ice for 1,000 years. Ji-on calmly replied, I already fought back, but it only made this monster angrier. How can that be enough? You have to make her head come off her body. But he firmly said, No, not yet. Tinhua Emperor looked disappointedly at Ji-on's scheming expression. It's better to fight to take something from her. Lure her with this top student title. Ji-onan followed R-E-R inside and said to the person standing close to him, Just keep driving. Next time I'll show you a real show. Inside the building, all 42 students were training intensely. After a while, Raymer nodded in satisfaction and reminded everyone, All right, everyone take a 10-minute break. Boren quickly drinks a lot of water to recharge. After replenishing his energy, he silently thinks, just as he expected, It's not easy at all. Since I have already learned the 2-star advanced mastery, it's not too difficult for me. But reaching 3 stars requires Yun Nan to combine many different advanced techniques. Then Bren turned his gaze towards Gon. But what about Ji-onan? He? At this moment, Ji-onan is still persistently training. Bren silently assessed, even though he had only been at it for a month. Bren also thought that it would take him a month to learn the broken fist technique. He only learned swordsmanship at the same time as me. Watching Jayen's precise movements, I can't help but marvel. It seems I'm not the only one feeling the pressure from his progress, his gaze fixed on the person frantically training beside him. Are you also being chased by him? Matha Jigat was hit right in the heart. She gasped for breath, stopped her movements, and started cursing. Damn it. Matha kept panting and thinking with an unimpressed look. Gonzagat, even though this is his first time learning martial arts, how could he improve so quickly? Matha compared and thought that he didn't look like he had learned before like Bren or Runan, and his body wasn't normal either, so there was still bandages inside. How could he train all day with that body? The more she thought, the more jealous she became. Grinding her teeth, she couldn't fall behind. Matha remembered those praises and praised herself. My talent is formidable. That's what everyone says about me. She recalls her past. Since being adopted by the Jig family, she has always been a hunter. I surpass all direct and collateral lines. What are those guys? Always bragging about being geniuses or whatever. Matha sneered and mocked as they despair. Matha keeps insisting that I am the genius. I am the best. That was once who I was. But Matha's current situation has been turned upside down, and she knows this very well. She gritted her teeth and thought, but now I am very worried I can't control myself anymore. Late at night, the close butler to Maha had been waiting for her for a long time. He respectfully bowed his head to her. You performed very well today, Lady Matha. Don't worry, miss. What do you mean by that? As I said, because he has shown his good side, people have forgotten, but young Master On will not stand a chance against him, miss. Hearing that, Matha furrowed her brows and asked back, He will never defeat me, her voice full of doubt. What basis do you have to say that? The butler smiled mysteriously and said, Because young Master Jia On is critically weak and he cannot overcome it. Jia On is still persevering in training, gripping the sword with great strength and meeting the standard. Sweat has soaked Gon's hair. Although tired, his swordsmanship skills are improving more and more. A student approached another and asked, I want to ask you about this, but the other student immediately told him to observe and learn. He looked at the stance, but that student seemed shy, so he immediately refused. No, I can't ask him. I was surprised to hear the other student reply, but his swordsmanship is really good. With a slap, Matha's applause echoed, and she wore an enigmatic smile, praising him well done. Matha, with a voice that couldn't be more genuine, commented on Gon's skill. I didn't expect that in such a short time you could have trained alongside me. You're even better than a genius, you learn so quickly. Suddenly, her professional smile returned to her usual smile. But as expected, the rest of the words are all bitter insults meant to provoke On. With such weak mana sensing ability, no matter how much you train, it's useless. It's a pity. Matha's voice was loud enough for everyone in the training room to hear. Maybe at least you could become a swordsmanship trainer. Everyone fell silent after this conversation. Even Rimmer, sensing the awkward atmosphere, Matha arrogantly thought no one was saying anything. As I suspected, she kept criticizing Jia On, and no one thought that this fool still hadn't mastered aura after 4 months. Everything started from a conversation between Matha and her butler, who said that young Master Jia On had no talent for aura at all. After hearing this, Matha was stunned with her mouth agape. Seeing the young lady's surprise, he quickly explained, probably because she doesn't know that this happened after she was adopted. But at the evaluation ceremony, Jia On's mana sensitivity was the lowest. His voice was steady. The only one who hasn't learned aura in the 5th training hall is young Master Jia On. Hui Truongdong will only help him achieve a basic or slightly better training method. Just slightly better than everyone's basic Black Lin training method. He continued, but he still hasn't mastered any method, so the results of the evaluation ceremony are probably accurate. He might be the best at swordsmanship and fighting, but without using aura, he can't become a true martial artist. Hearing this, Matha's expression shifted from surprise to excitement. Then finally, she burst out laughing. Remembering the past, Matha smugly stroked her hair, still angry about losing to that guy. She smirked, but that guy wasn't even worth bothering with. Her train of thought was interrupted by Runan's deadly glare. Seeing Runan staring at her as if he wanted to say something, Matha coldly asked, Do you want to say something to me? Runan ordered. Go on, make Matha seem quite interested. Oh, is that all? Runa frowned and repeated, Go on. Matha's face suddenly shows a teasing smile as she purrs, I'm leaving now. Before she departs, she smugly boasts, I still have to attend the main factions class. In the evening inside the training room, Jia An sat resting on a bench, with 2 empty water bottles at his feet. He sighed tiredly and wiped his sweat with a towel. Today I think that's enough. Then he smiled happily, feeling truly joyful. A fragment of my past life memory appears on the battlefield, where I didn't learn martial arts but survival and killing. Only my assassination skills improved, and I couldn't learn anything else. I keep discovering new things, and I never expected I would enjoy developing myself through martial arts this much. Suddenly, Tinhua Emperor angrily shouted, Are you awake yet? I can't believe you just stood there silently when you were humiliated. Jia An, hearing that, asked curiously, Yes, I was humiliated. Emperor Tinhua was stunned and said sharply, That little girl with black hair keeps talking behind your back. But Jia An replied indifferently, So, that's how it is? I wasn't listening. I was too focused. The smoke monster roared through its nose. You need to pay more attention. If she said that about me, I would have frozen her into ice already. With such harsh words, Jia An calmly replied, I already said fighting her now wouldn't benefit us. I can easily defeat her even without the 10,000 fire techniques. Before he could finish speaking, An saw that Runen had been waiting for him behind the door for a long time. He briefly called her name, Runen. He continued, "Why are you standing there?" Then she handed it to him and told him to eat. An took it and felt the warmth of the cake in his hand. "It's cold, what is this?" Runen saw that he hesitated and immediately ordered, "Eat." An nodded blankly. "Oh, okay." As I was about to put the cake in my mouth, I briefly thought that as an assassin, I shouldn't eat what others give me. But since the cake has successfully been put into his mouth, he probably won't poison me. The flavor of the cake begins to spread. An was quite surprised by this flavor, while Manhwa Day already showed an extremely delighted and excited expression, saying, "What is this? I've never tasted anything this sweet in the demon world, and it's cold too." "What is this?" Runen asked. asked. "How do you find it?" An nodded and said, "Delicious. So good," while the Empress of Essence kept circling around, clearly loving this new taste. "More? I want to eat more," Runen replied. It was the ice cream ball. Then she left, and An hurriedly called out, Hey, wait, Manhwa Day is even more urgent. Give me one more, then I'll go." Seeing Runen had already left, he muttered dejectedly, "She's so strange. Why didn't she give me one more?" And Jianan was thinking about something else. Was he worried about me? He remembered that Runen liked sweets like a kid. It seemed there were only 4 of these. He guesses she probably left one for him. She must have been struggling with her feelings a lot. Thinking of that, An smiles and sighs. But what does it matter to me? As he was leaving, he said, I should repay her kindness later. Emperor Manhwa still remembered the sweet taste from earlier and cheerfully said, "Then ask her for one more piece." At the annex building, An announced, "I am back," and immediately a group of servants warmly came to greet him. An has been waiting for a long time. "Why is it taking so long for you to come back?" An replied softly, "It's only been a week." The servant then asked, "Are you hungry? I'll do something to get you something to eat." An immediately refused. "No, I don't." But before he could finish speaking, the servant's voice hurriedly ordered the others, "Hurry up." After a while, Judy handed Gon her secret report and said, "This is the report I will send to the mid-level martial arts hall." Gon asked, "What did they say?" Judy stammered, "Nothing much." Then she continued, "They ordered me to investigate more thoroughly because your swordsmanship and combat skills are advancing too quickly, but it seems they're no longer interested since you can't use aura." Gon immediately asked another question, "And what about Mother?" "I think they're less interested in Lady Sivia now. She guessed they would send me back soon like this." Hearing that, An frowned. "I can't let her go yet. I still need to use her." Judy hesitantly said, Onan shot a quick glance, signaling her to speak quickly. Judy immediately asked, "Do you intentionally refuse to learn aura?" An suddenly smiled a deadly smile. "Who knows?" he asked softly. "What do you think?" An's threatening aura immediately made her tremble in fear. "It's nothing. I apologize for asking such an inappropriate question." An smiled and then gave the order. "All right, go outside now," Judel whispered. "Yes," Emperor Manhwa said with a frown. "They actually think you deliberately refuse to learn." An replied calmly. "Taking advantage of the situation and environment for your own benefit is very clever." Emperor Manhwa asked him curiously, "Why is it so hard for you to practice aura? I've never been like that before." An smiled and replied, "I don't know, so let's go train." It made him so stunned he said it again. He kept reminding him, "This guy should go to sleep." An just told him, "You have to keep training." The scene appears after he opens the door, catching An a bit off guard. It turns out she had been waiting outside all along. An softly called Trainer Rimmer. Hearing that, he happily turned to look at him. "Oh, you can't sleep?" An asked casually. "Why are you here?" Reimer stepped forward, nodding, and said, "I am here to teach you." Then he placed a hand on your shoulder and said, "I will help you discover your attribute." "I thought you would teach me about attributes or something. Why are we taking a walk like this now?" Reimer smiled and shook his head, saying, "Don't complain anymore. Just wait and see. I might be a little lazy, but I'm still an excellent teacher." Gon looked around curiously and asked, "How do you plan to teach me about mana attributes here?" Reimer just smiled and looked at him. He reminisced about his impression of An, which he still couldn't forget. The first time he saw her practicing her technique. Reimer described it as a flame as hot as magma. He commented that it was completely different from normal training techniques. Reimer thought that she had tried to adapt to the coldness of her body along with the flames instead of eliminating them directly from her mana flow. He imagines how he would be pleased if his family could truly master this technique. After a moment of reflection, Rimmer gently sighs and then says, "That should be enough." In the middle of the forest, "Why are you here?" Reimer suddenly swung his hand, creating a gust of wind that blew against Dayan. Reimer explained, "I want to create a wind sword to protect my lord, what you are seeing now." Then he began to create a stronger wind, even able to see the elemental colors within it. The wind he chose. Dayan opened his eyes wide, feeling the sensation on his hand. Reimer softly said, "You were right to weaken it so you could get used to it, but you seem not to be afraid at all. I'm not a child at all." Then he coldly said, "I have felt this wind since I was born because I am an elf, but you are a human. Your mana flow is filled with cold air, so it will be more difficult for you." Reimer said there are many types of warm, cold, or sharp winds. Then he reached up to the sky and said that he wanted a wind sword that could cut through anything. Finally, he proudly declared that he had achieved it. Then he told Jia that he must find his own thing. "Think about the fire you want to obtain." Suddenly, Ji-on spoke up. "This is the north. Unless you set fire to this forest, you won't be able to see the proper flames." Reimer smiled teasingly, saying if that's the case, we'd be beheaded right away. He looked back at On with a pleased expression and said, "But there's a place that's perfect for you." After a while, the master and disciple arrived at a blacksmith's forge. "Hey, old man, I'm here." The old man replied in a deep voice, "I don't even know why the fire is bad, so it's you." Reimer crossed his arms and smiled awkwardly. "It seems like we're going to fail again tonight." Ra'an, curious, asks, "Where are we?" "This is the place with the hottest and brightest fire in the north. I also added a charcoal forge." The old man inside the forge asked Rimmer, "What did you bring this time?" Rimmer shook his head and said, "Hey, it's the master's grandson." But he didn't seem to care and replied, "I am just a retired old man, unless the master comes here himself." I was suddenly surprised. "Wow, fire?" He looked at the raging flames before him and marveled, "Is this really fire?" He remembers that in his previous life he saw countless flames, fires he created himself, high-level fire magic cast by mages, and so on. He looks at the current flames as if they are these fires. Gon feels the heat, the image, the flames. He begins to focus, visualizing the fire he wants to create. Just as his hand was about to grasp it, the flame disappeared. Jia. On silently felt disappointed. He's turned down the fire a bit. "My name is Van Kan." Old man Van Kan reminded him, "If you want to be polite, you can go somewhere else." Jia was extremely surprised to hear that name. Van Kan looked at the old man and remembered a famous artisan known worldwide for his craftsmanship. "Is it really Van Kanen?" Ji-onan thought. "You created Glenn Jiggett's true heaven sword, but he disappeared 30 years ago. So he's here after all." Ji-onan immediately encounters the polite person who greets him. "Nice to meet you." "I am Ji-onan Jiggat." Van Kan softly asked, "Did you tell him about me?" Reimer immediately shook his head, denying it. Then Reimer turned to explain to Ji-onan that the old man was an artisan from Jiggat who had retired. "Yes, he is a retired artisan, but he has been watching the fire here for 10 years. Reimer continued, "He keeps an eye on this fire all year round so that the children don't see the proper fire elsewhere." Then Reimer asked, "Can you help me with something?" Van Kan hesitated for a moment before replying, "Why don't you go to those blacksmiths?" The Dreamer Master then said, "There are too many eyes and ears there. I don't want others to see this training before he's skilled enough." Hearing that, Van Kan asked curiously, "What do you mean?" Rimmer replied, "Because Gon is Sylvia's son." This time, Van Kan turned to look at Ji-onan. Ji-on quickly seized the opportunity and sincerely said, "I won't bother you, please let me feel this flame." Van Kan stared at him for a moment, then replied, "I am making charcoal." While Ji-on was confused, Van Kan continued, "Gold coal produces a much stronger fire than white or black coal. I've been doing this here for 10 years. Then he said, "If you don't bother me, do whatever you want." Upon receiving Van Kan's permission, On happily stepped out, excitedly expressing his gratitude to him. Then Reimer and Van Kan went outside the forge, leaving On's body inside alone. Reimer stood beside him, praising, "You're truly kind. I didn't expect you to accept so easily." Then Reimer friendly placed his hand on his shoulder and said, "If you treat him well, I'll bring you some good wine." But Van Kan's answer surprised Dreamer very much. Not because of him. Van Kan explained that the flames in the furnace flared up fiercely when that child entered, so intensely that they broke the coal underneath, and he concluded that the child had the ability to control fire. He muttered, "If it is him." Van Kan smiled, thinking it could make my dream come true. Jia-on has been visiting the forge for 7 months, contemplating the image of the flame he wants to possess. Jia-on sits quietly, murmuring to himself, "I understand fire now. the image of a fireball bursting up. Jia-on slowly approached and touched it, his mind constantly thinking. People say that fire is the most terrifying and powerful element, but if you can control it, that's a different story. A fire that has been tamed stronger than any element, and the ultimate cultivation technique has been awakened. He suddenly remembered Rimmer's teachings. Imagine the image of the fire you want to have. So Jia-onan muttered again, image, the image of the fire I need. He remembers Qin's enemy, wanting to slit their throats to help Sylvia gain the main lineage title. The path to his goal is now shrouded in darkness, with nothing visible. The torch lighting the way, the fire defeating the monsters, a persistent flame, emitting a beautiful light ahead. Da-on gradually immerses himself in it. That is the fire he desires. Da-on patiently trains, feeling a stronger fire energy flowing through his body and sensing the heat of this fiery space seeping into his flesh. It forces him to focus and catch it. He needs to sense it a little more. In his subconscious, Da-on's entire body seems to be surrounded by flames, which surprises him. Is this a state of complete uncertainty? Can I see my own subconscious right in front of me? He pursed his lips and thought that if he focused a little more, a stream of ice elemental magic would appear on his left hand. Tin Huade smirked mischievously. It's my turn now. Didn't I say I would wait until you were at your weakest to freeze you? As soon as the evil demon finished speaking, a powerful surge of demonic energy enveloped Jia-on, causing his left hand to freeze instantly, leaving him in utter panic. I was too careless. Why did it have to be now? I remember over the past 7 months, I forgot that he's been very quiet lately, but he's not an ally of mine. His smiling face makes him forget that he is a demon king who wants to take his life. Surrounded by the overwhelming demonic energy of the demon king, Jia-on struggled uncomfortably. Damn it, it feels like my body is breaking apart into pieces. It's too hard to breathe. If I move now, I might die, but if I use the 10,000 flowers technique, I will also die. He desperately tries to focus his own aura again. Jia-on struggles to breathe. To survive, I have to think. I need to come up with a plan. The ice has already started to freeze his lower body. Jia-on shook his head in difficulty, but his mind was too foggy. The evil demon enjoyed watching Jia-onan suffer. He smiled cunningly and chuckled. How beautiful your struggle is. How so? Do you think you can withstand my power like before? Then he added an unnecessary remark. Jia-on's eyes gradually sank into a trance as the sinister voice of the demon echoed throughout the space. Your body and soul are now mine. He loudly declared, your efforts and life are all pointless. You're no different from that worker in the furnace, but don't worry, I will surely avenge you. Just as he was about to lose his mind, the demon suggested a way for Jia-on to counterattack. Furnace? Thanks for the suggestion. In the end, Jia-on used all his remaining strength to gather power. He clenched his teeth, determined to risk everything. If he didn't do it, he would die. The fire in the kiln suddenly blazed fiercely. Instead of absorbing natural mana heated by the kiln, I will directly absorb mana from the kiln. It is a fierce and much hotter flame that can swallow everything. Daeon screams as he absorbs it. Daeon's body begins to absorb mana from the furnace as he mutters to himself, causing the Demon King to be stunned into shouting. What are you doing? The 3 lumps of coal in the furnace start to glow brighter. Von Kahn was still patiently observing the furnace when the clash of mana and the explosion of flames startled him into standing up. His panic still hasn't subsided. What's going on? Why are the flames suddenly so high? I've never seen such intense flames before. He looked around and noticed something. What's going on with this furnace? Von Ka looked over at the boy still meditating on the other side, feeling puzzled. Ji-onon-ja. Ji-onon is trembling all over, even though he's sitting close to the furnace, which makes Van Kahn feel very puzzled. If the furnace is burning like that, how can it be cold? Then he stood up and he approached Ji-onon, calling out worriedly, Are you okay? Why are you trembling like a dried fish? Say something. As soon as Van Kahn showed signs of touching gone, Reimer appeared out of nowhere and seriously blocked his action. Van Kahn asked in surprise, Rimmer? And Rimmer simply reminded him, Take her away, don't touch her. What are you saying? He might die. Reimer calmly spreads his hands to explain. Right now, he's in a completely helpless state, and there's nothing we can do. If we touch her, she'll bleed to death. Van Kahn, hearing this, also had to lower his hands. He softly asked, Is that the cold air you mentioned? We can't do anything about it. Rimmer nodded anxiously. No, it's too dangerous. Rimmer looked at Ji-on and silently prayed, Ji-onon, please don't die. Currently inside the mind, a fierce battle is raging as the flames have melted through the ice and are gradually engulfing the entire space, with the Demon King screaming wildly. Stop right there. You can't do anything. Of course, someone as determined and passionate as Ji-on would never listen to the devil who is always waiting to take his life. He grits his teeth in stubborn determination. I have already died a miserable death once. Jia-on's eyes become sharper than ever before. My past life was meaningless. I died with my eyes open, and I'm sure I won't experience that again. As Da-on gets closer to the desired flame, he reaches out with all his strength, trying to touch it. The temperature outside the furnace is already approaching the limit. Van Kan anxiously shouts, "It's too hot! If this keeps up, the furnace won't be able to withstand such a spike in temperature." Reimer concentrates, sensing the mana inside the furnace gathering together. Are you absorbing mana? Gon's subconscious roars fiercely, unleashing the firepower within him. No matter how much the Demon King tries, he cannot hold on any longer. Jia-on successfully seized the flame, and the Demon King was finally defeated. An earth-shattering explosion erupted instantly, a fireball bursting across the entire space, forming a mushroom cloud right inside the forge, as tall as a city. Reimer was startled and worried, shouting, "Gon, are you okay?" Van Kan also anxiously calls out to Ji-onan Jot. As the smoke and fire gradually clear, Reimer stares in shock at the shadow glimpsed within the explosion. Jion is slowly getting up. Sparkling elemental particles appear around him. Reimer was even more amazed to realize that what Dayan was wearing now was a fire crystal, and a system notification appeared beside Ji-onan. You have learned the 10,000 fire cultivation technique. Ji-onan observes the snowflake in his hand. The surrounding area continues to echo with system notifications. The 10,000 fire technique has reached 2 stars thanks to the high temperature. Fire resistance was created after leveling up. The icy cold aura melted away the weak durability attribute, and the cold air gathered into an icy aura. Finally, the system confirmed that the cold ice aura has reached 2 stars thanks to the intense cold. After hearing this, Jia-on happily patted his chest, thinking everything was progressing better than he expected, and he could develop immediately. As he was quietly marveling at how much he had achieved unexpectedly, another notification appeared, and Jia-on carefully read the new information. After reading it, he couldn't help but be amazed. Is this a dream? Does it really give me everything? In just a moment, I've gained everything I spent years trying to achieve. The Demon Lord still can't believe he was defeated in the recent battle. He grits his teeth and curses. Damn it. He angrily flailed around, moving and venting his frustration. What are you? Your spirit is always so weak. How can you endure this? Jia-on replied, as if adding fuel to the fire. I told you not to misunderstand that, but still, this time I really almost died. I need to be more careful from now on, especially after this incident. Seeing the vengeful expression of the Demon King, Jia-on is even more convinced that even if Jia is a bit stronger, he is still an enemy, and I can't let him see my weaknesses or secrets. Suddenly, Van Kan's hoarse voice interrupted his thoughts. Are you okay? Jia-on calmly replied, I'm fine. Van Kan then asked, So you have the aura now? Jia-on smiled and replied, Yes, thanks to you. Then he apologized, saying, I'm sorry, it was my fault the furnace broke. But Van Kan just sighed and said, It's okay, as long as you're fine. He continued, I can build another furnace. At that moment, a strange light emitted from the remaining kiln caught his attention. Jia-on asked curiously, What's going on? Van Kan hurriedly ran over there, muttering eagerly. He didn't finish his sentence. Instead, he used the sledgehammer and started pulling out what was inside the kiln. 3 pieces of yellow coal appeared on the tray, all emitting a gentle glow. Van Kan looked at them as if he couldn't believe his eyes, stammering, Golden King coal? Memories from the past flooded back, and the gossip of those around him appeared. Surely he had gone back to the kiln again. He said he wanted to create gold-colored coal? It's been many years. The golden coal is only in legends. I thought he retired. Maybe he's just bored now. Van Kan looked at the coal pieces and muttered, It seems you're not the only lucky one. He handed Jia-on a piece. This is gold-colored coal. Van Kan begins to explain. It burns hotter than white coal and lasts longer than black coal. Thanks to you, I have finally created what I have been trying to make for decades. Thank you? Van Kan suddenly said thank you, making Jia-on hurriedly refuse. I didn't do anything. Van Kan paused for a moment after hearing that. Then he continued, Every time you train here, the fire burns stronger, and your breathing makes the flames flare up even more. The heat from it spreads throughout this place. Then Van Kan smiled and said, I'm just a rough guy who only knows how to work with a hammer, but I still know what you've done, all thanks to you. Finally, he asked, So I want to ask you something. Onan, what is your goal? Jia-onan softly muttered, What is my goal? Van Kan nodded. So, what kind of swordsman do you want to become? Ji-on pondered for a moment before firmly placing a hand on his chest and saying clearly, I want to become a warrior who never gives up no matter what opponent I face. Van Kan nodded in satisfaction. I didn't expect a child to say such a thing. A swordsman who never gives up. He continued, In the next 3 to 5 years, you will be able to have a sword. And when you think you have enough resolve and strength, Come find me. I will save them for that day. Van Kan pointed at those glowing gold coals and said that. Jian asked in surprise, Are you saying you'll train me in swordsmanship? I heard you've retired. Van Kan calmly replied, People often retire and then come back. Before On left, Van Kan reminded him to try to live until then. Gon Rer watched their farewell from above. He smiled and said, If you're still wondering what happened, it turns out the boy finally has aura. So maybe people really do worry about him. Am I right? You and Ram are observing together is Lord Glen Jig. Reimer grinned and said, You come here every day worried about him. Now you must be feeling very relieved, Glen replied with a denial. I didn't come here out of worry. Reimer smiled and praised Gon. Maybe it's because of the temperature from the kiln that the amount and purity of aura are extremely high. The boy has already stabilized his aura. You are truly talented, Glen suddenly said seriously. This won't do. That made Dreamer wonder and turned to look at him. The owner calmly explained his words. He turned his flaw into an advantage. In the 5th training hall, Runan still holds the cold cake box in his hand, his eyes expectantly looking at the door, deep in thought. Jia Onan, when will you come back? She recalls the not-so-good things other students said about On. Did you hear anything about On? He still hasn't created an aura yet. It's been 7 months. Maybe he's not as talented as people say. Lord Bren or Miss Matha should take his place, but they probably aren't that good either. Runan's hand holding the box of cakes clenched even tighter. I want to help him. My mother told me to repay those who helped me. As she was lost in thought, the door suddenly swung open. Runan watches Gon's figure appear with a joyful expression, each of his steps steady and confident. I told you not to try so hard. Her reply was a warning, telling him not to get overconfident one day. Jia. On decided to ignore him and keep walking. He nodded, yeah, keep going, but then suddenly stopped. Runan. Then she opened the box, and inside there were 4 colorful, eye-catching cakes. Runan handed them to Gon and said, Keep going. Suddenly she hesitated a bit because she sensed a strange power. Jia On, seeing her sincere feelings, did not refuse. He picks up a blue cake and says thank you. Oh, and thank you for the ice cream last time. And Runan felt this power even more clearly. She blinked, silently thinking this cold aura. Feeling the wave of power emanating from Onun's body, she found it much stronger and more comfortable now. Jia Onan politely said to Run, Thanks, take a bite. The sweet and refreshing flavor immediately floods the mouth, and the gluttonous Demon King also enjoys it, constantly praising. It's so delicious, he forgot about the argument just now. My whole body is flying around. It's been a while since I last ate, but it still tastes as good as ever. Just eat the remaining 2. Jia. On had to remind him. You probably know this is his food. Don't be so greedy. Get yourself together and then help her close the box of cakes. And don't forget to thank her once more. It's very tasty, thank you. Runan asked in surprise. Aren't you going to eat anymore? Gon calmly replied. I only need 1, thank you. Runan asked Han again. Do you feel better yet? Gon looked a bit confused, then unconsciously sighed and said, Yes, I feel better now. Hearing that, Junan smiled contentedly. All right. Finally, she happily took the box of cakes and left. Jia-an saw her happy mood and smiled along. He muttered softly, She really is a strange girl. After a while, during training, Reimer stepped onto the platform and announced clearly, If you only practice like this all day, it gets boring. So this month, I've prepared something even more special. Remember, you've been training your foundation and practicing for 7 months already. It's time for you to start activating your energy mind. This announcement from the teacher made the students curious. A young student whispered to the person next to them, Why did he suddenly do that? I don't know either. I just shook my head and said I wondered too. A series of conversations erupted. What is he planning to do? Instead, Rimmer offers a mysterious smile and then announces that the students will compete against each other within a month. Clearly, this made Matha extremely excited. He continued, The results of those matches will affect your graduation rankings. Rimmer continued to advise the students, saying, I suggest you prepare carefully for the upcoming victory. Suddenly, a hand was raised, followed by Matha's rough voice. Wait a moment, she said with a hint of meaning. What about those who are falling behind and still haven't created an aura? Her words immediately dampened the atmosphere, and all eyes seemed to turn toward On. After Reimer's response, the negative atmosphere was broken. Luckily, the teacher heard that those students had also managed to create their auras. After hearing that, Matha exclaimed in surprise. When? He smiled and replied, Maybe it was yesterday or today, not sure. Matha glanced at Jia-an and then smirked provocatively. I finally got my chance. I thought I'd die of boredom. It's been so long. Then she slowly stepped closer to Jia-an, her tone becoming increasingly provocative. Do you remember what I said? I don't take orders from someone weaker than me. I've endured you long enough. I'm sure you've had a hard time too. You're overestimating yourself. Then she confidently declared, I will seize this opportunity and deal with you right now. Suddenly, a hand stopped Matha's action, and Borin spoke up once again. Matha Jigat stepped back and continued, Do you have any honor as a swordsman if you haven't even had aura for a full day? Of course, Matha didn't really care about being called out. She shook her head and patted Bren on the shoulder, saying, Our young master, Bren, you grew up with such honor, so honor must be very important to you. Honor is something reserved for those who are worthy of it. Borin reminded him sharply. Matha, but she was cut off. Those fools learned aura in just a month, but our top students take up to 6 months. Seeing that the other students didn't say anything, she pressed on, her words becoming even more sharp and bitter. Even with advanced techniques, it usually takes about 7 months, which means this idiot is very useless. Since they both took the evaluation together, they probably know, right? Matha sneered. A swordsman who hasn't learned aura can't become famous. No matter how skilled your swordsmanship is, without using aura, it's useless. Then she turned to Rimmer and asked, Don't you think this duel was also meant to change the top student? Of course, Rimmer just shrugged and replied, I don't know if the teacher doesn't know. Matha ignored it and directly called out Gongon Jig's name. She warns him that he's been the leader for too long, and it's time for him to step back. Seeing Jia. On remains silent. Maha challenges him by placing her hands on her hips. So as I said, let's compete to choose the leader. In the end, Jia On finally spoke. He replied very firmly, No. He calmly said, If you don't have money, how can you gamble? If you want to bet on my position at the top, you also have to offer something of equal value. Matha sneered and said, Does your brother still not understand his position? Are you stupid? No one here is on your side. After Jia On's words, she was left speechless. Are you scared? Jia On remained completely calm, even smiling as he said that. Matha, stunned, asked back, What did you just say? Someone as competitive as her obviously couldn't stand being humiliated like that. She burst into a fierce laugh, continuously spouting words that sounded ridiculous. That's funny. Then she returned to her usual teasing attitude, hands on her hips, sighing. Ha ha, fine, I'll let you go this time. Do you want me to give you something too? She said as she handed over an item. This is the disaster pill. The divine medicine I gave myself will strengthen my body and aura. She shook the item in front of Jia On and said, If you win, I will give you this. What do you think? Not bad, right? Jia On smiles mysteriously. He whispers, Do you remember when I said we should wait until we defeated Matha? I have something I want to take from her. However, the Demon King didn't hear clearly and asked again, What did you say? Jia On just smiled and said, This is our chance. 1 month later, in Matha's room, she stared at the marked battle date on the calendar and muttered, It's been a month. She confidently stretched her joints, her face full of determination, finally having her chance to fight back. Recalling her first battle against Jia On, she couldn't help but feel resentful. Before coming here, she had never been beaten by someone her age. That was the first time someone had fought her. Frowning with determination, Matha saw this as the chance to avenge the humiliation he had caused her 8 months ago. After preparing herself, Matha stepped forward confidently. That damn Jia On only learned one type of aura. He can't possibly beat someone who has trained for 3 years like me. Thinking this, she clenched her fists, but waiting for an incompetent like him would only be a waste of time. A wave of painful memories flooded back. Maha clenched her lips and knew she had to become stronger quickly, because she needed to save someone. She boldly declared, This is the end for you, Onjagus. At the 5th training ground, the double match is about to begin. Raymer, acting like an excellent teacher, loudly calls out, Everyone pay attention! Hey. After all the students have gathered, Greamer begins to give some advice. Watching the matches is as effective as participating in practice fights. You should watch the matches of the other students carefully and think ahead about your moves. He gently encourages, Don't worry, just do your best. Then he began announcing the matchups. The first match was between Bren Jig and Dorian. Immediately Bren shouted, Yes! For Dorian, it didn't seem very feasible. The boy tremblingly raised his hand and said, Sir? Reimer nodded and asked, What's wrong? Dorian stammered, I give up. Your answer left both of them stunned. Reimer blinked and said, I haven't even started yet. So Dorian explained, I don't feel well. I caught a cold yesterday, so I still have chills and body aches, and I couldn't sleep last night. It's true, it really is. The Demon Lord teacher was irritated by the situation and shouted in anger. If he were my subordinate, I would have cut off his head on the spot. As for the others, I already guessed Dorian would act like that, so I merely said indifferently, I saw through what he would do. Reimer helplessly encourages him. Dorian, you should try to fight Bren. You will definitely learn something, even if you lose. Hearing his teacher say that, Dorian could only reluctantly follow. Yes, I understand. A few minutes later, Dorian was quickly defeated by Bren. Little Dorian, with a blank stare, muttered, I give up. Reimer frowned and told young Master Bren, Ben, you still haven't mastered your emotions. If you had fought properly, you would have defeated him in 5 moves. His reply was tinged with a bit of irritation, and I couldn't help but feel angry at his attitude. Then Reimer turned to comment that Dorian was still lying on the ground. Dorian, why do you keep running away? The teacher said you couldn't do it, and if you fought back, you would have lasted longer. Hearing that, Dorian hesitantly replied, I'm sorry, but it's too scary. Reimer sighs. All right, next. The list of contestants will be announced immediately. Runen fights Gren. Reimer loudly calls for the start. Immediately, Gren launched his first attack towards Runen. The blade quickly closed in near Runen's face. Immediately after, she swung her sword up, and Gren's attack was quickly countered by Runen. His sword immediately flew out of his hand. Gren was very surprised that his attack was repelled like that, with a look as if to say, this time it's over. Gren's sword was knocked away and clattered onto the ground. Reimer clapped his hands to signal enough. He started giving comments to each person. Gren, you're too nervous. You need to relax when holding the sword. And Runen, that counterattack was impressive, but Aura still couldn't hold out until the end of the match. Reimer once again read out the list of participating students. Next comes the descent, with the students attentively watching the final match because they are the last ones. So they are very eager to fight. The final match is a battle between Matha and Gon. Matha swung an attack, clearly looking very excited. Ji-on immediately blocked it, with a very serious expression. The battle was extremely fierce. Maha kept attacking relentlessly towards Jia-on. After a while, Jia-on counterattacked. Matha shows a surprised expression when countered, as another attack comes from Da-on. Even though she managed to block it, her clearly troubled expression reveals she is gradually being overwhelmed by Ji-onon. A deadly strike aimed at her neck from Da-on was swung, and Matha quickly dodged. She immediately stepped back, and both of them entered a defensive stance. Matha was the first to speak. I didn't expect you to withstand all my attacks. I have to admit, you're talented. Then she counterattacked. But your talent is limited to swordsmanship only. As she finished speaking, she continued to raise her sword to the sky and shouted loudly, a half-hearted warrior who isn't skilled with aura like you will never shine. Her aura immediately burst out, enveloping her body. One of Matha's legs gathered strength to leap up, and she jumped forward with an aura-infused attack at Gon. Gon quickly blocked it, but the heavy pressure made it difficult for him to defend. Matha puts in even more effort. Oh, you managed to block that, but how much longer can you keep this up? At the same time, Matha thought to herself that talent in using aura was extremely important, even more so than swordsmanship. Since your 7 months of supernatural power only created a small aura like a pea, you have no chance of becoming a swordsman. The more Matha thought about it, the more intense she became, viciously threatening. If you still refuse to surrender, the next strike will shatter your bones. But before she could finish her words, Jia-on's counterattack caught her off guard. She quickly blocked the attack but was pushed back. Jia-on calmly said, she keeps talking about talent. People in her family seem to value their talent a bit too much. Matha laughed and replied, you probably find me annoying because I have no talent, so I want to show you what a true talented person can do. Jia-on coldly responded, then I will show you the opposite. After finishing, Jia-on unleashed a burst of fire-type aura, asserting that talent is not the most important thing. Matha was stunned by the situation before her. Jia-on began to unleash his bestowed ultimate skill, the perfect fire technique. Matha stared at it intently, muttering to herself, what is that flame? Her instincts told her it's dangerous. Definitely not ordinary fire. There's something hidden behind those flames. She secretly marvels at how it is so beautiful that it sends a chill down her spine. Matha gently swallows her saliva and then tightly grips the sword's tail. She coldly said, I guess I should take this seriously too, and then unleashed her ultimate skill, the ultimate point-shaped crystal. Jia-onan silently analyzes Matha's skills. The ultimate point is when I concentrate aura at a single spot. At this age, she has already mastered it. That's impressive. I guess she's planning to put everything into her next move. Matha solemnly raises her sword. I admit he's very strong, but he won't withstand this move. Then she begins to gather her energy and charges at Jia-on with a fierce attack. The clash of their auras immediately caused a shockwave, tearing the ground apart, as students nervously shouted and the earth cracked open. What's going on? The battle in front of us has made the atmosphere extremely tense, dust and debris flying everywhere, and a sword has been broken in half. Matha lies unconscious on the ground, still clutching the broken sword, while Jia-on calmly looks at her as if nothing happened. The students are stunned and whispering, Did Jia-on win? No way, Matha lost again. What's wrong with his aura? Meanwhile, Jia-on remains very calm, rubbing his wrist. After observing for a while, he gently assessed his opponent. I see that even unconscious, she keeps her fists clenched. She has something even more remarkable than skill or talent. Jian concluded that it was her mental strength. At the main building, Glenn nodded in agreement. So, Onon defeated Matha. Reimer replied, yes, she completely beat Matha, even though Matha had been training with Aura for 4 years. It's truly unbelievable. Glenn calmly remarked, the fire I saw that day was truly beautiful, like a flower made of flames, with power far beyond its size. I believe everyone in the clan already knows about this. Just guide the boy and don't let him become arrogant. Greer nodded happily. Of course. Then Glenn asked, how is Matha doing? Greer honestly replied that she seemed a bit shocked, but the wound was easy to heal. Matha was sitting pensively on her bed. The biggest issue is the psychological shock. He sincerely hopes she can overcome it. Early in the morning, Jia-on was carefully planting a flower in the ground, while the Demon King kept nagging, can you be a bit more careful? Be more careful or I'll freeze you. Hearing such constant chatter from a machine, Jia-on looked annoyed and warned, you can't do anything, so stop talking empty threats. The Demon King grew more annoyed and shouted, it's because of your elemental resistance ability. Jia-on replied indifferently, lucky you know that. Then he began to drift into thought. That evening, after defeating Matha, the magic pill he received had increased Gon's power stats. The 4th fire orb has formed. The fire orb has reached level 4. The 4th level of the fire orb is enhancing the body and soul. Agility and endurance have increased, fatigue has disappeared, and mana sensitivity has vanished. More precisely, everything he had achieved so far is only now coming into play thanks to Matha's potion. He thought of many things being enhanced, but the most prominent are the level 4 water resistance and the level 4 hydrokinesis. Thanks to that, Rad's attacks no longer pose much of a threat to me. Since today is my last day off, Ji-Yonan wants to go to the garden for a bit, to tend to the garden and plant some flowers. The Demon King clearly keeps nagging, constantly telling On to dig deeper, saying, idiot, you have to go further down, not like that. What are you doing? Making On uncomfortable and close to losing his temper, with a look of frustration on his face. Why do I have to listen to this guy's nagging just because I'm gardening? He's reminding me again, use your hands so you don't break anything. His deep understanding of gardening makes Jian wonder how he knows so much about plants, without Jia. On asking, Ra quickly explains, his voice full of pride, when I was in the demon world, I always filled my garden with ice flowers. The demons admired my garden very much. While trying to figure out how to deal with this troublesome demon, Jia. On suddenly recognized a familiar figure appearing at the gate, looking bored in casual clothes. Matha's presence here was completely unexpected. Jia-on coldly asked, you probably didn't come here to cause trouble, right? What are you here for? But it seems Maha isn't ready to answer right away. Does Jia-on keep wondering what she's thinking? I thought she was mature, but now she's so childish. Then he shook his head, saying it's not important right now. Immediately after, Maha spoke up, her tone still blunt as ever. I want to fight you again. Gon hesitated. Hearing that, Gon sighed in despair and said, you're pathetic. You still haven't admitted defeat. Matha immediately retorted, I didn't say I haven't lost. I just don't understand why, so I came here to find out. Jia-Oni nonchalantly asked, what do I get out of it? Matha exclaimed, Jia-Oni, when you challenge the winner, at least bring a gift, right? That made her stunned and dismiss it. Nonsense. Why should there be a fee to fight? But for me, I just have to watch Matha grit my teeth and stand by, not wanting to fight at all. What should I do now? Her eyes lingered on the beautiful flowers. A wicked idea forming. Should I step on these flowers? I say, you must really like flowers, that's a surprise. But Jia-on's answer didn't exactly make her stop. Ji-on explained, I don't like flowers. I also don't understand why people like flowers. I only garden for my mother. Hearing this, Matha snorted in annoyance and decided to stop the silly game in her head. Then she turned around and walked away. Brother Pia, I'm leaving Gaonon, it's me. Mom cheerfully said, I was still wondering where you were. Is that your friend? Is your new friend practicing with you? The grandmother asked Matha. Hearing that, she turned to look at her, wondering if that was Sivya Jigas. The woman left her family to follow a man and came back to save her child, the one who bravely acted for her child. Sivya watched Matha and spoke softly. Dark eyes and hair, you must be Matha. Nice to meet you. Jia, On quickly said, noticing the negative vibe. She's not your friend. Let me handle this. But she just told him simply that your mother only wanted to talk to your friend. Then she approached and took her hand. I heard you fought with On. Are you hurt? Matha stood still and replied, I'm fine. Really? I was so worried. The lady gently caressed Matha's cheek, making her blush suddenly. I heard Daniel brought a talented child here. You're still beautiful. You're really lucky, talented, and beautiful. So she cheerfully asked, why did you come here? Matha half-heartedly replied, I just want to talk to Gia Onan for a bit, then I'll be leaving, but Sylvia, perhaps because she rarely has guests, warmly invited her to stay. You should stay and eat with us. Matha was stunned and asked again, huh? What do you mean? Sylvia continued, you can't let Miss Gia On go home hungry. Seeing a beautiful woman hold her hand like that made Matha feel awkward and stammer. That matter will be discussed later. A while later, in the dining room, Gia On and Matha sat facing each other, enjoying the dishes prepared by Sylvia. Gia On was stunned and thought, what is this? Why is my mother so gentle? Over there, Sylvia keeps chatting with this special guest because she loves meat soup and always cooks this dish. The lady asked, you're a year older than On, right? Matha obediently nodded. Yes, I am 15. Do you have any difficulties with your training? Matha replied softly, not quite. Sylvia continued, we have a good chef, but the meat here isn't as good as at the main house, so it's probably a bit tougher than what you're used to eating. Suddenly, she placed a hand on Maha's shoulder and smiled, reminding her to chew carefully so she wouldn't get a stomachache. A picture of another woman appears, also saying, chew carefully, don't get a stomachache. Little Mathak obediently nods. Yes, mother. The memory ends, and Mathak eats sadly. After finishing the meal, Maha politely said, it's very delicious, thank you. Sylvia bid farewell. Take care of Gia-on. What's going on here? I'm sure she's here to fight. What did she eat that made her like this? R didn't understand, so he just replied vaguely. Maybe that's for the best. On the way back, Matha kept thinking, surely, On must think she's crazy. Matha also remembered Sylvia, but that look was too much like her mother's. I couldn't refuse her. Sylvia's image appears, and Matha silently observes her face, hair, and voice, all very different. But at that moment, he felt a sensation like being with his mother. Remembering the dark past, Matha clenched his teeth. After my mother was kidnapped by the blood evil cult and I was adopted by Daniel, I decided I would never lose until I found her, and I have kept that promise until now. But that day I lost and, worried, thought about a problem. Jig adopted me for my talent, but if I lose like this, I might be dismissed. I worry that my father is gentle, but what if that's just a facade? So I have no hope of finding my mother anymore. She trembled, thinking she shouldn't have lost. The butler's voice echoes. Lady Matha, you're back, and later than I expected. Are you waiting for me? He asked. I am waiting to deliver the letter that Lord Daniel wrote for you. Dad wrote me a letter? He nodded immediately. Yes, it was written after the match. Matha, congratulations on your first defeat. A loss, but it doesn't make you a loser. But don't be too upset. Just think about why you lost. That will help you improve. I also want to come personally to comfort you, but my mission is taking longer than I expected. Father apologizes for not being by your side right now. At the end of the letter, he also wrote, I am still searching for your mother. I haven't given up yet, so you shouldn't either. Matha clenched the letter and ordered the butler, telling her father, I will remember this, and I am very grateful to you. He nodded respectfully. Yes, miss. Closing the door, Matha fell into her thoughts. I lost badly. Touching the tip of the knife wasn't because I was careless or anything, I just lost. Then she lifted her hair and prepared to cut. It seemed she had made up her mind. Now she had to accept defeat and move forward. I can't let my father be humiliated. Long strands of Matha's hair fall, accompanied by thoughts from the depths of my heart. If I pretend that it never happened, I won't learn anything, and I'll be too ashamed to face my father. After cutting off her long hair, Maha put down the knife and clenched the handle tightly. Let's start again. I will do my best to move forward. I will leave behind this foolish and miserable past. Looking at herself with fiery determination in the mirror, Maha vows to become stronger. The sudden strange change in Matha shocked some students. What's going on? What's wrong, Lady Matha? Matha, shivering, stands in front of Jionon and calls out to Jionon Jagat. She continued, I won't make excuses for what I've done, but I will keep my promise. Hearing this, Jia-on asked with curiosity, a promise? Matha snapped and walked away, saying, I mean the promise that the loser has to obey the winner. I just wanted to say that. I'm leaving now. Jia-on sighed quietly, thinking to himself how surprising it was that even if he promised, he never expected her to accept so obediently. He watched Matha's back and noted that she must have changed quite a bit in that short time. Even though she's young, that virtue is very admirable. Suddenly, she kicked Dorian and cursed, Why are you standing in front of me? Get out, Dorian had to awkwardly say. I'm sorry, Gon helplessly thought, but it seems she only does that with me. The new year has arrived, and although small, many things have changed. Gia. On silently reflects. Contrary to everyone's thoughts, Matha still followed his own way after the new year passed. He continued to observe that Born became calmer and more reliable, and Runan's spear grew sharper than before, even though her expression still appeared the same. He looked at himself, while I risked my life and danger to practice, which has become an everyday routine. Seeing On improve more and more, many students couldn't help but marvel.
No way. We just learned that technique and he's already mastered it in just half a day. He must have learned it earlier.
There's no way he could become proficient so quickly. Those people kept discussing, even comparing Dayan's movements to Reimer's. But he just stood still, closing his eyes for a moment, didn't he? His stance is even more perfect than the master's. A few days ago, Reimer came to report Gon's achievements to Lord Glenn. I can't believe it. The boy must have used his brain to memorize all those images. It's a monster. A real monster. Glenn frowned and asked, "Are you its personal butler or something? Whenever you meet me, you only talk about him." Reimer simply smiled charmingly at that. "Sir, I understand what you mean. I know you also want to know about him." Suddenly, Vio looked down and asked the host, but the servants in the main building seemed very busy. "Are they preparing something?" Glenn coldly replied, "Nothing at all. We're just expecting a guest." "A guest?" Glenn said. "The envoy from the Kingdom of Owen will arrive here in a few days." The Kingdom of Owen is one of 6 kingdoms in the central continent, one of the few that still maintains friendly relations with Jig and rarely interacts with others. It is a kingdom of knights who highly value swords and martial arts. Reimer asked quietly, "Who is the envoy from the Kingdom of Owen?" Glenn replied in a deep voice. They announced it was the 3rd prince, but probably Count Totten was the real representative. Hearing the name of this duke, Reimer muttered softly, "So the crazy guy finally became a duke." Then he suddenly thought of something. Wait a minute. The 3rd prince is probably still young, maybe around Jianan and Bren's age. In response, Glenn simply said, "I don't know. I haven't looked into him before." Then he reminded you should also tell the students to behave properly. "Huh? Another training ground as well?" Glenn explained calmly. "The trainee knights will escort the crown prince, and they also want to observe how the swordsmen and knights are training. We can't let them see Jiga's true nature." Reimer stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, "The crown prince and the apprentice knights of the Owen kingdom are about the same age." Then he smiled softly and said, "This might be quite interesting." Glenn stood nearby, unable to help but notice he seemed to be plotting something. Returning to the present, after Reimer delivered shocking news, most of the students looked extremely surprised. "Huh? We're going to fight the apprentice knights of the Owen kingdom?" Reimer smiled and said, "Yes, you probably also heard that their envoy has arrived. The 3rd prince has come, and he said he wants to fight you. But why all of a sudden? Why are you all scared?" The teacher said, "A swordsman must always be ready to draw his sword even while sleeping." Some students whispered, "I heard he's planning to visit the 6th training ground instead of ours. Why did he suddenly change his mind?" Of course, everything is related to the esteemed teacher Reimer. Previously, Reimer visited the camp of the 3rd prince and respectfully said, "Your Highness, I heard you visited the 6th training ground." Judging by his expression, they probably disappointed him. He continued, "If you have time, please visit the 5th training ground." Reimer specifically emphasized, "I will make you impressed," and then returned to reality. It's understandable that you're surprised. The teacher's announcement was sudden. "Let's meet them first before drawing conclusions. Now, the door is open, everyone can come in." A group of soldiers led by a very striking blonde-haired young man. Dreamer introduces them as the pride of the Owen kingdom, the trainee knights. The blonde-haired young man confidently introduced himself. "I am Jia Owen Gon," focused on observation. So, he is the 3rd prince of the Owen kingdom. He is very outstanding despite his young age. He said that, just looking at him, you could tell he had the strongest presence among them. Reimer suddenly asked Gon, "What about you? Are you excited to fight them?" Jia Onon looked towards the crown prince, thinking that since the prince was in the middle, he could be a good opponent to practice the water wave technique and the star swordsmanship he just learned. Then Ji On replied, "No, I want to fight him." Reimer nodded and declared, "If the top student is excited, then surely all of you agree. Let's start the match. We need a total of 20 people. Follow Jia On and choose the opponents you want to face." Suddenly he paused for a moment. "Oh, I forgot an important thing." Dreamer's voice, though it sounds joking, is laced with danger. "The teacher has already set this challenge for you, so you must win. If we lose, the teacher will kill us, leaving the students stunned and unsure how to react." After a while, Jia On had chosen the participants for the match. "I think that's enough. Now go ahead and observe the knight you'll face." He warned them to watch their hands carefully, and some students noticed an interesting detail. They were surprised and said, "Huh? They're trembling," Gon explains. "On the outside, they seem confident, but they're just like us. They are just apprentice soldiers around our age and are worried about fighting soon."
My older brother confidently said, "We are no less diligent than any other kingdom. Your sweat and tears will be worth the effort. Gon encourages you strongly. Don't worry and do your best. Show them how good we are." Jia-on encouraged everyone participating in the competition to shout loudly and clearly. Then he said, "I will decide the order." He carefully analyzed that the first match is very important because it will boost everyone's morale, which is why we will assign the person who is sure to win. Jia-on pointed at someone and asked, "Can you do it?" Matha immediately waved her hand and said, "I will finish quickly." Raymer's voice echoed, "When you're ready, step into the middle." The students were stunned when they saw Matha's opponent. Wait, is he really the same age as us? The students shouted, "Why is he so muscular? He looks like a real knight." On the other side, they introduced themselves first. "I am a warrior from the Owen Taz kingdom. Her body is in excellent condition despite being young. I think we will have a great match." The voices of the students overlap, with a huge size difference. Even Lady Matha would have a hard time. But clearly Matha's condition is extremely good, as if this size difference doesn't affect her at all. Is this a good match? She confidently flicked her hair and said, "I will win. Don't talk nonsense. Go ahead." The third prince was immediately drawn to the first battle. He observed her dominating her opponent, the swordsman. From the second training ground is truly very strong. He assesses that they live up to the name Jigat, and are definitely skilled enough to match the knights of this kingdom, but he is quite disappointed with the next destination. He remarked that, however, the sixth training ground was truly disappointing. Despite being well-trained, they couldn't even compare to the Robert family apprentices. They are returning to the present, where the family is extremely amazed by this match. I assess that this training ground also has some very talented apprentices. My Countess Tatan quietly said, "So you suddenly appeared yesterday and invited me to the fifth training ground because of this, right?" Rhea Reimer shrugged and replied, "Training with one of the 6 Imperial Knights is a rare opportunity. I think this is a rare opportunity. I believe it's a good lesson for us." I scoff and find it hard to believe the words coming from someone who once called himself a genius swordsman. Reimer glanced at Tayton and said, "So I should go back to my usual behavior, huh? Want to place a bet with me?" Titan muttered, shaking his head, still addicted to betting. "What are you trying to wager?" Dreamer replied, "There will be 20 practice matches and a prize for the winner. Wouldn't it be more fun to bet on something instead of just watching?" Tayton asked, "Do you think your kids can beat them when they've all been trained properly at Owen?" Reimer shrugged and replied, "Looks like you really trust your apprentices, but I also have my own confidence." On the battlefield, Matha is fiercely overwhelming her opponent. An attack from her immediately broke her opponent's sword in half, leaving him stunned and exclaiming how strong she was. Matt is still full of energy. She delivered a tail sword punch to Tass's stomach. Tass cried out in pain and then collapsed, clutching his belly. Reimer's voice rings out, "Do you prefer to die as a loser?" Jia-on stiffly thought to himself, "I take back what I said. I thought her swordsmanship had become more gentle after fighting me." He comments that both her speed and strength have actually increased. Matha smiled confidently and said, "You only rely on strength, yet you didn't even dare to use your full power in your first attack." "That idiot." Jia-on muttered, "This match is really interesting." Ra sighed and frowned in boredom. "Interesting. Do you find it exciting to watch 2 ants fight? I'm so bored I could die." Jia-on shot him a disapproving look. "The dog criticizes the cat for having too much fur." Rat snorted and then started bragging about the time I was still in the demon world. He rambled that even younger demons fighting would be more interesting. Not wanting him to keep rambling, I quickly slammed my hand down to trap him in a separate space, muttering, "This is no fun. Be quiet." Reimer's voice echoes again. Next, the 18th battle, Runan versus Idalia. After hearing that, Gon gently signaled, "It's your turn now." The 2 opponents, one with white hair and the other with red hair, stepped onto the field together. Idalia spoke first. "I really don't like that absent-minded look of yours." She then began to emit fire-type aura. Runan frowned and said, "I don't like fire." As she finished speaking, Vunan unleashed her ice aura, and ice and fire clashed in battle. When the 2 auras touched, they caused a vaporization, creating a fog that gave Runan a significant advantage. Idalia, alert, tightly gripping her sword as she surveys her surroundings, when suddenly Runan's figure appears behind her. Idalia immediately sensed it. She swung her sword and shouted over there, but Runan's image suddenly disappeared. Idalia frowned. The illusion is... At the moment she let her guard down, Runan successfully pressed his sword against her opponent's neck. Reimer spoke. Match 18, Runan wins. Idalia, about to leave as she watches Runan, quickly calls out, "I lost, but that last match was really good." But Runan paid no attention to her and just ran over to ask Jia-onan, "Did you watch the last match?" "Of course," Gon observed very carefully, and he commented, "Your footwork has improved a lot, well done." Runan happily sits down on the ground and says, "Thank you." Reimer cheerfully encourages him. Whether they win or lose, they are still beautiful matches. The atmosphere is getting hotter. Now let's continue with match 19. Boren and Saren, please step forward. The two opponents meet, with Owen introducing himself first. "I am Saren, an apprentice knight." In response, Bren also graciously introduced himself. "I am Bren Jigat, an intern." Under the stands, Gon quietly assesses that Sarun is quite strong. Aside from the Crown Prince, he's the second strongest among the others. Reimer loudly signals start, and immediately Bren assumes his fighting stance. They both charged at each other without backing down, blocking each other's decisive strikes. Realizing their opponent was on par, Bren considered that since their techniques were quite similar, lowering his guard even for a second would be enough to be exposed, and surely he is thinking the same thing. Then both of them once again charged at each other with all their might. They fought so fiercely that both swords were broken. The spectators outside the match are discussing, both fighters' swordsmanship has already shattered. So he smiled and announced the final result. The outcome of match 19 was fire. "Good job, Bren. That apprentice knight is the strongest person on their side, but it seems Bren isn't very happy with this result." "What does that matter? If I have to fight for Jig's honor, I will win at any cost." Jian gently pats his shoulder. "Don't worry." Jian's eyes sharpened. "I will win this final match and bring glory to the Jigat family." The third prince looked at his opponent with a hint of disappointment, thinking, "Do I really have to fight him?" He quietly assessed Jionon's martial strength as too ordinary and asked in a measured voice, "Are you a direct descendant of Jigas?" It was completely different from what he expected. "Jia." On naturally replied, "No." Jia frowned and thought, "I didn't expect to have to fight for nothing like this." He looked at Matha, Runan, and Bren, hoping to fight one of them, and then asked, "Reimer, I have a proposal?" Reimer nodded and asked, "What is your proposal?" He pointed to Matha and Runan and said, "I don't think those two are tired yet. Can I fight them after I beat him?" Reimer smiled and replied, "Yes, I can, but you have to win." Jia smirked and waved his hand, telling them to start. The fight would end quickly. He prepared to draw his sword and confidently thought, "I won't use aura to save energy." "What is that monster over there, Rimmer?" "I almost didn't notice it because it was so faint." Reimer smiled and said, "You're not completely blind either, right? If you knew, why didn't you warn the Crown Prince?" The third prince seems to underestimate On, and he continues, "He will soon become the future of the kingdom, but he has never known defeat. Teaching him a little about losing here might be a good idea." Tayton immediately frowned and said, "But the Crown Prince is very strong. Even a genius swordsman wouldn't win easily." Reimer simply crossed his arms and calmly replied, "It's indeed not easy." Then Reimer proposed a new bet. "What do you say we wager?" "Again? You really like betting?" Reimer smiled and suggested a simple game, a round of drinks. "So what are we betting on?" Reimer held up 5 fingers and said confidently, "Jia Onan will defeat the prince in 5 moves. Below the stands, Gon has already begun to unleash his aura and is in an attacking stance." Jia clearly didn't expect things to unfold like this. Tayton was just as surprised. Jia Onan quickly defeated him. The prince spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed. Jian sheathes his sword and says, "It's probably over now." Reimer laughs heartily. "Oh my god, it's not even 5 in the afternoon yet." Gear was gradually regaining his strength, still feeling dizzy. "I misjudged him. I thought there was some reason he was ranked last." Seeing Jia On standing there calmly watching, I concluded that he must be too strong. I couldn't accept it and asked, "So is that a cadet?" His swordsmanship and technique are already perfect. Reimer, hearing his old friend's words, became even more boastful, so I said Jia On would win. Reimer started to mention the bet. "I will book a stay at a luxurious place." Jia gathers all his strength to sit up and urgently calls out, "Stop! I haven't lost yet!" Reimer's voice echoes. "Your Highness, the match is over," but Jia immediately interrupted. "I still haven't shown you my true skills. What if I had fought with all my strength from the beginning?" Before I could finish speaking, Matha suddenly jumped in from somewhere. "What's that barking, I wonder?" She added, "Why can't a prince accept that he lost?" "It's annoying. Matha is teasing him just like someone I know." Jia widened his eyes and looked at Matha, who once again cut him off and bluntly said, "Hey, Prince, I'm trying to be nice to you." Then she glared and threatened to get out of here immediately. "You lost." She clearly can't take it anymore. She shouted at her to shut up. "You are speaking to the Prince of the Realm after all." But Matha only smirked provocatively. "He is royalty, but I am from the main line, so why should I be submissive?" R.E.R., noticing the tense atmosphere, clapped to calm everyone down. "Let's hear what Jia-Yun has to say." He asked Jia-An if she could choose what she wanted. Jia-An replied, "The bet has already been placed, the match is over, so there's no reason to continue." But the third crown prince refused to accept defeat. He shouted, "I accept my loss." He sincerely said, "I misjudged you. I underestimated you from the very beginning of the match. I was very ashamed of this." Then he knelt and begged, "Please fight me one more time. If I leave like this, I will regret it for the rest of my life." Jia earnestly bowed. "Please." Jia-an looked at Jia with an unbelievable expression, silently thinking, I never expected him to apologize and lower his sword. I thought he was just a proud prince. In the end, Jia-an had to accept. "All right, but just this once. Jia can't miss this opportunity." He hurriedly said, "Of course, another match is about to begin." Jia clenched the gold badge in his hand, reflecting on himself and saying, "I was too complacent and underestimated him, which led to my defeat." Then he tore the string around his neck with one hand, the golden badge hanging from it, with determination. He unleashed his powerful aura and firmly declared, "I will give it my all this time." This aura has terrified everyone, and Tayton is even more amazed. The prince stammered, "Third prince, that swordsmanship is just, but I know what you're about to say and you have responded. Now is not the time to hide your strength," he said through clenched teeth. "I will fight him with all my might." When did Ra appear? He chuckled and assessed, "This guy is really stupid. He doesn't even know you're still hiding your strength." Jia-an just looked at him and confidently said, "I can win this time too." Ra happily said, "He has much more aura than you, and he's even stronger than you." So Jia-an suggested, "Do you want to go all out?" Ra immediately agreed. Of course, a system notification appears. Rage wants to bet on the condition of the Crown Prince's victory. If you win, all stats increase by 4. If you lose, your anger increases by 10. Jia declares war, so let's get started. He quickly used his foot to gain momentum, then forcefully launched an attack. Jia Onan swiftly blocked the strike. The clash of auras created an extremely powerful shockwave. The two continued to clash fiercely, with auras constantly emanating. Jia frowned, thinking, "I've given it my all." But he hasn't been pushed back at all. Seeing Jia Onan's extremely serious expression, I couldn't help but admire. Is Jia Onan Jig a genius? Well, he's definitely a monster. Finally, he took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind. All right. He's determined to fight with all his might against Jia Onan. A continuous flow of magic is cast over Jia, with his aura once again reaching extraordinary levels. Jia Onan stands from afar, recognizing that this is the Paris swordsmanship passed down only to the royal heirs of Owen. Seeing his magic gathering for this sword technique, he is determined to unleash everything in his next strike. Jia-an also begins to unleash his skill. He releases a large amount of aura and prepares to face the battle. All right, let's go. All my strength is here. Take this attack. Gon's Jasgon cautiously observes Gear's ultimate move. So that was Swordsman Perez, a sword technique passed down only to the heirs of the Owen Kingdom, who must have planned to pour all his strength into the next attack. He firmly grasped his sword and told himself that he had memorized all the sword techniques used by the third prince. Then he also begins to unleash his ultimate technique, the 10,000 Fires first skill. Gia slightly frowns at Gon's technique. Enan's ultimate move is ready, he shouts, "Golden fire breaks the heaven." Gia tries to remind himself not to waver, gritting his teeth and thinking, "No, I can't let myself." Then he begins to attack, his sword filled with demonic power slashing toward Jia-an, while shouting loudly, "I still have this skill." Gon quickly uses his aura sword to block this attack. Two different types of aura clash, creating a stunning contrast. Jian and Jia continuously unleash a series of powerful and weaker moves, all aiming to defeat their opponent. One strike. Two strikes, and soon Jia pushed Jian back. Jia clenched his lips in joy, thinking he had pushed back his opponent's sword technique and was gaining the upper hand. But he didn't have long to celebrate, as Jia-an unleashed a move that broke his sword in two. The third prince was stunned to see his sword now only half intact, gritting his teeth in anger. His sword's glow exposed his vulnerability, and Jia-an quickly launched a finishing move. He chuckled softly, "So you're also trying to divert my attack this time?" Jia quickly collapsed. Reimer's voice rang out once more. The winner is Onja's, while the prince bowed sadly, remaining in his defeated stance. He raises his shining sword and thinks to himself that he must be faster and stronger than him. Jia gently smiles and says, "Did he use his footsword to counter my shining sword?" Then he gathered his spirits and approached Jia-an, saying, "The world really is vast," letting go of his sense of defeat and happily accepting it by extending his hand toward Jia-an. "Thank you. I've learned a lot from this fight, and I admit I lost." Jia-an also smiled and shook hands again. "I have also learned a lot." So the two shook hands.
Jia spoke first.
Sorry for underestimating you earlier, just pretend I wasn't here watching. Jia. An politely replied, No problem. Then the prince asked, Can I ask your age? Jia. An honestly replied, I am 14 this year. After hearing that, he shook his head in disappointment. I lost to a younger swordsman in both skill and character. Then he handed Ji Onan something and told him to take it, making Ji Onan unable to hide his curiosity. What is this? Ji Onan took the golden badge that he had been wearing around his neck and did not feel curious anymore. He calmly explained that it was proof of the Crown Prince Owen. Jia Owen was willing to accept any request from you in the future. This surprised Jia. An greatly. Why would you give me something so precious? Jia happily said, I have lost, but you truly have enlightened me. I feel like I have learned many things. I think I was lucky to lose to someone like you. He turned and walked away, his face full of hope. Surely one day we will meet again. I hope that day you will still be stronger than me. The Crown Prince said, I think trying to catch up with you in strength is also quite interesting. Then Jia approached and said to Rimmer, Coach Rimmer, we lost, you won decisively. Reimer also nodded generously. All right then. Then he told us to disperse, saying, disperse now, bringing us back from a state of confusion to normal. Yes, Your Highness, I have urgent matters to attend to right now. On the Jia side, he tightly holds the badge given by Jia with a complicated mood. In the previous life, completing a mission without any reward was very normal. Getting a reward like this again now really surprises me. I smile and think, it's such a strange feeling. He walks forward, followed by the students from the 5th training ground, each step full of excitement, as this life surprises me in ways I never expected. At the main building, Glenn Jiggis listens to the prince's thoughts and calmly concludes that this was the lesson he learned from the recent battle. Jia nodded and said, yes, I used to think I was the best, but he helped me see things differently and learn a lot. He's like a seasoned swordsman with a lot of experience. I touched my chest with one hand and said with great admiration, I have fought many battles in the 6 kingdoms, but this is the first time I've seen a trainee as strong as Gon. He is younger than a god, yet the god can learn so much from him. Glenn pondered and replied, I understand. Jia continued, that is why I plan to return after this training session. I want to train and learn quickly from what I have learned from him. Understanding Gear's excited mood, Landlord Glenn Jiggis nodded slightly. All right, please send my thanks to the king for the letter. Jia immediately nodded respectfully in agreement. Yes, thank you. The sky now displays the colors of sunset, shining on the envoy army. En returned from the north. On the way, I hurriedly rode my horse closer to the family, looking nervous. Your Highness, you quickly drew Jia's attention. He glanced over at Tan and asked, What's wrong? What does the Duke want to say? With the permission of the 3rd Crown Prince Jia, Tan speaks what he thinks. Revealing your power and using the parry's sword technique in the battle against Gon was a bit too much. He sincerely advises that hiding one's strength is very important. After hearing Tan speak, I could only laugh helplessly. I know I might have gone a bit too far too. Tan is still worried. Giving him the card might be a bit too much. But this time Jia gently brushed it aside. No head. I, Tatan, slowly ride my horse and calmly share my thoughts with the Duke. Ji Onon Jigut has shown goodwill towards me. He might have been very angry at being underestimated, but in the end he still treated me politely. So I only responded with kindness. He continued, and also, Jion showed me a secret sword technique. Hearing this, Tatan still had some objections. That's right, but Jia smiled softly and added, the card is an investment, which confused Tan a bit. What does this mean? The 3rd prince explained, with skills, character, and spirit at that age, surely he will become an outstanding person in the future even if he is not directly related. Then he revealed his true intention. If I get close to someone like that, wouldn't it be beneficial for me? After hearing the Duke, Tan also had to admire the depth of his own prince. He thought to himself, he's really planning far ahead, isn't he? The one who praised me just shrugged and said, I grew up in the royal family. If I can't think like that, then I might as well die. The conversation ended, and Jia silently thought of the person who left an unforgettable impression on him. Jia Onat. I remember how awkward Ji-an looked when everyone praised him, and I wonder how strong he'll be the next time we meet. At the same time, in the main building, Ja's butler Len maintained a formal stance as he conversed with his master. I suppose you're very pleased to see your grandson recognized by a prince from another country, master. What do you mean by that? It's been a long time since I saw you smile so warmly. As a reflex, Glenn reached out and touched his face, muttering, a smile. Yes, he did smile when the prince mentioned the young master Jia-on's name. Glenn couldn't believe it and denied it. Lowen, you're out now. You must be mistaken. Master, I am a bit concerned about what Duke Ta said. What do you plan to do about it? When it comes to this matter, Glenn fell into thought for a moment. Remember the conversation from a few hours ago. Totten told you this. Do I have something to tell you besides the prince's letter? After receiving Glenn's permission, Tata said seriously, I have a message from Emperor Owen and Lee Cross Albert Owen II to deliver to you. Glenn briefly frowned, sensing that this was not good news. Sure enough, the five shadows have started to act again. The fifth training ground, Rammer wholeheartedly praised his students. You did very well in the sparring session with the trainees from the Oran Kingdom. Then he began announcing a new training program. It seems everything is ready. Next week, I will prepare a special skills training session for you. By the end, the students started whispering among themselves. Special skills, huh? Timid Dorian asked, what is this special training? Reimer honestly replied, calling it a special training might not be quite accurate. He emphasized that it has to be a real battle. You should also prepare yourselves to sweat and shed tears. Rammer delved deeper into the details of this training session. To the south of the Dierig territory, deep within the mountain ranges, there is a band calling themselves the Snowclaw. He continued, saying that their allies are in the south and north, living by collecting tolls on the local roads, but recently they have become more brazen. Dreamer also recounted recent incidents where they have been killing and robbing merchants more frequently. After hearing this, some students, despite seeming completely unfamiliar with this mission, bravely asked, so our task is to eliminate them? Raymer pondered for a moment before replying, yes, it was indeed like that before. Another student immediately asked, it used to be like that? Someone else asked, has the mission changed? Why are we not ambushing? We can't. He coldly said, they ambushed and slaughtered a village in the south, then burned everything to the ground. The terrifying and dangerous nature of this mission has left most of the trainees trembling in shock. Rammer observed for a moment, then crossed his arms and said, that is why the mission has been changed to tracking them down first and then destroying them. Even though they are just a band of thieves, they all use hidden spiritual energy, so you are not allowed to take control. Finally, Raymer set the time to start the mission. We will depart tomorrow night. Get ready. A leaf is quickly cut in half by a sharp sword. The owner of this ultimate skill is none other than Runan. She raises her sword, flicks it slightly, then puts on a sad expression. I want to practice my stance a bit more before leaving, but things haven't gone as I hoped. She recalls Jia An's movement stances, and strangely thinks that Jia An's thrusts are very agile and smooth. I don't know where my problem lies anymore. She looked towards the training hall and thought to herself, maybe Jia An is training inside right now. Should I go ask him? Runan kept staring at the building for a while, then finally turned away, probably because she didn't want to bother him. She firmly grasped her sword and focused on training, just practicing alone. A while later, the sun had begun to set on the horizon. The water pooled from the rain reflected the image of the training building, and suddenly it trembled. Runan tiredly lies down on a large rock, thinking to herself that she's weaker than before, but her movements are smoother. Today is enough. Then she got up and looked towards the training building, guessing that Jian was probably still training, just stopping by to say goodbye to him before heading home. Suddenly, she paused for a moment. Runan remembers that her mother told her to come home early this weekend. She bought some ice cream. So Runan decided to follow the call of her heart. Time to go home. They will ask him tomorrow. When we meet tomorrow, I will give him some cream. Runan kept walking, but she could feel someone following her. A strange man suddenly appeared behind her and called out her name, Runan. She immediately turned around and instinctively asking who it was, but when she fully saw the man's face, Van An showed a terrified expression never seen before on her usually indifferent face. That man also has white hair just like her. He smiled and said, it's been a while since we met, and Runan tremblingly called out this man's name, Sarya. Sarya Sen, the man, smiles softly, his face resembling Runan by about 70 or 80%. He slowly approached the trembling An and smiled, saying, aren't you happy to see your brother again? Your behavior makes me sad. Suddenly, his gentle tone turned sharp. Didn't he tell you not to make that face anymore? Sia kneels on one leg and gently says to his younger sister, you've improved a lot in the dreamer training. I didn't expect you to become stronger than I hoped. He smiles and asks, I'm very proud of you, Runan, right? But Runan's terrified expression showed that his words carried no good meaning at all. Siarya suddenly widened his eyes and stared fiercely at Runan, his tone sharp as if to threaten her. But you won't risk your life to join any dangerous battles or confrontations, right? Runan shouted in fear, tears almost spilling out, desperately trying to keep this dangerous person away. Sharia sighed and, as he spoke, reached into his pocket as if pulling out something. Do you have amnesia about everything I taught you? Maybe I should remind you then? He calmly recalls Runan's painful memories. The squirrel you used to raise was named Ruby, right? And as he expected, Runan screamed in fear. Hey, hey. A small squirrel appears in Saria's hand. It is curled up in his hand and still breathing steadily. Saria holds it out to Runan and then gives a friendly-looking smile. But his words shatter that fake mask. Do you remember now? The way Ruby died because you didn't listen to me? Runan shouted in horror. She wants to stop her crazy brother. Brother, wait a moment. But just as Runan ran over, the hand that was holding the tiny creature cruelly squeezed it to death, turning it into a bloody mass of flesh. Runan was completely stunned, her eyes turned vacant and lifeless. Dark memories flood back, with deaths and haunting images constantly surrounding her, while Saria's disgusted face makes her so terrified she has no strength left to struggle. Runan screams in pain, clutching her head tightly. The haunting nightmare that has been tormenting her is now deeply ingrained in the mind of a 14-year-old girl. Saria slowly whispers into Runan's ear, noticing that her sister seems to be listening more obediently now. Every word is etched into her young mind. Runan, remember, you belong to me. He continued speaking, his words like a demon hypnotizing people, until the day of judgment comes. Sia warned, don't do anything dangerous. All you need to do is survive until I tell you to do the opposite. Suddenly, a surprise attack came straight at Sia, causing a massive collision that brought down a sturdy wall. But Sia managed to dodge just in time, her face extremely cold as she observed her attacker. Runan was still trembling with fear, seemingly unaware that she had just faced an attack right in front of her, clutching her head in misery. Jia-on appears, standing guard in front of Runan Tae with his sword, looking extremely alert, softly calling out to the person opposite him before coldly asking, his eyes full of murderous intent, "Who are you?" No one can beat the number one in a second round. He didn't answer, but instead mockingly reminded him with a teasing attitude. Shouldn't you introduce yourself first before asking someone else's name? If you suddenly barged in like that, we can't talk like this. If you meet someone like Jian, there's no point arguing. I'll shut you down. You're the one blocking the alleyway here. How can you say this is our problem? Hearing you say that, Cian looks like he wants to spray glue. Clearly unhappy. Are you a thief? It's not a thief, but I still have to pretend to be innocent to save my reputation. He revealed his relationship with Junan to dispel the suspicion. I see now why you think that, but I am not a thief. Actually, I am her older brother. Jia-onan was a bit skeptical and glanced at Runan, wanting to hear her confirm, but all he saw was her frightened appearance. She couldn't speak, trembling all over, and her expression looked very unstable. You singing? I knew you would be suspicious. Giving him a piercing look, Lunan seemed quite scared. Are you really his brother? Syrian had no choice but to raise his hands in surrender. Oh, I guess I was joking a bit too much. It's been a while since I saw her again. He immediately got scolded by Jian for being brainless, unable to understand if he has a mental problem or not. Do you think squeezing a squirrel to death in front of her is a joke? Syrian continued to chuckle and scratch his head, pretending to be innocent. Ha ha, so you saw it after all. That's not a real squirrel, it's just a toy. Seeing that I wouldn't believe him, he held out his hand for Jian to check. See, there's nothing wrong with my hand. This guy has to win the argument or he won't stop. Sen would never admit to threatening his sister. I didn't actually kill the squirrel. Don't overthink it. Jian didn't hear a single word because he had witnessed everything. He burned all the blood and flesh of that squirrel with his aura. He's very clever to come up with a reasonable excuse. The swords in An's hands remain ready for battle. I just came to bring you some snacks. I will have to undertake a task that will take quite some time in the near future, so I came here to see her. Saran stared at her intently, speaking with a hint of meaning. Runan, it seems you have a really good friend. Just keep being good friends. After rambling for a while, he finally left. I really couldn't bring myself to say goodbye. Sorry for the joke. Remember to stay healthy. See you again. Until now. Jia-on finally realized who he was. I know that man. He originally looked quite handsome, but had a cruel heart. He knew everything about Syrian inside out. He is a genius swordsman of the Sulian family, and one of the 12 monsters expected to become the next generation of sword saints of the 6 dynasties, with the distinctive Syrian-Sulian sword pattern symbolizing his power. That's why I saw through Syrian's true nature long ago, just to see if he could act convincingly. Before reincarnation, I only heard of his name. This is the first time I've seen him in person. He is a madman pretending to be a noble hero. Today's encounter with Cyan made An realize. He also emitted a disgusting stench like when I faced Dearest. Only then did I see her finally calm down again, and Ji-onan reached out his hand to help her stand up. Runan couldn't understand why she felt that he was only gentle with her, from his eyes to his actions. Let's go. I will see you home. They reached the carriage. Ji-onan and she stood there looking at each other, probably unsure of what to say. As she was about to get in the carriage, Runan paused for a moment. Thank you for seeing me off. I know you were very scared, so I gently comforted you. Yeah, go to bed early tonight and see you at home tomorrow. I still worry about Runan's condition. The car has driven away, but his eyes never left it. Runan helplessly lowered her head, blaming herself for not being stronger. Even after returning home, she couldn't escape the haunting memories and stayed in a dark room. The box Syrian brought was opened by her, but Runan didn't care much and left it on the table. She is still lost in the past, burying her face in her arm for fear of crying. He has come again, just like before. He hasn't changed at all. Remembering the past, she once had her hand scratched by Ruby. Even though she tried to explain to her brother, Runan held her toy close to her chest. Cyan, Ruby is just a bit sensitive because she's pregnant. I'm fine, I don't hurt. No one could have guessed that he would be so ruthless as to make Ruby unable to recover. And that was just the beginning. Syrian's personality is a bit abnormal. I don't understand what he's thinking when he says, "You belong to me, you can't get hurt, and you won't get hurt in the future. You just need to breathe and live well." All the threats he made to her are gradually breaking Renal's spirit. "If you tell your parents, I will kill them all. Even if they are your family, I will destroy everything. I will burn everyone except you." That is why she became a timid person. Someone will get hurt if I mention them. It's best to stay silent. It's simply because she's afraid Syrian might put them in danger, so she isolates herself. Everything will be fine as long as she stays silent. Later, Ronald's attention shifted to someone else. I thought I was the only one who was lonely, the only one suffering in silence. She felt somewhat comforted, her fears gradually fading, but now she had someone to share her pain with. With him by her side, Renan grew more determined and confident in the path she had chosen after meeting Anyas. "I know how good he is, how hard he tries, and how much suffering he endures. He is like a ray of light, and with my admiration, I gain the strength to fight as I see him change others' perceptions through his efforts. I thought I could do what he did. I tried my best to stay by his side and become a better person. Reality is always harsh on Runan, but it seems I still can't do it. If I keep being weak, I won't be able to escape the nightmare, just like the box he brought. Tui. It's okay as long as I can still endure." The houses here have a unique style, typical of the southernmost region of the Ghat domain in John Village. The swordsman group arrived with Rammer before splitting up, and the instructor reminded us that we will stay here for the night. Hearing the officer say that, the trainees seemed to feel an even heavier burden. "You all did very well in crossing the space door. You must be tired. Rest well tonight, as this will be your last chance to relax before starting the mission." The master even came in person to guide the students. "Hello to the swordsman from Jigat. I'll lead everyone to the resting room this way. Dreamer thanks you on behalf of everyone for your hospitality. The flames blazing in the cold winter are truly unmatched." Gia. An suddenly started rambling, but it made no sense at all. Thanks to the anger that even the Celestial Emperor had to wonder. What are you talking about? I started to remember when we were both investigating someone. If you hadn't suggested it, I wouldn't have noticed yesterday. I didn't realize he was hiding his energy. The Spirit King sensed that something strange was happening over there, which is why Ji Onan noticed the oddity. It's puffed up again. Of course I would do that for that cold girl. Even he feels somewhat more at ease now. He won't be back for a long time because he's on a mission. Runan will always be like that if he is still your brother. Tinhua Emperor is actually more reckless than him. "Give me the person's body, you idiot! I will return it to you right after I kill him." Jian was stunned by his decision. What? It soars through the air, very proud of its reputation. "The Essence Emperor will repay double and seek revenge 10 times over. The girl introduced me to such a delicious cream, so I will do this for her. You're also involved in this? Are you joking? How can I refuse to do that?" But he still insists firmly. Emperor Tinhua is really serious. Jian can't risk doing something so foolish. Even if you speak the truth, it won't change anything. You have your own way of thinking, which only shows your understanding. But he has hurt Runan. Even if you kill him, it won't change what has already happened to her. Even the Supreme Emperor has to ponder. It turns out the fate was set in motion long ago. Her image is still deeply imprinted in his mind. Runan, she is the first person to care for me in both this life and the previous one. Jian is determined to protect Runan at all costs. If anything happens to her, I will kill the one responsible. All the students were exhausted, as if they had been in a car accident. 2 days after leaving the Jayat territory, we arrived at the village destroyed by Snow Lake. Suddenly, someone shouted upon seeing the charred legs. "What is this?" The swordsman couldn't understand that it was actually a person burned black. Why would they do that? The visiting students to this village were stunned, as there were not just one but many others in similar conditions. "That's so cruel." Boren was so shocked by the blackened corpse that he froze for 5 seconds. Huh? They're all humans. Jian was furious at their actions, so cruel. They cut off their heads before burning them. He noticed a female student who was not afraid and even appeared calm. Manhwa was untroubled by the sight of the corpse, probably having seen much of it before or having killed people herself. When he turned around by chance, he realized something was wrong. Wait a moment. While Jia-on was unsure where she was running, in front of her was a charred corpse. Where is Runan? At her feet is the hand of one of the victims killed by the gang. Runan tries to hold back her emotions, covering her mouth to prevent herself from screaming. After a moment for the students to see clearly on their own, Raymer gathered everyone to explain. The terrible scene she is witnessing here is the result of the White Tiger Gang. While the instructor is reminding them, Bren is not paying attention and is lost in thought. Remember this moment well and never forget it. Be more alert if you encounter them. The instructor pulls out an item and repeatedly emphasizes the important point. This is called a silent. It's called a silent whistle. It makes no sound no matter how loudly you blow it. The only people who can hear this whistle are those trained to listen for it. So if anything happens, don't hesitate to use it. Runan also received a drill to see how to use it. While Raymer was still speaking, the guards would immediately react and come to your rescue as quickly as possible. No matter how dangerous the enemy is, the instructor still trusts his students. Their swords are merciless. Clashing with them can lead to unimaginable consequences. However, instead of immediately blowing the whistle, you should do everything you can first. You can try fighting them without our help. Raymer is very straightforward and fears no power. Don't hesitate to eliminate them whenever you have the chance. Because of their crimes, they deserve to die. Unlike everyone's brave spirit, Lunan fell into complete silence. When the officer announced the activity for the day, she stood in the back, too afraid to speak up. Divide into groups according to the captain's orders. Matha will be in Group A and Ben will be in Group B. Everyone will move in groups of 3 or 4. Holding her sword, she is still haunted by Cyan's words. Remember, Runan, you belong to me. His threatening image of her becomes clearer with each moment. Don't do anything dangerous that could hurt me. Just keep living until the day I need you, and I will kill anything that dares to hurt you. Before she could calm down, she was startled by a call, and Runan surprisingly invited her to join him and create a team. Are you coming with me? You still can't seem to shake your mood. The worry in her heart remains unresolved. The snow is falling more heavily than before, and Runan hesitates slightly. But with him by her side, Runan still decided to go along to ease her tension. Having just seen the scene here, Gon had already made his plans. Is that Mount Rutan? From that high point, we might be able to observe what's happening below. And it would also be easier to escape from the enemy if we got into trouble, as it would be a perfect place for them to hide. Based on my past life experience, I confidently assert that because that place is too perfect, the bandits won't hide there, as it could be their target point for us. Jia. An boldly guesses that the bandits usually hide behind large trees in the forest. There's no way they would choose such an obvious spot when they know people are tailing them. They must have thought we would guess they were hiding there. Therefore, they found another safe hiding spot because the most dangerous place is actually the safest. He looked ahead and saw only snow, which meant hiding in that hill area was their only option. It may seem like that place is fully observable from the outside due to its openness, but there might be another hiding spot inside. Not leaving her alone, he still turned back to call Runan. Let's go now. With Dion in the group, it's very relaxed. Using half of my previous life skills is enough. We should go check out that hill area first. Leave the forest to the other teams. Runan trusts you completely. Fine, whatever, that's okay. Watching her walk away. Jia. An could feel the deep sadness in Run's heart. The Spirit Flower Emperor appeared just in time. Your concern for her is quite obvious. Aren't you going to say anything to her? Even though you truly care about her, you can't focus on Runan's personal matters. I also don't know what to say to her anymore. Besides, that's also a matter concerning her family. Deep down, he also knew that his relationship with his mother was not good because he couldn't even understand his own feelings towards Sylvia right now. There was no way he could give her good advice about her family. It doesn't mean I will give up halfway. Ji Onan believes that if I try a little every day, I will definitely succeed. But I also know what Siren did to Vunon in the past. Maybe I can solve this problem if I get the chance. But finding that opportunity is also difficult. When he and Runan reached the end of the road, Ji Onan confirmed that his own thoughts were correct. Moreover, everything was part of my plan. Both of them clung to the trees to move forward. The path is more difficult because of the snow below. But how can it stop his knowledge? There is a hidden forest behind the hill that outsiders can't see. It's quite deep, and his experience from the previous life makes it easy for Jion to uncover their sneaky tricks. It seems like all traces of humans have been hidden, so others won't be able to find them. Still, those tricks only fool amateurs. Once you've acted, the rice turns into bran. It's useless to me. Because I trained in many essential skills before, just killing the target alone won't make me the best assassin. The first attempt at scouting and gathering information must be done by the best in all those aspects. With the skills of these bandits, not only did he guess correctly, but he also showed no fear. Maybe they fooled an ordinary hunter, but for me it's useless. Runen, I think the White Tiger Gang's base is nearby. Jia still feels it's better to be a little cautious. Follow me and try to stay as silent as possible, even with your breath. Runen also obeyed and did so, faintly. Suddenly, he and she stop abruptly, his right hand ready to draw his sword at any moment. Jia. An notices only a few mousetraps on the ground. What do you think it is? This doesn't matter. Underestimating others will bring danger sooner. I am confident that, thanks to my prediction, they have nothing special except some traps at the entrance. Maybe they thought no one could get this far because there are many signs of life around. But Jionin couldn't have expected that the robbers were outside the gate with a little boy. It seems they underestimated us. Just a quick look and you can tell that kid is a hostage. Your observation skills haven't diminished over time. The robbers guarding the gate are quite big, but I don't sense any strong aura from them. They're just low-level fighters. He clearly recognizes that the enemy is on his level. The bulky guy near the hostage is strong enough to survive with his swordsmanship. To develop the analytical skills I have today, Jia worked very hard in the past. The bandits are probably gathering inside. There's no way they would leave the only hostage outside under such simple guard. Basically, I can see that direct combat isn't advantageous. There are probably dozens of robbers inside. Should I sound the alarm to alert everyone? I could retreat now and attack together with the main force when they arrive, but in reality, that wouldn't give us any more time to prepare. The current situation of the hostage is extremely critical. If this continues, the kid will freeze to death. He won't be able to survive until the full support arrives. I'm ready to draw my sword and fight them. In theory, we will proceed with these steps. They still haven't realized our presence. The best course of action now is to rescue the hostage before they find us and deal with them quickly and efficiently. You and Runen are very clever for hiding in the bushes facing the boy. She doesn't trust herself and fears she will mess things up. But what calms Runen down is his concern for her. Runen, look at me. Jia. An knows how to soothe the heart, standing before her and affirming, "Don't worry too much. We can save that boy, but I need your help." You must be sure that Junan agrees with the plan you've made. Once I give the signal, use your magic to block the sound. The main thing I will do, you just focus on those henchmen. Can you handle it? Runen is afraid to show herself, worried she will be a burden to him. Can I change like he did? In the end, she finally mustered the courage to look straight ahead. Keep trying. A thief yawns loudly, complaining to his accomplices. I'm so sleepy. How much longer is my shift? How much longer until it's over? Russell. Her sudden appearance froze them in place. Who are you? Runen, with all the trust placed in him, used the luminary release skill to block the sound waves, and by the time they realized the shield around them, it was too late. Damn it, the panicked thief doesn't know what to do. Our voices can't get out. Did that girl just stop the noise with magic? Rue keeps criticizing the village. Why would someone be able to use magic in a place like this? At the same time, Gon rushed toward them with his sword. This is my chance. Before dealing with the big guy behind me, he won't see me swing my sword before I pass by them, so I'll take care of these two first. Unexpectedly, the force was so strong that the thief's head was accidentally seen by Runen. She immediately froze, unable to believe her eyes anymore. The image of Ruby lying motionless on the ground appeared once again in Runen's mind. She recalls the terrifying scene when the squirrels at her feet could no longer move. Runen's scream caused the shield to disappear. Ah, just when it matters most, we run into trouble again. Dawn's face paled. Damn it, the magic barrier that blocks sound has broken. Now he realizes his actions unintentionally affected her, causing his psychological trauma to resurface because of that situation. Runen crouched down on the ground, exhausted. Jia suddenly felt worried. If this continues, the thieves will realize we've been discovered. As soon as a thief intended to harm Runen, Jia? An quickly rushed over. Hurting him might be forgivable, but daring to touch a single hair of her means choosing death. Runen was still in a state of fear, not noticing the danger she was in. Luckily, he managed to subdue him to the ground, with his sword pressed against his chin as a warning. Ji-on always follows through on what he says. This is no ordinary threat. If you know what's good for you, don't shout out loud. I haven't allowed you to speak yet, so you're dead for sure. You must answer my questions. If you don't obey, I will withdraw your sword. The 3-part helpless, 7-part, like the father thief, must comply with his wishes. Even if Jia-on is rude to others, she remains an exception. He always pays attention to Runen. If he didn't care, how would he know that she was scared through her breath without a word of blame? Onan even smiled, secretly acknowledging Runen's contribution. Thanks to her, I was able to act. Even though she was scared, she did very well. Your conversation with the thief was brief and to the point. The information about them is essential. You belong to the White Tiger gang, right? Yes, that's correct. How many of you are in the gang? Where are they sleeping? There are a total of 39 people. They are in the forest. How many hostages are among them? One person. Jia-on's anxiety grew even more. Sure enough, there was still one more hostage. Just then, the boy was rescued and stammered out his words. Oh, swordsman, the hostage inside is my sister. Please, save my sister. Runa quickly reassured the boy. Don't worry, once you calm down, we will save her. Don't worry, he said it sincerely, but she didn't believe it. Human strength is limited. Runen, I didn't say that, but you are so sure. After all, the kid will do that which makes Jian unable to refuse. Runen, tell me why you're not confident. I only do what I am capable of. It's not that I'm afraid of the robbers. But it would be better to call for help so the hostage can be safer, including 36 robbers and a loan shark, so it could be very dangerous. This is the first time she has suggested an idea. An also agrees with this decision, as they cannot take reckless risks in such a dangerous situation. Then let's blow the whistle to signal. Yes, I think that would be better than that. Runen blows as hard as she can into the flute, worried it might not produce sound. An sees her holding the flute tightly with both hands and feels more confident. Yet he still cannot hear any sound from the flute. That's probably also why RER gave this flute. The one who needs to hear it can't be seen anywhere. The thieves are more alert than dogs already. Their shouts startle Daeon and Runen. That is a silent flute. Everyone is rushing in. They are hunting us down. I can't understand how the flute works, but do I really doubt life itself? How does he have such a keen sense? Even standing right beside him, I couldn't hear it. Runen didn't want the boy to see this scene, so I had no choice but to use a thief as a hostage. The gang leader hasn't yet realized Jia-onan's true strength and dismisses him arrogantly. You're a bastard, aren't you afraid to come here? You're pretty daring, huh? He's the one who discovered the sound of the flute. Who are you trying to call with that flute of yours? But what he cares about here isn't why he could hear it. I don't need to tell you who we're calling. Just exchange the hostages. His words surprised the leader, who wanted to exchange the hostage. Yeah, Jia-on is just applying the same method they used. If you hand over that child to me, I will return this guy to you. You've been overestimating him. The leader wouldn't easily let the girl go. That bastard's death or not doesn't matter to me. He's not worth me letting this kid go. The situation has turned around, and the leader has successfully threatened him again. If you don't want to see this kid's head fall, put down your sword now. The girl saw the sword and was terrified. Tears streaming down her face. Sob. To temporarily ensure the girl's safety, and it seems An has accepted taking one more step towards peace and harmony. All right. He is truly a considerate young man, not wanting her to see the bloody scene, which would only worsen her psychological trauma. Runen, fall back and wait for my signal. Unexpectedly, An ruthlessly sent the thief to meet the King of Hell, causing the others to panic as blood splattered everywhere. The other robbers were terrified by his power. You bastard! What did you just do? He only sees An controlling the sword, using his power to launch it forward. The three robbers are caught off guard and spray glue when they realize they are under attack. In a flash, the robber wielding a sword threatening the girl was taken down. An signaled her to carry out her mission. Lunan creates the fog to block their view, and she quickly cooperates smoothly according to his instructions. The scene in front of the thieves looks like they are about to face a snowstorm. The troublemaker and the other robbers are furious because they have to close their eyes. Damn it, the fog is blocking our view. Seizing the rare opportunity, Jia-on quickly picked up the girl and left. By the time the robbers realized it, they had already inhaled a lot of dust and lost his trail. Damn it, it's running away with the kid. That son of a bitch, don't let them get away. If you see them, kill them immediately. The pine tree is covered with snow and the weather is getting colder. While the two children, wrapped in woolen coats, lay on the snow, Jia-on still didn't forget to explain to her. I think the kids got too cold and fainted, so it's hard for them to run. I can't forgive those bandits. If we ignore them, who knows what more evil they will bring to the village. Although they are many, I have to eliminate them here and now. You think she shouldn't go because it would be dangerous. Runen, stay here and watch the kids. But she only looked at his wound. Jia-onan, your hand is bleeding, so you don't have to worry her for another second. Jia-onan reassures Runen. It's okay, I'll be back as soon as I deal with the robbers. But he didn't know that she was also worried about him. Runen grabbed her shirt, and her eyes at this moment reflected his image. Gah! On, don't go. You're injured. Fighting alone is too dangerous. Runan really doesn't want Jia On to fight the robbers alone. The officers will be here soon. Wait for everyone to come and help you out. Her worry makes him too afraid to leave. Runan sat down and looked at the little girl, understanding that she must have been through so much fear to be like that. He spoke to her very gently. Hi. He always keeps his volume just right, unlike when he talks to others. Indeed, every battle is terrifying. For experienced swordsmen or students like us, it feels the same. Gently changing the subject, Jia On's eyes sparkle. But do you know what the scariest thing is? Runan was stunned to hear him mention something he had never intended to change, which was to sit still and do nothing. Jia On couldn't contain his anger when he saw the village now. The bandits had committed heinous acts that were unforgivable. There are those who sacrificed themselves to protect the village, and others who fought to defend their loved ones. We cannot turn a blind eye to their sacrifice. He looked her straight in the eyes and reaffirmed once more, "We are swordsmen." Words like these fuel an unbreakable spirit. Dawn, like a psychologist, must carry out her mission until the very end. We must follow in the footsteps of those who came before and protect those who remain. Anand's act of standing up showed his determination and reinforced Runan's belief in the power of courage. I don't know how her brother treated her, but the more she fears someone, the more their figure will appear, and the fear will deepen into her mind. If she keeps running from her fear, it will torment her for the rest of her life. Every word he says to her is gentle, yet filled with affection and encouragement. Run. Only you can protect yourself and your loved ones. Ga'an put his hand inside his left chest. Chest, not knowing what important item he was holding. He placed a small item into her palm, reminding her to move forward. From now on, everything she does will be decided by her own hands. Runan suddenly changes attitude even more than before. Ga'an steps forward to the cave entrance to challenge the bandits, no longer needing to hide in the shadows. She remained seated silently, tears threatening to fall as Ga'an brought a new hope with the small wooden squirrel in her hand, and she wept softly. I want to change. I want to forget. I no longer want the past to control me. I want to protect what I cherish most. I will no longer hide in the shadows. The small wooden squirrel I gave her today has eased some of her childhood memories and pointed towards the bright future ahead. I must keep moving forward. Ji-on charged at the bandits, taking down several with a single sword strike. Seeing this, the robbers shouted, "Damn it! Kill him now!" The soldiers looked at On with concern, and he continued to shout, "Kill him, stop him quickly. He's just a kid, but no one can stop him." Jia-on slowly approaches the thief, who shouts again, "Why can't you stop him?" Jia-on remains very calm, watching him. Suddenly, a thief from behind charged at him to attack, but he recognized it. As he strikes down, Jia-on quickly dodges to the side. Without giving him much time to think, the old thief takes the opportunity to slash directly at him. He secretly thought he was definitely going to die. That damn bastard. His sword slashed down with a bang, sending rocks flying everywhere, but as the dust cleared, he couldn't believe his eyes, and exclaimed, "What?" Looking down at the blade, Jia-on was no longer there. Where did he suddenly disappear to? Jia-on suddenly appears behind him and coldly says, "You waiting for the right moment like a coward forever?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jia-on swung his sword fiercely, decapitating him and splattering blood everywhere. The surrounding bandits were terrified. Monsters. How could someone so young be so strong? Is it really just a trainee? Jia-on coldly looked at them. "Surrender now. Your leader has already given up." Before he could finish his sentence, an attack suddenly came flying toward him from somewhere, and Ruan quickly raised his sword to block. The leader's laughter echoes. "Ha ha, how ridiculous. Are you all giving up again to that kid? If this keeps up, we'll only embarrass ourselves in the North-South Alliance. You look pretty wealthy, probably from a well-off family, huh?" "That's good." Jia-on didn't say anything and just calmly looked at him. Suddenly he jumped up, swinging his sword at me while still saying, "I was worried that when I catch you there won't be much ransom money. God hasn't abandoned me." Vukan finished speaking when he swung a powerful strike at Ruan and shouted loudly, "I will take you hostage." Ruan struggles to block the attack from the leader. He silently thinks this guy is the leader of the White Tiger Bandits. Surely he's an apprentice swordsman, not a true swordsman. As she fought the leader, a voice shouted in, "We found them! That bastard and the hostage are here!" Outside, Runan was struggling to fend off the thief, her whole body trembling. Ruan was panicked and worried for her. "Damn it, Junan isn't ready to fight yet. I have to help her. The leader took the opportunity while you were distracted to attack harder. How dare you look away when I'm right in front of you? Are you worried about your accomplices?" Then he laughed happily, saying we could enjoy ourselves a little more. and continued attacking relentlessly, putting him on the defensive. He secretly cursed in his heart, damn it. Outside, the annoying thief shouted at Runen. Damn it, this bastard is using strange skills. It seems like you've never killed anyone before. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed quickly toward her, hostage in hand, no more beating around the bush. Seeing the thief rush forward, she felt worried and whispered to herself that she had to protect the children at all costs, but to do that she had to kill the enemy right in front of her. Luckily, he's not a tough opponent, her arm gradually tightening her sword. She kept reassuring herself, I can do this. I have to kill him. Kill him. Don't forget what Jia-on said. Once again, she saw Cien appear, and Runen stared in confusion as Cien raised his hand to block the sword. In her heart, she was confused, her inner voice shouting out. She seemed to sink into her thoughts again. Or maybe she saw him again. I have to chase him away, but I can't forget the fear from that wedding day. Can I protect something like what Jia-on did? I can't even properly wield my sword in this situation. Am I afraid I've never really protected anything before? When she heard that call, she suddenly snapped out of her thoughts. Gon smiled reassuringly at her and said, It's okay, you can do it. Runen tearfully looked at Onan. She felt Jia-on approaching her, saying, Don't worry, come here with Toe. It was as if Jia-on pulled her out of that terrifying darkness. Tears welled up in her eyes as she thought to herself, I have to thank him. She swung her sword with all her might because she had gained courage. Facing Syrian, she no longer hesitated, and with a single strike, she seemed to cut away the darkness within her. She kept thinking about how he helped her move forward and trusted her. She dashed past the thief and slashed his chest, causing him to fall back. Then she returned to her calm demeanor with a determined look. The leader looked uncomfortable upon seeing this. Are those guys losing to these kids? Useless bunch. Hearing Han say that, Jia-on interrupted and said, She is not just a kid. She is a child who can overcome her past on her own, and she has a kind heart. At this moment, he clenched his sword, and flames rose around him. Jia-on calmly said, She is a swordsman who has overcome challenges. When his concern for Runen was gone, he gathered energy and a fiery flower appeared, the most destructive fire blossom. As soon as he finished speaking, Jia-on quickly slashed at the leader, knocking him out on the spot. After a moment, Jia-on checked the thieves' belongings, silently thinking that he wanted to see if there were any other traps before the masters arrived. He holds up a flower, a bi-colored blossom. It's a rare herb, but is it really worth destroying an entire village just for this? While Jia-on was thinking about the flower, suddenly a sarcastic voice asked, Is it over already? He saw him holding the flower and asked, Oh, is that the bi-colored flower Vu Khan has? Then he put on a cheerful expression. Did you two kill them all? So he's the eternal Richter gang leader of the North-South Alliance. What if I already killed them? Ritter still kept smiling. You're really brave and good at reading the situation too. You're so confident, you must be skilled. Jia-on didn't hear him and asked, Are you part of the North-South Alliance? Hearing that, Ritter was a little surprised. Then he introduced himself saying, Yes, my name is R. Jia-onan thought to himself, So he's R. I've heard that name before. A genius swordsman who joined the North-South Alliance with just a sword and became the leader of a large gang within 10 years. The White Tiger Gang is nothing compared to him. He's a truly powerful swordsman. Without giving him much time to think, Richter spoke up. So, you're a kid from a famous family, directly descended from the Zikhat clan, right? Your swordsmanship isn't impressive, so you're probably still an apprentice. What should I do now? At this point, his voice drops into a threatening tone. Should I kill you all? After that, the atmosphere between the two became tense, and no one spoke further. Jia-on looked at Richter and thought to himself that his murderous intent was too obvious, so he proactively grabbed his sword. As someone who had lived an entire previous life as an assassin, this was not a problem at all. Suddenly, Richter burst out laughing. Do you think you can withstand this pressure? You're not an ordinary child, are you? Gon remained very calm, with no change in his expression. He gets into a ready stance, contemplating in his mind. Surely, if he attacks from behind, he can kill him. If I attack head-on now, I can't win against him, but for some reason, I don't want to retreat. Jia-on slowly draws his sword. You didn't choose to attack from behind, but challenged Duong Huang. Draw your sword and fight me. Richter was also surprised by your decision. If I do that, you'll die. Jia-on still calmly said, Weakness falling to strength is just a normal thing. Richter is a bit of a gentleman. Not many kids your age can speak like that. Then he returned to his cheerful demeanor. After understanding your character, I don't really want to fight you anymore. Killing you here would be a waste, Jia-on replied coldly. A warrior cannot choose where he dies. Hearing that, R sighed. You're really crazy. Are you sure you're not a child? Do you have a collection of wise sayings and life philosophies or what? Then he turned away and looked elsewhere. There's one more reason I don't want to kill you. Ak Fong has been watching us for a while now. Hearing that, Jia An looked a bit confused. After saying that, Richter immediately jumped onto the nearby cliff and said to him, "If you are part of the North-South Alliance, you'll be very happy." He looked down from above and asked for your name. "What is your name?" Ji. Anan slowly replied, "My name is Ji Onan." Gonzi's whole body now seemed to be glowing. Richter smiled and said, "Ja Onich Hat, I understand now." Then he jumped away with one last word. "I hope that one day I will hear your name from across the Tarukan Mountain and the Vo River." Jia Onan saw this and said to Runan, "He's gone now." Turned to the girl. "Runan, let's go too." She agrees. "Oh, I see." As he was about to leave, Runan called him back. "Jion?" He looked back confused. "What's wrong?" Ishim shyly asked him. "Am I good?" Jia An. You're the best." Lunan heard that and smiled happily. And so, my short but very long mission has come to an end. When he returned with the head of the Snowclaw Bandits leader, Gon calmly held up the head. "This is the leader of the Snowclaw Bandit." Beaton was surprised. "Why you?" Beaton and Matha are very upset because they lost to me again. Reimer Da comforts the other students who haven't performed well and seems to be giving them advice, then ends up telling them the story of how the teacher's first snow mission went. Wan Linjiet also didn't miss the chance to show off and proudly tell him that the story of that big-eared guy was nothing special. I even froze the entire castle during my first mission. Jia An could only listen in helpless silence. Listening to those two chatterboxes made my ears want to burst. The children who were saved lost their parents, so the Cillian family decided to adopt them. The children seemed to like that because they like Runan. After returning and completing the mission, Runan and I were summoned to see the king. We all received medals for our achievements. I was very surprised to be praised by him, but I was even more shocked when he gave me the bicolored flower. Jia Onan, holding the flower with a surprised expression, said that since I took it, I should keep it, even though it's an extremely rare divine herb. Well, that's fine then. After finishing everything, Jia Onan returned home, but was extremely surprised and exclaimed, "What is it?" Dorian stepped out, and Jia Onan immediately asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" Dorian looks happy. "The young master finally, you have returned." Dorian scratched his head and continued speaking. "Yes, ma'am asked me to stop by and inform her when the mission is complete." Jia Onan didn't say anything after hearing that. After a moment, he asked, "So did you tell my mother everything?" "Yes, I did. I told the lady about your touching story." Jia Onan looked blank, silently wondering what this idiot had done. At this moment, his mother Sylvia and the servant appear. "Is Jia Onan your child?" "The young master has returned." Seeing this, he thought to himself that Sylvia would be very angry if she knew he was facing off against the gang. Then he stammered, "I didn't mean to cause trouble." Before he could finish, his mother rushed in and hugged him tightly. Sylvia looked at him and praised him. Well done. When An saw Sylvia's attitude, he was confused. Then she took his hand. "Do you think my mother will be angry with me?" Jia An asked again. "Mom always told you to be careful. Then she told you about the head of the family. That's why my family head wields a sword to protect the weak. I've heard that he always reaches out to those in need. The Rich Hat family continues to uphold that wish of his." She smiled and added, "My dream is to become a swordsman like that." "Why are you scolding me for rescuing those hostages?" Sylvia placed her hand on his shoulder and emphasized her words. "Mom is very proud of you." Sylvia once again hugs him, making him feel awkward. "The maids beside us are also happy. We are very proud to hear this story. Tomorrow I will go to the main palace. I will proudly tell everyone about this," Sylvia said emotionally. "My son has grown up to be a good man." Seeing that, he also hugged his aunt and silently thought that he couldn't understand him. Such complicated feelings. Then he suddenly remembered Dorian. That fool of a guy. Hua Dei just appeared. Now I remember him. That coward ran away a long time ago. Jia An heard that and said nothing, glancing back in surprise. Then he shrugged and let it go. "Well, tonight's not bad either. Move to Run's place." She reached out to the wooden squirrel and smiled happily while lying down. Runan remembers when Ra-An encouraged her, telling her she didn't need to hide in the shadows anymore. Thinking of that moment, she whispered to herself, "Next time I will definitely tell him I appreciate him no matter what happens." Elsewhere, Reimer is also lying relaxed on a hammock. He recalls the moment An faced Arthur without fear of death. "Draw your sword and fight me." Reimer became interested and suddenly smiled, though I was lying down and sighed. "It's been a long time since I saw the figure of the Lord in someone else. It seems like this is the seed for the next king. Now, everything is just beginning." The scene shifts to Robert's family mansion, where someone is sitting in the room, hunched over and doing something. It turns out Robert is sitting and writing a book.
but suddenly he feels something because his hands are bleeding and the blood soaks into the pages. He looked at his hand and thought the wound still hadn't healed. Robert sat pondering the scene from that year with a sense of admiration. It's been 17 years already. I've also tried many different high-quality divine medicines. I even invited talented and renowned scholars, but after all this time, I still can't heal the wound. He looked at the wound and remembered the figure of the person who caused it. A wound that could neither be healed nor worsen, as if he had just been hurt yesterday. Perhaps it was a reminder not to forget that day. Robert wondered if a dead soul was trying to make me forget him. He smiled and continued, I hate looking back at the past. Then he ignored his wound and supported himself with his hand, smugly saying, only a short time left before my lifelong wish comes true. Moving to Jian, he was checking his status board. Unfortunate luck has weakened. The 10,000 fire cultivation has reached 3 stars. The unlucky spiritual energy has reached 3 stars. The master of perception has reached 3 stars, and fire resistance has reached 3 stars. You have achieved your goal of becoming a swordsmanship expert, and your spiritual energy control speed has increased, with all stats rising rapidly. My swordsmanship proficiency has increased, and my fist technique proficiency has also risen. Ji-on was delighted when reading those stats, finally reaching the expert level. He smiled to himself, thinking that even at the initial level, it took a lot of effort for me to reach it. Now, the Spirit Flower Emperor appears. How ridiculous. No matter how great a swordsmanship master is, to me, they are just a tiny insect. So, just a little progress and you're already feeling proud? Jia-on replied, not every 15-year-old can reach a level like mine. No matter how much of the continent you search, you won't find anyone your age who can match me. The Flower Emperor immediately retorted, age? Only fools worry about age on the battlefield. Age doesn't matter at all. If you're weak, you're just weak. Jia-on nodded in agreement and said yes. No one is obligated to give way just because you're younger. When they go to the battlefield, I completely agree. Emperor Hoa continued, you fool, if you keep going like this, you won't even be able to touch a single finger of mine. No, not even a fingernail. Jia-on smiled in agreement. Well, that's right. The Flower Emperor looked puzzled and asked, why are you still smiling then? Ji-on still calmly replied, because I find joy in it. My previous life never reached this level. You also admit that I have become more mature. Hua Emperor heard that and said nothing, only looked at him for a moment before shouting, do you think I would praise humans? Are you really someone like you? Jia-on sneered. So why are you angry now? Jia-on said as he walked, I hear your voice trembling, so I'm sure I'm not wrong. I have been by your side long enough to know what you're thinking. Hoade appears uncomfortable. A human who dares to see through me? How despicable. It's over, he shouted. Jia-on ignored it. Your rage won't do anything to me. If you don't regain your strength soon, I will eat you. The Flower Emperor immediately switches to his old storytelling mode, listening to your words and dismissing them as nonsense. It really takes me back to the old days. Seeing him like that made Jia-on lose patience immediately. Emperor Hoa keeps rambling about his past, recalling the day in hell when those demons challenged me. Jia-on immediately sneaked away. I'm going to stretch my muscles. Hua saw that and called him back. Where are you going? Listen to me. During the training session, Dreamer clapped his hands and said, everyone stop now. He told everyone, today's practice is over. You've worked hard. Seeing the early end, Bren immediately said, Teacher Dreamer, you were 20 minutes late today, so we should make up those 20 minutes. Reimer saw this and quickly ran away. We can make up for it tomorrow. Today is enough. Bren beside himself with frustration. This irresponsible spirit. Everyone saw Reimer leave, so they also stopped. Oni, then it's over. Anyone who needs to clean up stays behind. Dorian slowly approaches and opens the tool cabinet door. He widens the door to take out the tools inside. When he closed the door, Matha had been standing behind it for a while. She grabbed Dorian's shoulders, making him scream in fear. She angrily said, is cleaning with me so terrifying? Dorian stammered, no, it's my honor. Matha angrily said, I'm already busy enough with training alone. Then she turned and shouted at those around her, what are you all looking at? I have to clean up. Everyone, get out now. Jia. An saw that and sweat ran down her face, secretly thinking she could only stay calm when she's with me. Reimer suddenly appeared from behind with a smile and said, the girl hasn't changed at all. I bet she's only calm when she's with you. Jia. An saw the teacher and turned back to call out, Rimmer, I thought you ran away. Oh, I just forgot a few things, so I came back. Hearing that, everyone wondered what exactly the teacher had forgotten. Then Reimer stood up on the podium and called everyone over, saying, everyone pay attention, I still have something important to announce. Someone annoyed said, what time is it now? Reimer chuckled nervously and then continued, it's about everyone's second mission. Everyone listened carefully to hear what Reimer would say next.
Reimer awkwardly scratched his head and said, "Ha ha ha, sorry about that." Seeing this, everyone looked stunned. Did he forget something so important? Ji-on nearby falls into thought upon hearing the mission. It's been almost half a year since the first one. The time until the second mission is longer than I expected. Do I have less experience handling the Zycat clan's affairs than in my previous life? Reimer then remembered and began explaining that the ORC suddenly appeared and invaded the southern part of the Zycat territory. Their mission this time is to eliminate the ORC threatening the village and to protect the villagers and the village itself. In other words, your mission is to protect the village and hunt monsters. Hearing this, everyone below was excited to go hunting for Orcas. Everyone was saying, yes, this is the kind of mission I've wanted to do all along. Now I can finally try my hand at magic. While everyone was excited, Reimer stepped in. I guess everyone's excited about the new mission, right? You guys are the newcomers. Reimer just reminded you of the last point. This time, there won't be any teachers accompanying you. You will have to go to the village on your own and must work together to complete the mission. So what happens if we get into a situation where we can't escape on our own? It depends on you guys. If the mission is impossible, you need to know when to give up. So, a leader must be able to assess the situation accurately. The important thing is that the leader must be able to judge which situations are the worst and the best for the matter at hand. Dorian then voiced his opinion. Isn't fleeing from the mission not considered a good idea? Reimer continued explaining. It usually is like that, but it also depends on the type of situation. If I can escape alone while surrounded by 5 monsters, then I should be praised. Dorian quietly rejoiced. Great, so I can run away without any trouble. Bren, seeing this, was helpless and said nothing. Reimer said, So you will leave early the day after tomorrow? Everyone looked stunned and asked together, Just 2 days. After hearing that, everyone was worried. Why is there so little time? That's just too much. It's already evening, and we only have 1 day left, Reimer advised the students. There are many things you need to prepare for monster extermination, compared to defense or dungeon exploration. Then he smiled and continued, Remember, you'll cause chaos if you're not fully prepared. So be careful. Bren immediately shouted, We will prepare better. Let me show you. Reimer finished his speech. That's enough for now. Bren then looked over at Gon. You see, on calming everyone down, Professor Reimer has always told us that we never know when or what the mission will be like. Now is not the time to panic. We should prepare. The more you complain, the less time we have. Everyone calmed down after hearing that. Well, it's true. Nothing guarantees we'll be fully prepared when the mission begins. Let's move. Reimer saw that he could calm everyone down and couldn't help but smile. Then Reimer turned to tell everyone that Tran Tin is more aggressive and stronger than they think compared to their previous fights. They are much more difficult just because of their numbers. They have a lot, so the others don't have the advantage in numbers. He continued explaining that it would be very difficult to face them one-on-one. It's best for you to dodge their attacks rather than block them. Bring as little luggage as possible and gather here at dawn 2 days from now. That's all. As Reimer finished speaking, it was already getting dark outside. Time quickly passed, and by the morning, 2 days later, Gon had already finished packing his belongings. He looked at the bag, silently thinking of a lightweight pack enchanted with a spell. Clearly, the teacher didn't intend to help us store our belongings. I think he's trying to say that we have to do everything, so it's okay for my father and me. The Flower Emperor appears, sees you so relaxed, and says, You arrogant fool, and it explained to him, Do you think everything will go as you plan? The unexpected can happen at any moment. An nodded in agreement. That's fair enough. Then he turned to tease the Flower Emperor the same way he was shown all those stats. Emperor Hoa is angry. I really want to sew your mouth shut. An keeps teasing. There's no way you can do that. While they were talking, a noise came from outside the door, and An, confused, opened it. Who would be dropping by at this hour? He opened the door and asked who was there. When An saw the person outside and was surprised, he was at a loss for words. It wasn't until later that he finally spoke. Mom, your mother scolded Ra-On, saying you should have told me if you had a mission. Ren asked, confused. How did you find out? Did Dorian tell you? His mother immediately replied. Reimer said it was him. Daeon immediately scolded Reimer inwardly. You little demon. Then he turned to softly look at his mother and said, I'm sorry, I apologize. Your mother took a deep breath and calmed down. Then she took hold of your arms and said, Gone. Sylvia advised him that being class president is not just about representing the other students, but also about guiding them on a better path. You shouldn't handle missions alone. You should assign appropriate tasks to your teammates to minimize losses and lead everyone to success. Your life depends on your decision. An, upon hearing this, thought to himself that he expected his mother to scold him, but it turned out she was giving him advice. Then she placed her hand on his chest and said, "The monster extermination mission seems easy, but is actually very difficult. Make sure to kill every single one to protect the villagers." Divya continued speaking gently, "So you should be aware of that when carrying out your mission. You're no longer a student but a swordsman of the Hat family. I want you to prove that you are a swordsman and can inherit the will of the Zik Hat family. Only then will Jia-an voice his question." "You think I came here to scold you?" Sivya immediately shows her anger. "I'm really angry. I'm worried and upset right now, but I can't do anything." She just holds him tightly. However, this is not the time to scold him, as he is still stunned by the unexpected hug, and Sivya gently comforts him. "You're coming home ready to be scolded, but I'm glad to see you shining more than when you started training. But I still can't stop worrying about you." Jia-an was surprised by his own words full of love. He seemed to feel his mother's love and tightly embraced her. Everyone was gathered early in the morning for the mission. Dreamer on the stage giving instructions. "In the end, anything can happen, so be as careful as possible." He said his final words before his students went on their missions, stepping back if they thought it was too much. Everyone below shouted loudly, "Yes, sir." Song Raymer sat down heavily. "Then go now. It usually takes a month, but since we've cleared the path, it should only take about 2 weeks. All right, I wish you all good luck." Everyone together, yeah. Professor Reimer then turned around to direct everyone. "Now we split into 4 groups and move according to the formation we discussed earlier." Reimer, seeing Gon like that, feels relieved. "I'm sure they'll be fine." Gion is not only talented in combat and spiritual energy, but also excels in strategic planning. Gion is currently giving instructions, so everyone should remember their positions in case of battle. Reimer watched and thought to himself that she would definitely complete the mission and come back. She's only 15 years old. Gion orders everyone to double-check everything before leaving. Dorian and Gren review all the supplies and the condition of the team members. After finishing the check, everyone started to leave. Reimer watched on from behind and thought to himself, "I'm looking forward to seeing how he'll act." An assistant, feeling worried, asked Reimer, "Should we go keep watch? With this distance, they won't notice where we're going." Reimer immediately disagreed. "Not yet, one of them is quite sharp." Then he lazily yawned and walked away. "I'm going to sleep for a bit before I leave." The assistants beside him were speechless. Then they turned to each other and asked, "Is it going to be okay? Should we go now?" Seeing that, Reimer interjected, "You should focus on the spirits instead. Are you sure about that information?" "Yes, we confirmed it's in that village." Then he ordered, "Okay, let's go. You can kill anyone who gets in your way." His hooded eyes turned red as he loudly announced the move towards the forest beside the village. Ji-anan looked surprised to see someone. It turns out to be Ken Jigen, the direct student of the top academy in the 6th training school. He was also surprised to see Gon. Jia-onan asked, "Why are you guys here? And you guys?" Jia-an looked at him and thought to himself, "This is Ken Jigen. I heard he joined the 6th training school late due to an injury, but it seems he's recovered now." Then he assessed Ken's figure, noticing he also seemed skilled with a sword. Ken spoke up first, saying, "We are on a mission to eliminate the Tron-Tin, so why are you guys here?" "We are also on a mission to eliminate the Tron-Tin." Ken is surprised, "Are we on the same mission?" "I haven't heard anyone say that yet." Jia-an was also surprised. "Why the flag?" The night before departure, at a nearby bar, there was someone inside who called Reimer. "I heard Rimmer's students did very well on that mission." "That's right. I also heard they're still young but managed to defeat the bandits." Reimer smiled happily, raising his beer and saying, "I already praised them, but I really respect them. It's good for them to attack Tron-Tin. They'll probably rush there soon. Then I'll also get praised by the master." But just as I was about to speak, someone interrupted him, saying that the 6th training school would take on this mission. He approached Reimer, who was talking about the attack mission, and emphasized that camaraderie is more important than individual strength, so the 6th training school, which recently completed the Hell Week training without issues, would be better suited for this mission. Master of Training School. 6. Mathun Reimer quickly retorted, "Are you feeling guilty because my little ones are getting attention? Why not let both teams go together?" Mathun was confused. "Do you want to send both training squads on the same mission?" "Since we have to clear out all the mortal spirits anyway, might as well send both teams to compete and do it faster. What do you think?" Mathun immediately agreed. "In that case, I will ask for the landlord's permission." Reimer happily thought to himself, looking forward to the results. Returning to the forest near the village, Bren said, "It must be some mistake. Everyone can head back first." Then he concluded, "We can handle it without making the channel uncomfortable." And he immediately retorted, "I won't let your words go unchallenged." Benzig, after just a year in the training program, already acts so arrogantly. This mission requires teamwork, and clearly our Team 6 is more suitable than Team 5. Team 5 has less experience, so their formation will definitely face difficulties. Boren quickly responded confidently. Ken sings, I know your skill level, but don't underestimate Team 5. Gion beside him is lost in thought. Reimer already knew, so why didn't he warn us? Then he closed his eyes and thought carefully about the reason. Reimer believes that experience is the most important, so this mission will be highly practical. But teamwork skills and tactics are important, and our team is lacking in both. Maybe the teacher wants Team 5 to compete against Team 6, so they can learn how to improve themselves. Seeing my idea confirmed really motivated me. Yeah, that makes sense, that sneaky bastard. Well, it's a good opportunity for those guys to learn from each other. Besides, my mother already told me before I left. Jia-an remembered his mother's words. She wanted to see him become a swordsman who could protect others. He told himself he couldn't just ignore it. After thinking it through, he went over to stop the two of them. Are you two going to waste time arguing here calmly? I'll step closer to persuade you. This way, we won't get anywhere. Let's just bet and see how it goes, Boren asked with confusion. What do you really mean? If you're not clear about the current situation, why waste energy? Jia-an immediately turned and answered honestly. They didn't want to give up on the mission, and neither did he. Then he turned to everyone and said that this mission would involve many star spirits, also called ambushes, so they would definitely face tough opponents. Then he pointed to the sky and continued, Let's see who will be the leader in this mission. Can you continue convincing Ken and Bren to take down the leader to cause chaos, and the rest will follow? If the main team faces difficulties, it will be an opportunity for the others. Both of them listened silently without saying anything. Then he turned to Ken. Sounds good? Ken Dongthun, all right then. Jia-an looked at the distant mountain and said, Let's start with that mountain. Then everyone changed into their uniforms and ran up the mountain. Matha smiled confidently and excitedly. The condition is simple. Destroy or take the enemy team's flag first and win. Much easier than fighting each person one by one. Hearing her say that, Jia-an asked, So what's the plan? Matha confidently replied, Why bother with plans when they always fail anyway? I'll wipe them out, so just wait. Then she rushed towards Team 6. Matha is delighted. Seeing this, the members of Team 6 take a defensive stance. Maha shouts loudly, With such failures, no strategy is needed. After finishing speaking, she swung her sword down with great force. At this moment, Jia-an, from a distance, opened his spiritual perception, and Jagowan's sensing ability increased so much that he no longer needed to open his eyes. Jia-an silently observed the battles between the two fighting teams and thought to himself, The fight has already begun. Runan asked him, Is it okay to just charge in without a plan? Gon replied, They are all confident and wouldn't listen even if you told them. Seeing that, he asked again, So is there a chance to win? Gon without hesitation said, Winning is guaranteed. Matha is struggling here, and Bren is the same. His words seemed to come true, suffering a humiliating defeat. Matha was furious. Why couldn't they break through? They're all weaklings, but their defenses are too strong. One guy from Team 6 shouted, Don't think you're the center of the universe. Don't underestimate us. Don't. Matha, with the strength of Team 6, also felt it was difficult. The sky was gradually darkening, and the sun was beginning to set. The 5 members of the team were all covered in cuts and dirt, while Boren and Matha seemed to avoid Gon's gaze. You see Onan teasing again, feeling confident. Let's see who gets pushed back now. Then he turned to everyone and said, Wrong assessments are one thing, but the world won't wait for us to improve. Do you all look down on them because the Kingdom of Orwyn doesn't value them? We will win anyway because our previous achievements are better. That's what everyone thinks, right? This is the result of fighting without a strategy. You don't know your enemies and you don't know yourself. Just tilt your head, tilt that proud head of yours and show off. Wasting energy and spiritual power only reveals all your techniques to the enemy. You're really good, huh? Ji-an said, as if he hit the nail on the head, but no one said a word. Then he looked over at Team 6. They also train every day. Just because we're doing better doesn't mean we can look down on them. Runan looked at him sadly. So we lost? Da'an, feeling insecure, said there's still a chance. Making Bren stammer in surprise, he asked, Really? Ma-tha looks more lively. Defeating those bastards means I can do whatever I want. Jia-an, I calmly said. At least you still have the spirit to try. All right then. Then he confidently declared that he would pave the way for our team to win. The trainee knights sat around chatting idly. The 5th training hall was too easy. Watching them struggle was quite satisfying. Don't lower your guard. The 5th hall could bring down the alliance of the North and South. That's the Snow Wolf Claw, one of the knights said. I'm sure they won't give up. Suddenly, he stood up, hand already on his sword hilt, ready to fight. Just as expected, we will end this. The enemy suddenly appeared out of nowhere, insulting us. What fools they are. It turns out Maha heard all their nasty words. She warned them in a stern voice, "If you insult us again, you'll regret it." As soon as she finished speaking, Maha immediately charged forward. The leader of the slanderers loudly ordered an attack forward. The fourth formation, focus your auras ahead. Maha calmly steps forward and, with lightning-fast speed, drives her staff into her opponent's stomach. He couldn't keep up, so he could only grit his teeth and curse under his breath. What the hell is this? Is she attacking from the side? At this moment, the wind blows through the leaves. They cheered loudly as if encouraging a demon. Boren also joined in, raising his wooden sword high, just like he had prepared earlier. A knight with long brown hair tied in a ponytail shouted, countering as we had prepared. But Bren quickly dashed past at lightning speed, leaving no chance for the opponent to touch him. Baron's face was cold, but he cursed like a fool. Then he swiftly glided past his opponents like the wind. Ben's speed surprises everyone as his opponents fall one after another. Only the long-haired brunette, slightly more skilled, remains standing, but even he can't hide his astonishment. What's going on? He's changing his movements so quickly. Their eyes are fixed on Ben, and only one thought runs through their minds. They have changed their fighting style. The ones who looked down on him earlier now only have expressions of shock and fear. What on earth happened to make them change their fighting style? Meanwhile, Matha is also fighting 3 opponents, but her aura surpasses theirs by far. Matha fights and laughs excitedly. He is right. At that time, Jiao told them, including Matha. He said, "Why do you think we will lose when we are stronger individually?" Boren said vaguely. "Information and moon tactics?" Jian immediately responds. Exactly. He started discussing strategies with his team. The 6th training hall already knows our personality and skills. They are preparing a strategy around that. Everyone was attentively listening to On speak, but they hadn't prepared anything because they thought they would win anyway. In the end, they suffered a humiliating defeat, and we could have won. Dorian, upon hearing this, trembled and broke out in sweat. "So we're going to lose?" Matha, furious, grabbed Dorian by the collar and yelled, "Shut up!" So he nervously said, "I'm sorry." Gia. On crossed his arms, still very calm, and said, "Well, even if we don't consider it a total defeat, we have lost a lot of stamina and aura. It's true that we are at a disadvantage." Jian said something that made all the team members look at him intently, but it was more than just information and tactics. Boren hesitated before asking his friend, "Gaon, do you have any ideas?" Gion sequentially points out the advantages of the opponent. Kitch Hat, the top student of the 6th training hall, with sharp eyes and intuition. Thanks to that, he can detect others from afar and send students who can counter them to fight. Matha snaps angrily. Then Gon immediately contacts his team members to find a chance to win. Matha's strengths are her power and endurance, but her attacks are too predictable. So he sends in swordsmen who can block her strikes to drain her aura. Boren is quick, but his skills are quite basic, so he sends in adaptable swordsmen. Jia-an still calmly continued, looking completely relaxed. "So, how do we win? The simplest way would be to change the order of the opponents." Then Jia-an quickly dismisses it. "But I think you guys don't want that." Matha immediately reacted. "I don't like that. I have to win." "Sorry, I feel the same way." Jia-an calmly advises the members. "Then you need to fight differently." Different? Jia-an sincerely points out each member's fighting flaws. "Your fighting styles are too rigid, but there are many openings because you're not good at moving aura around your body. So find the weakness and strike there. Start with Ben." Joan said, "Bren, you are weaker against opponents who rely on their instincts to fight, but those guys are usually easy to deceive. You need to abandon your usual fighting style and trick them." Matha, getting impatient, said, "That sounds good, but haven't you been here the whole time? It seems like you're just watching us fight." Jiaman remains calm and confident in his judgment. Indeed, his senses are sharp and superior to those of an average student. But with a confident yet humble attitude, Jia-an declared firmly, "My senses are sharper." Ji-onan carefully and thoroughly observes each member fighting. "They are doing very well. It seems Renan won't be able to lose." A foot quietly steps from behind On. He speaks slowly and quietly now. He doesn't need to turn around. On knows who's looking for him. He calmly said, "Let's begin, shall we?" So it was Ken Zich singing, the opponent with sharp observation skills that Ji-onan mentioned earlier. Jia-an still sat quietly on the chair, pondering for a few more minutes as the situation had changed from before. Ken had no choice but to go find the flag. Ken, although the strongest member of the opposing team, unlike his teammates, doesn't seem arrogant or conceited, and his attitude towards Jian isn't provocative. I'm wondering why they lost. "So you told them to fight differently?" "The rumor that you weren't recognized by the other students is definitely false." Jia-an faced with these words and simply remained silent, refusing to argue further. Ken coldly declared his attitude with great confidence. But this battle will end here. Ken clenches his grip on the sword. Daeon, I heard your aura is fire attribute. And he too, the light emanating from Ken, is exactly the same as Gion's. In that case, both of them are considered evenly matched, competing fairly. Gian was a bit surprised. Kian also has a fire aura, Kian said, with a serious expression that didn't change at all. Too bad for you, I have the highest level of fire attribute aura. I also possess more aura than most official swordsmen. In theory, you can't beat me. Jaeon began to speak. Why do you all talk so much before fighting? The fire god also begins to awaken within Jaeon, his eyes no longer relaxed, staring intently at his opponent. Both hold their wooden swords tightly and prepare to strike. Everyone longs for victory. Jaeon declares, I will show you that my fire can overpower you. Before the opponent could react, Jaeon moved at an incredible speed, and in an instant, he was gone. Ken was momentarily confused, looking a bit stunned. Too fast. And those flames. But Ken quickly regained his composure and moved. I heard that he not only defeated Matt, but also Prince Owen. His aura isn't as strong as mine, but I'm sure he's very powerful. Jaeon also appeared right in front of Ken at this moment, and of course, the two quickly clashed. Ken regains his confidence, contemplating. However, amidst the raging fire of battle, he encourages himself to be still stronger. They both rush into battle, their wooden swords clashing with dull, thudding sounds. The more they fight, Jaeon seems to gain the upper hand. The sword grazes Ken's cheek, and he looks on in stunned disbelief. Ken couldn't believe this. What is going on? It's ridiculous. He refuses to accept this situation. My fire is weaker? Ken shouted inwardly. I can't believe it. But just a few minutes later, Ken couldn't withstand Daeon's attacks anymore. He shouted out of rage and pain. The two flames merge into an explosion in the forest. Ken has lost. He lies on the ground beneath Gon's sword. Ji-on sneers. Is your fire stronger? But he was very serious, affirming whether he truly acknowledged or just pitied his opponent. Yes, that's right. Dorian stared in confusion, while Matha and Baron simply looked ahead silently. It was Dorian who spoke, with a stunned and surprised expression. What is Ken Zich H doing here? Ken is standing pensively, leaning against the pole, his clothes and face covered in mud after the recent battle. He thought to himself, the best way to turn the tide of the battle is to defeat the enemy's leader. Do you know what will happen next? Boren softly spoke. That's not all. Boren remembered earlier when he was fighting, he was right. They were easily deceived. Even I would have failed at the 6th training hall if it weren't for you. Matha is straightforward and expressed it immediately. Although he didn't want to accept it, he was right. If your judgment is wrong, maybe even I will turn my back on you. But in the end, we still won. So they saw through it and sincerely said, we understand your talent and effort now. We will listen to you without complaints anymore. Jaeon smiled faintly, looking much happier. It seems they've grown a lot after this, which is really good. He secretly feels proud. This is the 5th training hall I know of. An stands among the apprentice knights and confidently says, you all did well, I think you also understand. Everyone listened to Jaeon's words, no longer looking down on or mocking him. The consequence of resting on your laurels and acting without thinking is that if this were a real battle, everyone would die. Jaeon reminds everyone not to forget what they learned today. Ken still stands quietly leaning against the tree, watching Jaeon's back. He whispers the name in his mind as Jaeon continues singing. Jaeon doesn't pay attention to Ken watching him. He instructs the knights that the sun is setting, and today we will camp here. Divide into small groups, gather firewood, and take turns on watch. Ken finally admits that he's better than he thought he was. He's good at fighting, and also knows how to lead. A look of admiration clearly appeared on Ken's face. He now has a better impression of Daeon. I thought the 5th training hall was full of arrogant guys, but it turns out I was the most arrogant of all. With a friendly and open attitude, Ken stepped closer to An, reached out his hand and told him, I've learned a lot from you. Ganeshat Ken sincerely expressed his praise for Gon. He taught me never to let my guard down and to always have a backup plan in case the original plan fails. Kei also admitted his previous mistake. I thought I would definitely win because I believed I understood you all well. He openly admits that mistake. But I not only lost a team match, but also lost an individual match against you. Ken spoke with a very friendly attitude. What I thought was confidence turned out to be arrogance. Now I realize how insignificant I am. In the sunset light, Ken warmly says, Thank you. Jaeon heard these words and immediately smiled, a happy and relieved smile. He was more sincere than many of his direct descendants. The two shake hands. Jaeon modestly says, It's nothing like I said. We will give our all for you. 2 weeks later, now in winter with heavy snow covering the forest, the trainee knights stop and stand on a mountain ridge. We've arrived. Jia. An carefully reviews the mission details once more. A small, unremarkable village where people live and farm to get by. This mission isn't anything special. It's just to deal with the occasional monsters that appear and cause trouble. But a sudden sense of unease rose in Jia-on's heart, and he couldn't shake the chilling feeling down his spine. I keep wondering why I feel like someone is watching me like this. Jia. An looked around with a focused expression, but no judges were following him. Moreover, his aura also carried murderous intent, so I had to find a way to deal with him temporarily. It's best to locate his position first. Jian spoke to Bren. Bren, I need to ask you for a favor. What is it? Jian suddenly declined the leadership role for Bren. It seems that the murderous aura really troubled him. He told Bren that he would lead everyone in this mission. Gon's sudden suggestion left Bren stunned. He asked why that was the case. Jian calmly explained to everyone. In the first mission, only Runan and I can face the snow leopard claws, so maybe it's better for you to lead. Aren't you the one who said you wanted to become like me? Jia's attitude towards Boren is full of trust. Then prove yourself with what you've learned. Sing softly. All right, I'll show you. Boren understood. He quickly agreed, placing his hand on his chest and promising the team, I will be a good leader. Jia. An then told the team, everyone heard that, right? From now on, we will follow Bren's orders. I understand. Gon then turned to the only girl in the team. Matha, I will explain to you later. Just act normal, and everything will be fine, Matha said coldly before turning and walking away. You don't need to address me separately like that. I'll follow all your arrangements. I have always been normal. Jia? An looked at the members and then smiled gently. Then he whispered, Then no. Do you also feel like someone is watching us? It also glanced lightly at him. Oh, you already know. Thin-No exhales and flies around playfully. That's understandable, since you inherited my abilities. Jia-on just wants to find those assassins. He asked, where are they? How many of them? Thin-No replied with a slightly teasing attitude. If I told you his direction, would you be able to guess? But Jia-on quickly covered Thin-No's mouth. Just one guy. Seeing how quickly he figured it out, Thin-No suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. Huh. Jia-on calmly explains, because you said it was him, not us. Jia-on with an indifferent look, but words that seemed to cut into the heart. Thank you for telling me. Fury at being insulted like that, he clenched his teeth and cursed the guy. He shouted behind Jia-on, but he paid little attention. His mood has never relaxed since he realized the danger. He keeps doubting and still isn't sure if there's only one person. Jia-on remains alert. Even if only one person is following him, there's a high chance his accomplices are nearby, so he can't lose his senses. Overthinking gives him a headache and makes him tired, so he sighs heavily. Looking blankly at the snow-covered forest ahead, Jia silently thought to himself that this mission wouldn't go smoothly. Deep inside the forest, a rough-looking burly man asked, where are they from? The subordinate reports to him that most of them are from the Crimson Clan, one of the 6 great emperors, which is nothing special. The subordinate guesses that they are just some ordinary soldiers and haven't seen any guides with them, so it's very likely that this is their second mission. Did you get detected? The subordinate answered respectfully. Of course not. I'm sure that even if I get close, they probably wouldn't be able to detect me. The leader also smiled with satisfaction. I didn't think a bunch of ordinary rookies could detect you. But what are those orcs and the new recruits doing here if we already control them? We've searched everywhere but still can't find it. Maybe it's inside this village. Should we attack now? The leader brushed it off and didn't wait. The subordinate still tried to speak, but now is the best chance to take down those rookies. The leader had already made up his mind. Killing the rookies would be easy, but revealing the Mana Stone's location would cause more harm than good. He is actually trying to use the apprentice knights to deal with the monsters. He said, let them defeat the monsters and then come back, as if they have completed their mission. He gently puts on his mask, his voice hoarse and low, and as soon as he does, the leader suddenly transforms, his sharp fangs protruding, yellow eyes glaring menacingly. His hands also grow larger, his pale skin turning dark green, and his body becomes much bigger. He told his subordinates that once they left, he would attack the village. His appearance now was no longer as imposing as before. He looks like a monster with cruel plans to destroy everything in his way. As night falls over the village, the knights enjoy the dinner prepared by the villagers. Jia-on wondered why he kept staring at Bren and secretly called him Bren Z. He looked at Ben for a long time, thinking that at first he was a bit worried about him, but he has done much better than he expected. Dion observed Bren very carefully, and he did not take advantage of the Zik Hat family's reputation to be arrogant. Instead, he prioritized reassuring the village chief and the villagers. I believe that giving Bren the authority to manage the night squad was the right decision. I can see he's trying to do better. Anan was thinking to himself, but I guess I shouldn't worry about Ben. Even if I weren't here, Bren and the trainees could handle the monsters. Doyon instinctively looked out the window again, and the real issue is that the person watching us while we're in the outskirts of the village. I'm not entirely sure, but I feel like they disappeared towards the mountains when we entered the village. Many vague thoughts crossed Daon's mind. Is the rich hat family testing us, or is it someone entirely different? Worrying too much makes Daon try to reassure himself. Surely tomorrow we will find the answer. Boren looked at the monster tracks left behind on the ground. He is certain that the monsters are nearby. The village chief solemnly said, "Monsters appear at this time of year, but this year they are 3 times more numerous than usual. We can't handle so many monsters," he said. "We've actually seen more than 100 monsters since then. That means they could have a total of over 200 creatures. The village chief is most concerned about the safety of the knights. The problem isn't just their numbers. You're probably not familiar with the forest here. We'll prepare a guide for you so you won't get lost in the mountain. He is the fastest and most agile young man in the village, so I am sure he will be helpful." The guide the village chief mentioned is a young man around the same age as the members of the night team. He was assigned by the village chief to be the guide to Mountain Expu. His name is Kanba. It seems that Kanba just hurried over and is out of breath. "I knew something was up when the village chief came to see me last night, but he asked me to be a guide for the Rich Hat Clan's trainees? My worst experience ever." Seeing the anxious look on Kanba's face, someone said, "Don't worry, it's Ji-on." He's reassuring both the village chief and Kana, with a very serious and trustworthy attitude. "We guarantee we will return home safely. The mission begins." Leader Bren shouted loudly, "Attention, everyone! Trantin usually fights better than other monsters, while demon spirits and little demons cheat with poison or other tricks." Boren also carefully warned the team that even a small wound could be fatal, so don't let your guard down. Everyone agreed and shouted in unison. "Yes, sir," Boren said to the small group leader. "Ken, please surround the training hall 6 and monitor any monsters trying to escape." He nodded and said, "All right, leave it to us." Boren also led a small team to go along. He encouraged the team, "So let's start the ambush on the monsters threatening this land." Boren confidently declared to the knights, "Let the monsters see the might of the Rich Hat family." Then the knights charged forward with unstoppable momentum. "Let's go!" Thin No, watching their fight from a corner, was furious and muttered curses. Those fools did something really stupid. They've been preparing an ambush all along, then suddenly started shouting and revealing their position. So what's the point of a trap anymore? Ji-onan then explained to Thin Num. They only screamed to try not to feel nervous anymore. Such a mistake can be understood because this is their first infiltration mission. Thin No fell silent, observing Ji-onan's attitude. This guy was also on his first infiltration mission, but instead of being restless, he was observing the big picture. Thin No suddenly thought that he seemed like a seasoned veteran. The knights fought fiercely. No monster escaped their blades. Matha excitedly shouted in thrill, "I will eliminate all of them." Ben reminds us to deal with the goblins and small demons first before attacking Trantin. A knight warns the team they're breaking through our formation. The 2 Trantin are heading in the other direction. Kanba had no martial skills at all, only knowing how to stand hidden from afar. Seeing Trantin rush forward and the distance closing in, he could only tremble in fear. "The Trantin group is coming here." "Yeah, Kan looks like he's about to cry." "Wow, I really shouldn't have come here." He delivers a decisive strike to the Trantin, and Ji-onan quickly escapes. He strikes each one decisively, only once. No one can match the speed of Jia-on's sword. After finishing, Jia-on quickly sheaths his sword, still looking completely calm. The remaining Trantin are staggering and about to fall. Kanba drops to the ground in panic. When did they die? Ji-on asks, "Did you get hurt anywhere?" Kan-B. You startled and replied, "Oh no, I'm fine, I'm glad." Jia-on begins to converse with Kanba. He asked him, "Do you know if there are any urban legends about this mountain?" Kanba stammered, "Urban legends?" Jia-on nodded. "Yeah, something like a big treasure or a monster." "Ah, I remember now," Kanba began to tell. "According to legend, hundreds of years ago, a fierce battle took place between the elf kingdom from the west and the knights here." Jia-on listened intently, his eyes suddenly widening in shock when he heard people say that snow had buried the king of the elves' ring somewhere here. Jia-on silently realized that the eyes he felt looking at him now and before were those of the E. E is one of the 5 demons. They are notoriously insane. These E are extremely vicious. Their goal is to revive and restore the era when monsters ruled the world. They want to go back to those times and see monsters as gods. Jia-on keeps thinking more and more and feels increasingly confused. But if that were all, they would have been wiped out a long time ago. They possess the ability to control and tame monsters. Although they are humans, they can also use the abilities of monsters. Their power rivals that of the Shichhat-E clan, causing humans to fear so much. The strange power they possess is a secret even the most renowned clans on the continent do not know about. Thinking of this, Gon's face becomes serious, but he knows that secret. The reason I know this secret is because of the villain who ruined my life, Dyrus Robert. In my past life as an assassin under the Robert family, Gon encountered him. He told us that we met during a mission and ordered us to carry it out. He slaughtered the entire assassin team, leaving only himself alive in that hellish scene. Gia Onan was very confused at that time. I didn't realize it then, but it was definitely strange. From the beginning, Dyrus knew that Eden used mana stones as one of the 6 emperors. How could he possibly know about that? Why didn't he reveal it to the whole world? Anger saw Gia standing there stunned and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Anger also started to suspect something. "I can feel a deep, dark rage inside you." Gia. An suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, thinking about Dyrus stirring his emotions. He tries to regain his composure, breathe evenly, stay calm. Now, E is the priority. Gion reorganizes his thoughts, believing that E's goal is to find the Demon King's Mana Stone. It has been hundreds of years since the Demon King was defeated here, thinking that Gian concluded that a very powerful Mana Stone must be buried somewhere. He stands alone, looking around aimlessly, so their plan must be to make us believe we've completed the mission so they can find the Mana Stone after we leave. Boren is also fighting fiercely right now. He shouted, "If that's the case, I will end this with a final attack on the leader." As he attacked, snow suddenly was thrown aside, blocking Bren's path. It wasn't until Tuyet gradually disappeared that Bren lowered his hand. Turns out, Matha had claimed this star spirit. She smiled brightly and said, "It's mine." Boren sighed and scolded, "That's so dishonorable." Then he ordered the knights again. "The leader is dead. Now we just need to deal with the rest." Gia still has some questions. "Hey, Kenba, regarding that Demon King story, has anyone found any treasure or jewelry in the mountain since then?" "Actually, when I was young," he continued, "the village chief went up the mountain and returned with a red piece of jewelry he found at the summit." "So where is that piece of jewelry now?" Kenba, as he tells more, Gia becomes more distracted.
"Most people noticed, but the village chief buried it under his house. Actually, no one knows why, but it made the village warmer."
Don hesitated as he clenched his fists. A wave of unease surged once again. "The situation is worse than I thought. Is there a problem? If E cannot find the Mana Stone in the mountain, Gionon considers the possibility that those guys will massacre the village, and he feels panicked. They might burn down this village." The swordsman, after dealing with the remaining ORCs, immediately returned a report. "They say we haven't seen any more orcs around either." Another swordsman quickly added, "We're done with the patrol here." Chief Langyong stepped forward, took Bren's hand, and sincerely said, "Thank you all for what you've done for us." He smiled kindly and praised you. "You truly are as skilled as the Zikhat family said. I sincerely thank you." Bren smiled and replied, "Of course, I am glad I could help you." Gia. An looked at the departing swordsman with a thoughtful expression, suddenly startled when someone spoke up. "Is everything going according to your plan?" Matha sat on a high branch eating an apple. Gia. An looked up at her. Not able to see her expression clearly from afar, she calmly continued, "I don't really know what you want anymore." Matha chews her apple restlessly, and Gia. An suddenly calls out to her, "I'm not sure either, but I'll tell you when the time comes." Before he finishes, Matha suddenly jumps down to the ground. She calmly told him, "Don't worry. No matter what happens, I will follow your orders until the mission is over." An hears her words and straightens up. After a moment, Runen approaches and asks Gia, "What are you doing here?" Gia clenched his fist, his long hair covering his eyes, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. Runen asked with concern, "Are you worried about something?" "It seems you're not very happy, huh?" Gia. An looked at her and replied, "I'm fine. There's no problem. The village chief said he's throwing a feast, so let's go quickly." After saying that, he gazed into the distant horizon, thinking that E wouldn't come near until we leave. The next day, in the outskirts of Exbu village, the sky was clear. White clouds drifted lazily, and a gentle breeze blew. Rarely such beautiful weather. He looked at Ken and the other swordsman walking behind him, feeling even more pleased. "We have defeated all the monsters on Mount Shu and will finish with very little damage. Although it was our first mission, we managed to complete it brilliantly." He glanced towards Gia, feeling his presence. He silently thought that might be why Gia no longer demanded to lead. Gia is still alert and looking around, while Bren is completely unaware. He is so absorbed in his own thoughts that his leadership style has not made any mistakes. I don't know why he entrusted the leadership to me any morning. Boren put his hand on his chest, feeling happy and proud of himself, but I hope he will realize that my leadership skills can match his. Thinking that, he happily ordered the team to move quickly and get out of here. They traveled a long distance until the sky gradually darkened. Ji-on, walking at the end, suddenly stopped and didn't move forward anymore. He ordered everyone to stop. Everyone turned to look at him, starting to murmur and discuss. What's going on? Someone couldn't help but ask, can't we keep going? Another person added, it's still too early to run away. Ji-on looked serious, staring directly at everyone, and said, this is just the beginning of the real mission. Channel didn't understand and asked again, what do you mean? Ja-onan.
As I said, the mission is not over yet.
Bren faces Onan. He asked a bit excitedly, what do you mean by that? Boren changed his tone. We have defeated all the orcs and even cleaned up the place. So what do you mean by that? Gon's long hair covering his eyes. No one can tell what he's thinking. He calmly says, our mission is to defeat the monsters and protect the village.
Boren still didn't understand and asked again, so what's the problem?
Someone just followed us, Boren Kwong, and he was a bit skeptical. What? Gon recounted what he had sensed earlier. When they left the village, a mysterious person had been watching them. They were following us about an hour ago and then disappeared. You could say it was a guide, but I could sense hostility. They were too hostile to be considered guides. Ji-on seriously continued. I sensed those watchful eyes even before we set foot in the village, and I could feel them disappear when we were far enough from the village. Bren hesitated and asked, are you serious? Wait, so it was even before we arrived? Matha hesitated, then seemed to understand. So the reason you entrusted Bren with command is that Ji-on calmly admitted it. Yes, I concealed my presence to better sense the enemy. Seeing Matha and Ken's surprised expressions, Boren couldn't help but think that he probably also sensed this during the betting, but his tactical instincts and senses were much better than those of the other instructors, and he couldn't even tell that someone was watching us. So that's why you entrusted me with command, is it? Ji-on replied calmly, yes. I believe that if you become the leader, you'll be able to take good care of the rookies. Remembering what happened after we arrived at the village, Ji-on rarely praised and said, you did very well. I am sure the enemy thought you were the leader of the rookies because of that, and they didn't pay attention to me. Ji-onan patted Bren on the shoulder and said, you are a true comrade. I will recommend you as the second top rookie when we return. Boren bowed his head, feeling a bit embarrassed and thinking, damn, I thought I was on equal footing with Ji-on, but he's actually just gathering more information about the enemy while no one pays attention to me. They didn't even know about that, and were happy thinking they were on equal footing with him. Remembering the monsters they faced, Ji-oni from the very beginning, the monsters are creatures that cannot communicate with other beings. But this time, the Orblin are working together. That means the enemy has used some kind of magic to control the monsters. In the peaceful-looking Tuang-Nhu village, there is always a pair of eyes watching closely. Our first mission is to protect the village. Our mission is not over yet because there is still a potential threat to the village. With that, Ji-onan turns around and gives the order. We will return to XBU village, but we need to be very discreet so the enemy doesn't realize we're coming back. At this point, he seems a bit regretful. It would be great if we had the right equipment for this, but unfortunately we don't. Dorian quickly responded when he heard that. Yeah. You laid out a bunch of gear on the ground and happily asked Ji-on, do you think this setup is discreet enough? Ji-on looked at the pile of gear spread out on the ground and asked curiously, where did you get all this? Dorian cheerfully replied, I brought it just in case. Gon looked at him in surprise. Did you bring 40 of these just in case? Dorian gave him a thumbs up and smiled brightly. Being well prepared is never a waste, and even though it's a bit surprising, Ji-on still praised you without hesitation. Good then. He turned to everyone and said, let's proceed as we trained in stealth. Gren, inform a nearby branch of the Z family about our current situation, since you're the fastest among us. Gren was a bit startled by the pointed gesture, but he quickly responded, shouting, Huh! Got it! After agreeing, Gren immediately left. Ji-onan placed his hand on his sword hilt and turned to everyone, saying, From now on, everyone follow my orders at all costs. After finishing, he changed his tone to a more serious one. I won't tolerate any acts of rebellion. 5 hours later, at E's temporary cooking site near Mount Xbu, a person in a black cloak bows respectfully to someone, then quickly reports back. They have finally all left. We checked the remaining side to be sure, but there was no problem. The person replied, So then we'll start the plan. The leader orc's eyes glow with a blue light. It moves and speaks in a human voice, regaining consciousness. Then it takes a step forward. Its massive form full of power causes the ground beneath it to shatter as it slings its long sword over its shoulder and roars loudly. Then it stomped its foot hard on the ground, causing the earth around it to shake.
A horde of orcs armed with weapons appeared all over the mountain. The lead orc stands on the cliff and loudly orders the orcs below to kill them. The orcs obey the command and charge forward together. The lead orc with a fierce gaze said, "Do not let a single one escape." On the other side, the swordmen led by Gia One returned to the village, having reached a nearby hill. Bren still hesitated and asked again. Truly still, there. At this moment, Bren immediately put on a resolute expression and loudly said, "We must eliminate them all this time." Gon looked at Bren calmly and said, "No. It's not yet time. I thought I told you there's someone following us." Bren froze when he heard him say that. "You don't understand what he means." Gon continued, "It's not the gaze of a monster, but of a human. We still haven't identified who the enemy is." Buren only feels confused. He immediately raised his voice at Gon, "But look at how many orcs there are. The village won't be able to stop them all." Gon still remained calm and said, "But if we intervene now and fail, everyone will perish." Boren disagreed. He voiced his opinion, saying, "We should intervene now if we want to save the village." Gon looked straight at Bren and asked, "Don't you remember that the instructor said understanding the mission is extremely important? It's not the right time yet." Daeon's voice echoed loudly enough for everyone to hear. "And we even had to be more careful, because the enemy comes from E." His words stunned everyone. Ken couldn't hold back and asked, "Wait, E what?" Matt also turned around abruptly, stammering as she asked, "Why? Are you one of the 5 demons?" Bren was silent, but it was clear he shared the same thought as everyone else. Gia-on calmly replied, "If they could be Eden or a level Lord monster, then we need to be careful." Boren broke out in a sweat, hesitated slightly, then spoke. "I understand how strong it is, and you're right." As soon as Bren looked up, he met Daeon's gaze and asked, "But if we don't act now, half the village will be killed and we have to wait here while the enemies slaughter the villagers, so should we just stand by?" At this, Bren clenched his teeth, his face darkening, his voice trembling slightly with anger. "I thought you were someone worthy of the name Rich Hat, but this is wrong. We must act now." Bren slapped his chest hard and said firmly, "That is what a true swordsman of the theater should do." After finishing, Bren drew his sword and charged down the cliff alone, heading toward the village with a determined look and shouting, "I don't care if you follow me or not. Anyone among you who believes they are a true theater swordsman, follow me." Jian watched Bren's back and reluctantly said, "That guy, you haven't finished your sentence yet." Runin, standing beside him, nonchalantly replied, "I'm leaving now." After she finished speaking, she jumped straight down the cliff just like Bren. The rookies started to waver, and someone couldn't help but say, "Bren is right. Being a member of the Rich Hat family and fearing one of the 5 demon lords is shameful," and another person agreed. "That's right, we are rookies in the alliance of the 6 emperors. Let's go to the village together and shout out, 'We're coming too. We must protect the village and its people quickly.'" He looks straight ahead and shouts loudly, "6 Training Hall, are you ready? We will help the 5th Hall attack the shadowy demons of Ian." The group of new recruits behind him all shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." A moment later, only a few figures remained on the hill. Gia. An silently thought that everything was now unfolding just as he had predicted. He glanced at the others and thought that Bren and the new recruits, given their personalities, wouldn't tolerate injustice and would rush to stop Eden and the monsters. Gon remembered what happened earlier, so he sent a message to Runin. "Aura, follow them from behind first." Along with Bren, Runin, and Ken heading there, even Eden wouldn't be able to withstand if something went wrong. He turned back to see Matha leaning casually against a nearby tree behind him, and couldn't help but wonder aloud, "Matha, why aren't you coming?" "I thought you were the first to run away," Matha replied calmly, crossing her arms in front of her chest. "I told you I would follow your orders to the end." Gia. An gently smiled. "All right, then we'll head to that village just like they did. But hide your presence as much as possible when moving. E's reinforcements are definitely hiding somewhere, not on the front line." Ji-on looked at the distant mountain where the rock-throwing game was happening, silently feeling a strong aura emanating from the mountain rather than the village. The training grounds 5 and 6 could handle the remaining enemies, but if they faced that guy directly, they would be in danger. Ji-on's expression grew serious, his deep eyes gazing into the distance, but that only happened if they faced him head-on. Assassinating him was a different matter. In the village, everyone was trying to kill the ORC. Bren's voice echoes everywhere. "Don't directly attack the rampaging monsters. Retreat, and then counterattack. 2 rookies are attacking an orc together. If fighting them alone is too difficult, form a team. Remember, if we don't stop them here, the village will be in danger." Boren raised his sword and struck down an orc, gritting his teeth and panting, thinking to himself, "These rampaging spirits are much fiercer than those we fought yesterday. But with this much, protecting the village shouldn't be a problem."
Boren, sweating profusely, glanced away. The problem is as long as E is still out there, our enemies will never stop here. Thinking of that, he couldn't help but mutter, "Damn it." In the end, Jia-an was right. Boren warned everyone to watch out for dangers overhead and in the disguised forest. Everyone was startled by your words, and someone stammered in disbelief, no way." They all realized that the hidden figures in the treetops were the illusionary Green Sash Legion of Ian. Bren looked at them, grinding his teeth and thinking to himself that they must be the ones in disguise with elf masks and hoods. I knew they would come, but I didn't expect them to arrive in such numbers. The rookie soldiers have been surrounded, holding their weapons defensively. Bren quickly assessed the enemy situation, and a quick glance revealed there were over 40 of them. We should play it right if we want to fight against so many enemies. After thinking it through, Boren immediately gave the order. "Brother Ken, hold off the Trantin and the others so they can't enter the village. Runan uses cold air to freeze the feet of the Trantin and the illusion of the 6 swords. Your whole body tenses up and you shout, 'I will charge forward.' Runan replies, 'Got it.' Immediately after, she swung her sword without hesitation, her whole body seeming to be covered in a layer of cold air. Runan shouted, 'I will freeze them all.' As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately swung her sword, sending countless ice shards flying out. The ice then struck the orcs and turned them into ice statues. The frozen ORC's body is covered with faint ice layers. It growls, not understanding what just happened. Boren seized the opportunity, swung his sword, and used the continuous windsword technique, then lowered one leg to the ground for stability. Immediately after, he stomped hard and charged forward. Boren, moving so fast that the orcs couldn't react, charged into the middle of them. He swung his sword, and with a single strike, he instantly took down one. He repeated that action until there were no more enemies left, then he stopped. After defeating all the orcs, Bren was sweating profusely. A member of the 6-colored Illusion Legion suddenly sits on a nearby branch, then raises a mysterious projectile to his mouth, aiming at Bren below, who is about to attack. Feeling the deadly aura, Bren startles. Immediately, the person blew a hidden weapon from above to attack Ben. Because he was already prepared, Bren quickly dodged the attack, but he still couldn't help but gasp in amazement. "Yeah." After reacting, Bren immediately shouted loudly to raise everyone's alertness. "The venom is falling from the sky. Use your aura to block it, or use your movement techniques to dodge it." Everyone hurriedly looks up at the sky, and they quickly follow Bren's instructions. Suddenly, there was a loud noise nearby, and a large bag released an unusual black gas, causing everyone to quickly cover their noses. Lord Ben, they threw down a bag of toxic gas. Baron also realized it and thought to himself, "Damn it, this poison is stronger than the monster's poison." He immediately shouted to warn everyone, and they covered their mouths. After a moment, the recruits inhaled the toxic gas and collapsed to the ground, unable to resist. "Huh?" One of them spoke up, their voice trembling slightly. "Forget about aura. I can't even lift my sword anymore." Boren gritted his teeth, his hand holding the sword beginning to tremble. And in that moment, not only the other members but also himself inhaled the toxic gas, his body refusing to move as he wished. Seeing Runan's face pale in front of him, Boren silently thought that Runan's skin was also losing its color. But the dust spirits and the 6-colored shadow images were still completely fine. Boren clenched his teeth, sweat pouring down, and he reluctantly thought that if things continued like this, Boren would feel a bit hopeless, and they would be wiped out. At this moment, suddenly someone launched an attack, a sword slashing in front of Ben, causing dust and smoke to billow up. Baron stood still in shock and said, "This energy, this destructive power!" he exclaimed in surprise. Mataha appeared just in time. She drew her sword, her eyes cold as she looked at the crimson illusions. Mataha ordered the rookies to follow her. "Let's get rid of these foolish idealists and clean up all of E's trash. Don't let a single one escape." As her words finished, she and everyone else moved forward together, and seeing Mataha leading the charge into battle, everyone was stunned and stammered. Reinforcements have arrived, followed by cheers. Lady Matha and general support have come. One of them couldn't help but rejoice and say, if they had arrived even a moment later, we would have fainted from the poison. Another quickly regained his composure and added, "Get up and fight together." Boren still felt worried inside. He still hadn't seen Onan anywhere, but with Matha and the reinforcements, the situation could turn around. If things keep going like this, we might be able to win. The Luxat Huyanan group was driven back by the ghostly warriors, and as they fled, they couldn't believe they said, what kind of rookie is this that's so strong? Let's run away. If we stay until the end, we'll die. Before the word die was fully spoken, someone suddenly appeared in front of them. Are you planning to run away from the battlefield? The words of the other person made the two of them panic and shoot at each other in a frantic escape. Yeah, Suddenly, a deadly sound echoed from somewhere, and Matha froze in shock. Runan stared wide-eyed, unsure of what had just happened. Boren was a bit frightened, stammering, "It can't be." In front of the three of them is the leading ORC. Bren observed it carefully and quickly analyzed in his mind that it was a much more powerful presence than those he had faced before. The multicolored illusion of the elf tribe champion and the ability to speak human language. Boren immediately recognized it and exclaimed, "Eden, the multicolored battle phantom." Its blue eyes light up, and its whole body exudes a terrifying aura. It is Eden Green Battle Phantom. Faced with such a formidable opponent, the three of them looked at it with caution. Bren asked loudly, "What are you doing here, warrior?" Eden Green Battle Phantom calmly replied, "I received a report that you have returned here. Are you returning after realizing our ambush plan and trying to stop it? Compared to the rookies, you guys are pretty good. From what I've observed about your strength, that black-haired woman seems quite powerful." It slowly lifts the great sword resting on its neck. "But if you know it's difficult and still want to survive, you should quietly leave." "This is why all of you will die here today," it shouted as it swung the great sword to attack. "It's because you don't know how vast the world is." A loud explosion echoes through the forest. The sound was so loud it shook the entire area. Boren was struck and fell to the ground. He gritted his teeth in pain and let out a groan. Even Vunan and Matha fell to their knees under its power. The surrounding recruits were stunned, as just one strike brought down all three of them. "Where's Lord Ken?" the person next to him quickly replied. Sir Ken is currently facing the Tran-Tin group beside the wooden barrier. Hearing this, the rookie worriedly said, "Damn it, what about when he comes out?" The person next to him immediately replied, "There's no way he would show himself after witnessing that." Matha, who was on the ground with his sword, tried to stand up. "Hey, the greenish-black illusionary fighter seems to think he's seen something interesting." He speaks up. "Can you stand up? It seems you're the lowest of the low among the trash here, which is obvious since you can sense our presence." Its eyes gleamed with a cold light. "But even so, you are only a sprout I will crush under my foot. Ordinary bugs, no effort, no strength, and no discipline. Oh, your luck has run out." Facing Matha, who just stood up, it raised its great sword high and said, "All of you will perish here today." Suddenly, a bright flame ignited, accompanied by an unrecognizable voice, as Jian suddenly appeared behind it, swinging his sword, surrounded by blazing red fire. He frowns and shouts loudly, "You will die too." The green and blue illusionary warrior turns its head at the sound. At this moment, Jian has rushed closer and is about to reach it. It leans away to avoid the attack. Jian used the 10,000 fire technique, unleashing a blazing slash that burned around him, cutting off one of the green-black illusion's arms as it fell to the ground with a thud. Jian crouched down and landed safely behind it. The green and black illusionary warrior lost an arm, and it laughed loudly in praise. That ambush was pretty good, but it seems you didn't think I have a way to avoid your attack from hitting my neck." Jian turns his head to look at it. He frowns and grits his teeth, surprised. That crazy bastard sacrificed his arm for it, but he paused for a moment before continuing. "What I want to do is still ahead of the game." "Hey!" The Luxak warrior turns around to face Jian. "Despite the surprise attack, your skill to cut my hand is quite impressive. A promising rich hat, but that's all there is." Seeing On holding his sword and breathing heavily in front of him, it continued, "You look like you've already exhausted most of your strength with that attack." Jian's hands holding the sword tremble slightly. "Just as he said, I pushed myself too hard trying to end this with that surprise attack, and now I can barely stand." Jia Onan asked, "Are you the one in charge here?" "Oh, you think my superior will step in just because of a small village like this?" Jia. On still kept his guard up and said, "You lunatics, do you ever act as expected?" The dark green illusionary fighter raises its greatsword, eyes blazing, and with a mischievous grin, charges at Jion shouting, "Let's see how long you can keep talking." Jion quickly used his sword to block the attack, still not fully recovered. However, the sword of Jion and the great sword of the green six-colored phantom fighter clashed, flashing a dazzling light. At this point, it's very clear, and so is he. The illusion of the black-green six-colored battle is clearly a bit surprised. "Can you endure? You're better than I thought." Jion fought it off without showing any weakness and coldly replied, "If that's all you've got, then I might as well give up being a swordsman." The black and green illusionary battle roared as it gathered strength for a heavy attack. Seeing no effect, it immediately withdrew its great dao, then swung its great sword up again. That's good thinking. The two sides kept changing tactics to attack, with dazzling sword moves that looked quite dizzying. For a moment, both sides maintained a balance, with no one willing to admit defeat. Boren knelt one knee on the ground, observing the battle. You're so surprised you can't believe it. Seeing Jia-on fight evenly with the illusionary green battle, you can't help but think that the illusionary green fighter even defeated us with a single strike. Yet he's fighting on par with him. Not only that, he also used the same continuous sword technique as me. Then there was another clash of weapons followed by a separation, leaving a flash of sparks between Jia-on and the illusionary six-colored warrior. Boren was amazed, thinking he had caught up with him, but he was no longer even at the novice level. Matha beside Bren showed no surprise, calmly saying, "That is his true strength." What he showed earlier was just the surface. Bren remained silent, unsure of what to say. Watching the fierce battle before her, Matha felt a bit of sadness, but she knew it wasn't enough. It looked even, but Jia-on had no time to recover his strength and the spiritual energy he had expended on that surprise attack. Matha was worried and doubted whether he could defeat the six-colored illusionary combatant with the little energy left. At this moment, Runan suddenly spoke up. "We have to help on." Matha and Bren both turned around in surprise to look at her. Matha, with one hand on her hip, let out a heavy breath and said, "You don't see that I'm also conserving my strength? You're even weaker than us, so what can you do?" If she rushes in, even one mistake could mean death in that strike. Runan ignored Maha's words and headed straight into the battle. Then what if it is? Matha was a bit surprised to see Runan. I thought she would be afraid, but she was calmer than usual. Does that mean she's different from when she was chasing after Rayon? Boren propped himself up with one hand and looked ahead. Suddenly he spoke up, saying, "I saw Hothen when I was even hesitant, like Runan said. We have to help him." His words surprised me a little. "Hey, have you forgotten the attack earlier? Do you really think that if the three of us rush in together, it will make any difference?" Bren stands up and follows Runan forward. The two turn their heads to look at Matha. "Even so, I can't turn a blind eye and let my teammates defend themselves. We are swordsmen of JAH. Matha, with one hand on her hip and the other scratching her head, seems to have given up. She closes her eyes and steps forward. "It's up to you, but if anything goes wrong, you guys will have to take responsibility for it." Matha tightly grips her sword as she follows the two of them. "Let's risk everything and fight." The six-colored illusionary warrior faces Jia-on, its whole body emanating a dark, ominous aura. It suddenly speaks. "You're impressive to last so long against me as a rookie. I want to recruit you to the E-Den." It asked curiously, "What is your name?" Gon clenched his sword tightly in his hand, standing there panting heavily. "Ga-on Rich Hat." Hearing his answer, the black and green illusionary fighting eyes spark with a blue light. "I'm not sure, I ask again, are you a direct descendant of Zich Hat? Looking at your hair and eyes, I keep feeling suspicious." Ji-on stood still without replying, but from his figure, I saw the shadow of his older brother. It seems the blood of the Northern Destroyer King runs deep in his veins. The entire body, shimmering with black and green illusions, radiates a terrifying aura. It spoke out, "I am withdrawing my recruitment. In this situation, I will do whatever it takes, using all possible means." It unleashed its power and shouted to eliminate you. Dark energy radiated more intensely from it, and its breathing grew heavier. It charged forward and attacked. This time, both its strength and agility have increased significantly, shocking Jia-on. Seeing its greatsword getting closer and closer, geez. Yes. An widened his eyes and couldn't help but think, this crazy guy, the greatsword is aiming to take his head. Jia-on quickly leaned back to dodge. He's faster now. Jia-on gradually falls into a disadvantage, feeling a bit overwhelmed and wondering if he's using his own life force to push his strength further. I barely managed to hold on with the fire orb, but I haven't fully recovered yet. Just then, Matha suddenly leapt into the air and charged down from behind to attack the green-black illusionary beast. Jia-on couldn't help but be surprised when he saw her, and her name, Matha, immediately came to his mind. Matha clenched her sword with both hands, her face determined as she launched her attack. A sword strikes down, precisely hitting the middle of the back of the dark green illusionary fighter. The dark green illusionary fighter is wounded by her, and it angrily almost turns its head to look back immediately. "You dare to attack with a tiny weapon like that, let it react first." Its arm holding the great sword suddenly turned cold with a layer of bone, and it looked down in surprise. Runan appeared to block Daeon. It turns out it was because she had just taken action. Jia-onan slightly flinched when he saw her back. Runan pointed her sword at the six-colored illusionary battle. She uses ice spiritual energy. Cold bones begin to appear around her. She aims directly at Eden, the green illusionary fighter, and uses her winter breath to attack. A sword strike is unleashed. We managed to hold the green-colored illusion creature for now. For a moment, Runan shouted loudly. Bren quickly uses the Lian Lu sword technique, the spirit light chain thunder, to attack it. Countless sword strikes cut across its body. The green and purple illusionary combatant suddenly catches Ben. It clenched its fists so tightly that your internal organs felt like they were being crushed. You shouted out and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Hey, The illusion of the six-colored battle raises Bren high. The whole body is controlled by it and cannot move. It roars fiercely.
Do you think those tricks can take me down?
It seems you have underestimated me. Its voice echoes everywhere. If you're not at least at the level of that yellow-haired brat, you'll never be able to touch me. Bren is badly injured, but still tries to stay alert. Dong said I was a bit trembling. I have to admit you're right. With the attack we just used, it's hard to bring you down. But Boren struggled to say the remaining words. At least it bought some time. The six-colored illusionary battle spirit didn't understand and asked back something. Matha uses her skill, causing the surrounding earth and rocks to swirl around her. Her sword is covered with a layer of light brown aura. She uses her celestial spirit energy to manipulate the situation, then swings her sword to see if you can withstand this attack. Matha rushes forward to strike, leaving countless cuts on its body. It roared in fury, spinning around with blazing eyes, shouting at the brat. It clenched Boren tightly in its hand and then swung its arm back with lightning speed. Then it suddenly threw Bren at Matha nearby with great force, enough to knock both of them backward and crash into a large tree some distance away before stopping. The entire body screams in pain as the green-black illusionary fighter approaches the two of them, and the creature must now know its place. At this moment, Jia-an, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. It's not without reason. The green and black illusion creature only now remembers him. It is a bit surprised. Jia-an stands still, gripping his sword tightly, his body surrounded by a blazing ring of fire. His eyes are full of determination as he loudly says, "Thank you, everyone. Thanks to your efforts, I have had enough time to recover." Seeing Ma Tha in pain, clutching his arm and leaning against a nearby tree, Ji Onan continued, "I promise I won't let the chance everyone risked their lives for go to waste." Boren lies on the ground unable to move. "Listen, Oni, leave everything to me." Eden, the multicolored illusion of battle, turned to look at Jionon, unable to hide its surprise, and asked, "How do you still have so much strength? Who are you really?" "Jia." Ian raised his sword high, his whole body engulfed in blazing red flames, with the green illusion of Eden fighting before him. "You should feel honored. This is the first time I've used this skill on an enemy." An saw floating lotus flowers in the water, thinking he couldn't use it yet, but thanks to the enlightenment he gained in this battle, he can, now. Jia-on unleashes the 10,000 flames fire. Technique Flame Fist Wind, flames raging around him as he stares directly at the green-black illusionary battle before him, his gaze like that of someone who has already seen a corpse, flames crackling around him. The green-black illusionary fighter is somewhat arrogant, and those flames are different from what he showed before. My instincts tell me it's very dangerous. No matter the cost, I must kill him now. Thinking that, it immediately charged at Jia-an to attack and shouted, "Die!" Jia-an swung his sword down, his eyes flashing with a deadly red light. He swung his sword, causing the black and green illusionary battle to halt, its great sword still raised but unable to strike down. Jia-an then delivered a swift, elegant slash across the illusion's body, flames of red fire engulfing his blade with destructive power, as if capable of burning everything. Jia-an frowned and looked straight ahead with a cold expression. The red flames still flickering around him, the head of the black-green illusionary battle creature was chopped off and rolled on the ground. Jia-an stands facing the charred corpse he just cut, sweat pouring down his face, bloodstains and blue on his body, breathing heavily with exhaustion. Runan stared in shock, wide-eyed, at a loss for words. Matha, clutching her stomach, surprised, said, "Ga-onan, you really?" Bren, with his hands behind his back, sat up and watched the scene, his face filled with disbelief. He really defeated the six-colored illusionary warrior. Jia-an raises his sword high and loudly declares, "Everyone is not finished yet. The six-colored illusion army is still here for the peace and prosperity of the kingdom. Let's kill them all." Everyone raises their weapons and shouts together, "Yes, sir!" Everyone gathered around the body of the six-colored illusion warrior, their faces filled with joy. Boren stood up and called out to An, "Jian Rich Hat." Ji-onan immediately turned to look at him when he heard the sound. Boren quickly said, "You're right. If it weren't for you and the reinforcements arriving in time, we would all be dead, and the villagers we need to protect would also perish. I sincerely thank you for saving us and apologize for not listening to you. Even if you warned us, I still ignored the village." With my head held high, I pat my chest and firmly say, ignoring injustice, because I am too weak, is not what a swordsman of Jichat should do. Jia-an, sword in hand and one hand on his hip, nonchalantly nodded and turned away, leaving Boren somewhat stunned by his indifferent attitude. "Huh? What do you mean?" In the focused gaze of Runan, Matha, and everyone else, Jia-an calmly said, "You fought with everything you had. I was able to overcome the six-colored illusion largely thanks to your efforts. So, thank you all. I mean it. Bren was confused and embarrassed by his words, feeling awkward as he turned away and stammered, "I don't understand what you're saying, but I will become stronger so this never happens again. That way, I won't need your help anymore." Jia-an turned to praise Matha. She did very well too. "Matha, I owe my chance to recover to you." Matha looked at him in slight surprise. Jia-an looked her in the eyes sincerely and said, "Thank you for obeying my orders." Matha slightly bowed her head, her long hair covering her expression. "If obeying orders is impossible, I'd rather just die and be done with it. I'm going to the village to help them. Do whatever you want." Jia-an rested his hands on the pillow and relaxed, exhaling tiredly, then silently wondered, "Is this all over now?" Suddenly, Jia-an felt dizzy and blurry, staggering and unable to see the surroundings clearly. "Damn it. I relaxed too early. I can't feel my legs anymore." Before he completely fell, Runan quickly stepped forward and caught him. She let him lean on her and asked with concern, "Jia-onon, are you okay?" Ji-on turned to look at her, a hint of surprise in his voice as he said, "Runan, you've always been here? How did you know I was about to fall?" Runan widened her eyes and looked at him seriously, saying, Just like at the training school, as if all your strength has been drained." Jia-an, exhausted and out of energy, still managed to smile and said, "I feel the same way, secretly happy that not only I care about them, but they also care about me." Thinking that, Jia-an relaxed and let go, smiling sincerely and saying thank you. Suddenly, something caught Gon's attention. He opened his eyes and looked in that direction. Multiple system status windows keep popping up in front of him. "You demonstrated your abilities by surpassing your own limits in the recent tough battle. All stats have increased by 1. You successfully ambushed a stronger opponent. You have acquired the special skill, Invisible Strike. You have defeated an opponent of a higher level than your. You have received the title of Immobilized Heart Faker. The status window shows the name Jia-an Z Hat. The title of the Immovable Heartless. Status: temporarily unlucky. Special skills: Berserk, Fire Ring Master Star, 10,000 Fire Technique, 3 stars, Fire Resistance, 3 stars, Unfortunate Spirit Kai Resistance, 3 stars, Master of Perception, 4 stars, Water Resistance, 1 star, Quick Reflexes, 1 star, Agility 58, Strength 57, Endurance 59, Vitality 42, Sensitivity 64. Gon looked at the updated stats and couldn't help but be amazed, thinking that killing that 6-colored illusionary warrior had paid off well. All his attributes had increased, and he even gained new skills and a title. Gon immediately stood up, deciding to review everything carefully later. "Runan, I feel better now. Go back to the village and help them. I will check around here to see if there's anything dangerous." A moment later, Gon sat on a rock ledge, carefully examining the system information and silently thinking that this immovable heart dummy title is more useful than he thought. The effect when fighting stronger opponents is a 3% increase in your stats. Gion thought to himself, 3% may seem small, but as I become stronger, that extra boost will be very significant. From now on, I will have to fight much stronger opponents, so it will be a very useful skill. In addition, the system also explains that with the 1-star Invisible Strike, when performing a lethal attack, your aura will decrease, and the lethality of that strike will increase. Jia-an stared at it and thought to himself, Voan Kitch seems to be a special assassination skill. If I had it before fighting that guy, I might have killed him on the first ambush. Wait a minute. I only defeated a lower-level monster and already got such a great reward. I can't help but shout in amazement. This system was created by me, so how is this possible? Thanks to you, I'm getting stronger quickly. I appreciate it. The furious Spirit King roared angrily, unwilling to accept defeat. I won't let you die easily. I will peel you open and drink your blood, so you die in agony. An no longer cares about it and stands up. He walks forward and waves goodbye to it. If you can do it, just go ahead. The Emperor's essence is like a punch into cotton, useless. It's dumbfounded. When it regained consciousness, it shouted angrily. Onan acted as if he didn't hear. He smiles happily as he walks forward, while the new recruits actively help the villagers rebuild the village that was devastated by the orc attack. The wood carrier and the roof fixer each have their own tasks, bringing some wood over, and where are those scraps from earlier? The wooden fence is already built. An opens his eyes, still looking a bit dazed. He pushed back the blanket, sat up, and rubbed his forehead. I just planned to rest for a bit, but I ended up falling asleep. An opened the door and went outside. Outside, everyone is still working actively and coordinating very smoothly. It seems they finished repairing the fence while I was asleep. Just then, someone called out to him. An, you're awake now? Runan brought over a basin of water and asked with concern, "How do you feel now?" Jia. An turned to look at her and said,
I feel better after a good sleep.
Runan, hearing that, urged him to go quickly, saying, "Everyone is waiting for you." Gon asked with a bit of confusion, "Huh? Who's waiting for me?" "The villagers of the village." Boo. As night falls, the villagers gather around a blazing fire, all bowing their heads in respectful gratitude. "On behalf of the villagers, we thank you, the swordsmen of Jichat. Thank you for protecting us." A couple gently hold their child in their arms, smiling happily as the village chief's voice echoes throughout.
Everyone risked their lives to protect us. There are innocent villagers too, and without you, this village might have been destroyed.
"All of this we will always keep in our hearts," the village chief said each word clearly, piercing deeply into Jia-An's soul. He was stunned for the first time, feeling warmth. "Jia." An suddenly turned around to look at everyone. Behind him are his comrades who fought alongside him, and I can feel his silence. The darkness hides the expressions on his face, the respect from his teammates, and the genuine gratitude from the villagers. This is the first time I've felt this way. Jia-An remembers the feet that once stepped into his muddy swamp in a past life. In my past life as a hitman, doing good was something I would never do. It seems he was born to be drowned in darkness. He stood on the brink, with only life or death remaining meaningful. His eyes at that moment were incredibly cold. It radiates a deadly aura and endless malice. All because of Druce Robert. He had to fight and kill many people. His hands are covered in fresh blood. All the dirty things I did, the people I killed just to gain his recognition. A devil disguised as a holy and forgiving angel. Jia-Onan suddenly realizes that he must now live a different life. He leads the rookie team to face the village chief and the villagers behind him. Have I ever thought like this before? He clenched his fist tightly, and I could see the ambition rising within me, the desire taking over my soul. He looked up at the moon shining above and decided from now on he would live as a swordsman. I still see this scene many times again. The full moon is high and bright, and the gentle night wind blows softly, looking especially peaceful. His eyes shone brightly as he realized that was his target, his ideal. Right now, everyone on the street was laughing and chatting happily. Suddenly, he asked the village chief, "Do you have a moment? I have something I want to ask." The village chief replied, "Oh, I see. All right." The two of them went to the nearby farm to talk, and he asked, "What do you want to ask about? Do you know who was behind the attack on the village this time?" The village chief replied, "Yes." The blue-haired swordsman told him, I heard it was one of the 5 black demons." He continued, "I don't understand why they are targeting this village. It's just a small, unknown village. During the battle, I heard Kanba say that you once brought back a small gem from the EU mountain." The old man said, "Yes, I found a gem on the mountain when I was young and brought it back to the village." The old man stammers. He replies, "Yes. So you're saying all this chaos is because of that thing?" "I almost destroyed the village myself," the old man said sadly. "So you say